extraordinary to hear that.
Earl Cafe.
Long established here in Jamaica from the 1990s.
97.
Credible. We should not be making up the rules as we go along at this stage.
Yeah.
So it can't be just arbitrarily determined like that.
Okay, so as I said, we stand by. We're going to be bringing in a representative of CAFE as soon as we can. We also have, as we mentioned, the reporters on location at the Electoral office. So I know our producer will be saying to them to see if we can get some word from the Director of Elections as well. All right, let's start out with where we are, which is in terms of voter turnout. We're still waiting for the 5 p.m. numbers, but as at 3 p.m., the voter turnout was 22.93, so call it 23%, and this compared to about 22% in the 2016 general election. Or let me start with you this time, because there's been whole heap of excitement about this election, and whether or not we're going to be seeing increased voter turnout.
It would be a huge disappointment for the political parties, I think, and for many observers thinking that we were on a trajectory to see a return to a sort of more robust electoral participation. So if it turns out that the turnout for this election is not very different from 2016 local government election, then I think for many people that would be troubling, and perhaps beyond, it would be confirming that the voter resistance, or the resistance of the people to actually going out and vote for either political party, that resistance is hardening and taking root.
And let me just run down for viewers and listeners what we're looking at in terms of numbers, because 2016, I'm just going to round up the figures, that was about 30% voter turnout. 2012 was about 35%, 2007, 38%, 2003, 40%, 38%, 34.5, 1990, 56, and 1986, 65%. So you can see that precipitous fall over the years, Jody.
You do, but there's also been a conversation that I had this morning with the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Matthew Samuda, talking about the JLP's campaign, where he said maybe we need to look at even how we assess voter turnout, given that the voters' IDs are now used as regular ID for so many people, and therefore there needs to be a reassessment of what these numbers trending actually means. Speaking to Don Anderson today, though, he said, really and truly, we do have voter apathy. We are seeing this, and so to be realistic, you are having a situation where persons aren't coming out. But with all the excitement and the fervor, and some predictions taking it as high as 38 to maybe 45%, this number doesn't look like it's getting us there anytime soon.
Milton.
I certainly didn't think we're going to get anywhere near 40%. I thought that would have been a pipe dream, to be honest, given what I was seeing in terms of persons just, not caring about the elections. I think we're going to have to look at other ways to incentivize voters. Maybe we need to look at, as in they do in the United States, have early voting. We clearly can't have mail ballots because of our postal system, but certainly I think we need to look at, early voting where people can go and vote before, because maybe, just maybe, that might spur some interest if you can go and vote in the say 2 weeks before. I don't know what you think, Earl.
He has a very skeptical look on his face.
Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical, because I don't think that it is the lack of opportunity to vote early which is causing what we're seeing. I just think we're a small society, small villages, people gather. It is not difficult for people to get to a polling place, a polling station, if they so desire. And plus, it would be perhaps more costly to institute an early voting process as well. So I think maybe we need to fix the fundamental problem, whatever that is.
Okay, so if you look though, okay, I tell you what, we want to get some more comment, but we're just going to take a quick break and we come back. Make sure you stay with us, and you can WhatsApp us. It is 5535908. We'll soon come.
Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying...
Ongoing coverage of the local government elections. Now, just to remind you, our WhatsApp line, it's 876-553-5908. Give us your first name, give us your general location. Folks, don't call on the WhatsApp line, the boy not gonna answer, all right? Just WhatsApp only, please. Javon Keys is on location at the Electoral office. Javon, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening now is that right here at the Electoral Office of Jamaica, we are already seeing some numbers streaming in. A board is close by, and already we're seeing that the Morant Bay Division has about 2.7% of the total boxes being counted. And there's a map also close by. We're seeing some colors being populated, but now we're close to where we are able to say exactly what's happening. As it relates to voter turnout, we only have the data up to 3 p.m. And I heard you saying it earlier that at that point we had 22.93% of total electors going to the polls, and that works out to about 465,000 voters. Now, compared to 2016, that works out, we had 399,000 voters turning out, or 21.6% at the same time in 2016.
Keys, I don't know if you had a chance.
Now we are also...
If you had a chance to hear, we are getting complaints coming on from the local election watchdog group Cafe that some of the observers have been put out of the polling stations. So when you finish giving us your update, we'd appreciate if at some point you could see if you could get something from the director for us. But I see you are going on to speak, so please finish.
Certainly. So we hope to have the Director of Elections, Sir Glasspool Brown, with us. We he is to join us at some point, but as you can imagine, he is trying to get as much of the work done as these polls come in. I understand that there were, of course, some issues, especially in the flanker area with that situation, and he explained to us that polls, though they close at 5, of course, there will be some discretion exercise to allow for voters there to be allowed to exercise their franchise. But throughout the day, I mean, there were not many reports of or major incidents that came to us, but of course we'll follow up on that situation. But with me, Dion, I also have Neville Graham, and of course he is a seasoned gentleman, no stranger to elections. In fact, he was the former head of communication here at the EOJ. I mean, Neville, you're looking at the numbers from morning. We've been here tracking the voter turnout, but for you, what's it been like compared to previous elections, local government elections for you?
Well, compared to previous elections, it has been a little bit loose at some points, but the Electoral Office holds itself to very high standards, and as such, that is what we judge by. There's some important numbers that you gave earlier on, and I'd like our viewers to have some other numbers. 2031,359. That's the number of persons on the election on the voters list, and they had 6,726 polling stations island-wide. What's happening now? All of those 6,726 polling stations, the presiding officers are going through the votes right now, counting the ballots with the political representatives, of course, and making sure that every vote counts. It's just about close to 6 o'clock now. Look for another 15 minutes for all those boxes to be completed counting, and they'll start the big trek, almost party atmosphere of taking the boxes to the counting center.
Certainly, and we'll have all of that coming in. Just to let you know, viewers, that right now, I mean, when we started this broadcast, we had 0.2% of the overall boxes being counted, and just now the board updated to 0.5%. But of course, as those numbers keep coming, we will update you. Again, we hope to have the director of elections, Mr. Glasspool Brown, with us momentarily. As soon as we have him, we will get back to you. But until then, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Javon. And a colleague is messaging me and saying we should remember when we're discussing voter turnout, especially for elections, some time ago, the prevalence of voter fraud at the time, when people would vote multiple times and sometimes even boast about it, Milton. I mean, when you say that today, it sounds
odd, yeah.
It does.
But there are times when a box would have 90 electors for that polling division. A polling division is a box. And 140 people would vote, and they probably would have voted the night before, or somebody would have voted the night before. So when genuine electors turned up in the morning, I'm sorry, you voted already.
Yeah.
That was commonplace.
Hence,
in some constituencies, by the way.
Hence the exhortation. I know my father used to wake us out of bed 6 o'clock on election day, because he said you have to be at the voting booth at 7 o'clock, so nobody no vote for you.
Well, today there was a picture of a woman who said alive or dead she was voting. For persons who are post ECJ and EOJ, that would be hilarious, not understanding where that would have come from, and the reality that people dead who were on the voters list still not taken off were going out and voting and casting some sort of vote. So the kind of elections we're so accustomed to having today, these things are jokes now, as opposed to a regular standard practice that we have to be looking out for.
I think it's important that Milton did qualify by saying some constituencies, because I don't, while accepting that there was that problem, I don't think it rose to the level where it would have significantly distorted the voter turnout. Those figures were for the most part.
Or the results of the overall election. Yes. That's quite.
But at the same time, when we talk about that, I think it's always, good to spend a moment and appreciate how far we've come.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
And the work of the Electoral Commission.
And I think it's important to note that the establishment of the Electoral Advisory Committee in 1979, that happened at a time of such heightened tension,
polarization,
hostility, polarization, and yet we were able to establish or make this fundamental breakthrough in our politics in 1979. It did not resolve the problems then, but it started a process.
To the point now where our electoral officials are being sent or being asked for to come abroad to various countries with weak electoral systems to help them strengthen their electoral systems, and that Jamaica, of course, can look on with a fair amount of pride.
A credit to the work
from
that
the
we
United
have.
States might not be
Out of the
place.
question, of
Yes.
course. But a credit to the work that we've done here as well to get people onto the voters list. So as we talk about voter turnout, more people being on the voters list, over 2 million people. And from the work of the ECJ from about 2016 to 2020, getting 900,000 people on that list means that as we assess these numbers, we're not necessarily looking at apples to apples. There might have been then more people being on these lists, more of them having different reasons for having voters' IDs. That then means when we look at the full voters list, some of these people never intended to vote, but they're on the voters list, meaning that when we're assessing these numbers, these are things that we might have to have tease out conversations. Who was actually going to ever vote and who only got it for an ID?
And Dion, another point to make is the efficiency of our system. We know even with close elections, by 8, 9 o'clock, the results of our elections. There are some countries not too far from us with much smaller populations that even the next morning they don't know what the final results of their election is. It's not a dig at my Caribbean neighbors, but...
No. If 10 o'clock come and Jamaicans don't know who win the election, they vex.
Yes.
They really do get upset. There are a couple of things as well. We're mentioning cafe, and I also don't want to just swoop past that without reminding our viewers and our listeners the importance of CAFE, because before CAFE, what used to happen is that we would rely on the foreign observer groups,
Yes.
the Carter Centers of this world, like you mentioned, the OS missions, and a group of patriotic Jamaicans got together and said, no, this is something we should be able to do for ourselves, and led for many years under the leadership of Dr. Lloyd Barnett. We got to know the famous white bib, showing our Jamaicans observing themselves, ourselves, and showing that we can do the thing properly.
It was 1997 that the Carter Center first came to observe our elections. And I think by the time of the following parliamentary election, Jimmy Carter was declaring that I see no reason for us to come to Jamaica again. There are many other countries that need our service much more than Jamaica. Jamaica has got it right.
And I love that because Modern Cafe now is able to get 400 volunteers to go across the island to be part of that. So even today, we are then continuing this tradition now of saying we can police ourselves, we can look over ourselves. That is why it's so disturbing to me that you have shared with us that they have been sent out while counting is taking place. This is not the first time this is the first time I've heard that.
Hold that thought. Let's go to the break. We'll pick up when we come back.
Of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We continue our coverage of the local government elections. I'm Dion Jackson-Miller, and we are going to be continuing to link with our reporters at the various locations. Just to repeat something we said a little bit earlier, that we're understanding the Election Observer Group Cafe has been having some difficulties with some of their observers, we understand, being barred from watching the counting, and we're trying to get a fix on that. So we're still standing by to get some more information on that for you. Let's take a little bit of a wider view then in terms of what's at stake in this election. PNP lost the last general and local government election, ended up on election night controlling only Hanover, Westmoreland, Manchester and St. Catherine. And this is the party that has always sold itself as being the local government party. So Earl, new leader, facing the electorate for the first time. What's at stake for the PNP?
Well, let's start with the new leader, because he has put it all out there. And in fact, in an interview with one of our colleagues today, he said, when asked that question, he said, we are going to win. And he also added, without any prompting, you are looking at the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, which is looking beyond this election to the next parliamentary election. As the question will arise, depending on the outcome, as to how much pressure will now be building up within the PNP again in respect of its own leadership. Too early to call anything, but I'm just saying the stakes are that high.
Yeah, Elton?
Yeah, I think indeed the PNP has billed it as a referendum on Andrew Holness's administration, but in many ways it's also a referendum on Mark Golding's leadership, because I think if Mark Golding's PNP doesn't do well today, if, for example, they come out with fewer councils than they had in our municipal corporations in 2016, then his position might be under some threat. You know, that's a point which a lot of persons aren't necessarily talking about. Of course, it depends on how the electoral results turn out in the end. Of course, if the JLP does badly, it will, of course, also put the government under pressure. They may be seen even in a kind of lame duck scenario where we were just waiting for the next election to change the government. Of course, parties have been behind and have come back and won. It's very difficult because we generally have the local election immediately after you have won the general. So when you're having a local election so far after the general and close to the one before, that's difficult. The comparison we have is 1986, which the JLP lost badly, and they were basically limped along for the next 3 years to 1989, when the Manly resurgent PNP came back and won that election convincingly, 15 early, yeah.
I think it was 47-13.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about, Jody, in terms of what's at stake?
I think it's pressure for Mark Golding, but also pressure for the new General Secretary, Dayton Campbell. Dr. Dayton Campbell's first big election. He's one running now the ground campaign for a party that has spoken about the breakdown in its own machinery. He was quite forthright in saying that there was rebuilding that he had to go in and do. This is the first time they'll see execution on the ground now for what a local government election campaign could foreshadow for what they could put together for general election. It's not only the municipal corporations that are at stake, it's also every division. 98 were won by the People's National Party to the Jamaica Labour Party's 130. That means that every single one of those divisions, you can't afford to drop numbers there as well. So winning the municipal corporations is an overall game. The Portmore mayoral race is also something special and significant for them to fight over as well. But I think that for the People's National Party, they have to think, if they don't do well here, that doesn't bode well for how they set up for the general elections. And that might be important for backers and supporters of the party looking to cheer them on.
One of the issues Milton mentioned was that issue, the fact that we often have a local government pretty soon after a general, and inevitably when you see that happens, you expect the same kind of result. In this case, we've had two interesting things. It has, of course, been 8 years since the last local government election, but it's also been nearly 4 years, if my math is
Yes.
right, since the last general.
3.5 almost, yeah.
Yeah,
18 months to go window to the next general election.
right. So this election was being seen by a lot of people as indeed a kind of litmus test of how the government has been doing. When you look at, I was actually matching up the local government and general elections. So we had, if we go back a couple decades, if we had the 81 local government election, for instance, that took place about 3 months after the big 1980 election. Then we had 83 general, of course, uncontested. Then we had the 89 general election, and a local government election was held 4 months after that. Now, this was the other instance in which we had a local government in for a long period of time. It was 8 years before we had another local government. But even in that case, the September 1998 local government election was called less than a year after the 97 general, which the PNP had won. So this one is almost a little bit of uncharted waters here.
Yes, to a certain extent. It has happened in circumstances in which the incumbent national government had no option other than to go ahead with the election, having postponed it a couple of times. And
You mean this time?
This time.
And with the PNP threatening a lawsuit if it were postponed again.
And certainly I don't think the Prime Minister wanted to test the waters with the parliamentary election. I think he wanted to see what would happen in the local government election. So it's left to be seen coming out of this, even if it is as you were, but in terms of the number of municipalities won, but if the vote count nationally is not, if it doesn't indicate significant movement, it might not give him the encouragement or the courage to go forward with a parliamentary general election anytime soon.
So this one could very well indicate whether election this year, election next year,
Absolutely.
down to the wire.
No, it absolutely has to be a decision that, given that the government has the chance to call the elections, they have to take into consideration. Is this good timing? Are people looking like they're interested? Are they not? If we give them too much time, does that turn them off? Do they not get engaged in the process? So it is a timing game that the government is able to use, which raises questions about establishing election dates, for example, fixed election dates for local government and for general elections. But it has to be something that makes a decision. Do you have it now? Do you have it later? And everybody coming out of tonight will have that to count on. The People's National Party, are they ready for a close one? Are they ready for a drawn out and long electoral campaign? The Jamaica Labour Party, you're looking at situations where the Prime Minister has admitted that people on the ground are to be feeling those effects. Can the People's National Party counter that? Can the JLP make things exciting? That will certainly be something that we look for.
Some of these municipalities, though, are so interesting, or municipal corporations, rather, are so interesting in terms of what we've seen over the 8 years. I mean, if we start with, I don't know, let's not start with Westmoreland.
I was about to say, that is the most exciting.
Westmoreland is, it's all come to Westmoreland. Westmoreland is a whole soap opera. But if you start with St. Thomas, for instance, which on the night was a nail-biter,
yes,
and came out at 5-5, came out at 5-5, and then we subsequently saw one of the councillors die, and then the balance of power shifted to the People's National Party. So they are going in from the start, knowing that even though currently the PNP controls, it could be, again, anyone's game there.
And not only that, the PNP councillors on the ground complaining and saying, well, right before local government election, the opening of the road meant that there were, that politics was afoot, making complaints on the ground about how that looks. They know how tight it was supposed to be. They know how close a ground game they have to run. I think that's going to be one that goes down to the wire.
Seriously, though, nothing new about that. Nothing strange about that.
I remember one election when I was in high school, we woke up in the morning to find PWD people almost outside the gate fixing road.
Yeah, man. I saw construction work. I saw bushing work. There were persons complaining about that. But also, this is a really good time to get excited and involve people out on the roads and participating. So it is what it is. I will say, though, that St. Thomas has been interesting to watch because of the road work that has been going on, that major development work that's going on in a parish that has long been forgotten. It has been argued. And so if people are going to be seeing shifts, I think this would be a good time to see how the people in St. Thomas react to the work that's being done.
Yeah. And then we have, okay, let's go to the Well, I tell you what, we were speaking about the situation with Cafe, and we now in fact have the chairperson of Cafe, Grace Baston, online. Thank you so much for joining us, Mrs. Baston. We appreciate it. We understand you've been having difficulties with the observers. What's happening?
Thank you very much, Dion. Yes, we're very concerned about the number of our observers who've been told that they are not allowed to witness the final count. Now, you know, they've been trained that this is exactly what they do. They've been at the polling station from 6:30 this morning. As a matter of fact, throughout the day, some of them were told, you can't stay in here for the whole day. You have to be outside. We have to put you out in 15 minutes. I have been in touch with the director. He has tried to be very helpful, but clearly something has gone wrong in the training of the officials, because he is now trying to get the message out to them, and I see him making every attempt, but it clearly hasn't gone. We're 20% of the reports we're getting so far, the observers are saying children, because some of them are young people. The observers are saying they have not been allowed to watch scouts. In fact, they've been told you must leave. And even where you are not allowed to take any reports from here about the numbers of ballots cast for anybody. You are not to stay inside the polling station. They've been turned out. It's very distressing to us. We've always had, a few supervisors in tiny. A number, maybe not because of inconsistency in training, not allowing them in, but we've not seen this number. Very distressing.
And you've been involved now with Cafe for, remind us, how many years?
Oh gosh, 1997, that's been around a long time.
Okay, and you're saying this is the worst you've seen?
In terms of we've always had this issue, and in fact, at our meetings with the ECJ ahead of the election season, we brought this issue up because it has occurred where some officials get confused about what the role of the Cafe observer is, and they don't allow them in. But in most instances, this 20% of and you see what triggered my concern is that we had about 40 of our volunteers, of the 300 we have out, telling us that by 5 o'clock that they've been told you cannot stay for the count, you must leave the polling station.
In the cases where the director has tried to assist Mrs. Baston, has there been any change?
Yes, I can see where the director intervened. He would give me the contact number for a returning officer to whom I reached out, who then reached out to it's the chain of, right? So then he would reach out to the supervisor, and then a child might be let into the polling station. Some of them were told they couldn't come in at all unless they had a letter. There's no such arrangement for them to have a letter. Their Cafe ID, their Cafe bib is all they needed, and their picture ID from their school or their driver's license. So he helped to correct those things. But you can imagine on a day like today, for him to do that every single time, and I've been just firing off to him, as they come in to me, situations where the observers were barred.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you joining us to update us. We'll certainly follow up on it both this evening as well as tomorrow to find out exactly what went wrong here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cafe chairperson Grace Baston talking to us there. We're going to go to the break. We're back in a moment.
Pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships.
And thank you so much for staying with us. Let's go back now to the EOJ Center. Our reporter Javon Keys has the Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. Go ahead, Javon.
Thank you so much, Dion. So, Mr. Brown, just give us your overall view of today's proceedings.
I think the day went fairly well. There were some hiccups along the way, but an overall assessment, I think the team did very well out there, and the electors were very cooperative with us. We are very satisfied in terms of the preliminary report, that is. And our assessment, the team did very well, and we are comfortable with what happened today.
Right, as you indicated to us earlier that as at 7, you had 98% of the polling stations opening, 2% opened a little late, but up to 7:30. But outside of that, we have been getting some complaints, particularly from CAFE, talking about their representatives not being allowed the kind of access that they're accustomed to during an election process. Have you gotten those complaints? Well, I mean, they have communicated with you, but what exactly went wrong this time around?
CAFE and Electoral Commission of Jamaica have a very good relationship over the years, and we will continue to have that relationship. CAFE was a little more proactive this time. We need to sit down with CAFE again in terms of looking at the relationship going forward. So there were some issues in terms of allowing them to go into the police station beyond a certain time. And those are the matters that we'll be looking at going forward, because we've certainly from ECJ, EOJ, and we want CAFE to be a part of the process, because we put a lot of emphasis and a lot of focus on the report that comes from CAFE after we do an exercise like this. And therefore, we look at what transpired today, we'll do an assessment, and we'll go forward, and then we hope to develop a better relationship with CAFE going forward.
I mean, you said for the most part the day was smooth, but what would you say were, if any, the major challenges faced by the EOJ today, and how did you overcome them?
All right, some of the challenges were regular election day challenge. Persons indicating that they are not aware, are not too sure where they're supposed to be voting, and some person complain that their name is not on the list. Those are regular election day challenge. But what I would say to electors, again, going forward, you need to ascertain before election day exactly where your vote is. Another major challenge for us is in terms of what transpired certainly in Flanker today. That unfortunate incident where 3 persons got shot in front of our polling station in Flankers, in front of the Flankers Primary School, where we had approximately 12 polling stations. And it curtailed the voting in the early part of the afternoon. And that impacted in terms of the time we were able to fulfill our role in terms of carrying out the polls there.
Mr. Brown, what's happening now is preliminary counting. So I want you to walk my viewers through what happens next. All
right, starting now, and we started at about 5 p.m., is to do the preliminary count. What the preliminary count means that what will happen is that across the island, the result from each polling station will then go to the respective counting center. That is, in terms of the returning officers. They will tally the count at the preliminary level, at the electoral, at the different divisions. Then what will happen, we'll get a preliminary result tonight, hopefully by 9:30, 10, thereabout. And then what will happen tomorrow, starting tomorrow, we'll do what is known as a final count, where the returning officer, along with the respective candidates, will then sit and go through the different boxes and then do a final tally. Then after that is done, then we declare a winner for the different electoral division.
Do you have any preliminary data on voter turnout? Outside of what we got at 3 p.m., of course.
No, that's what remains. If the last count I have is at 3 p.m. was roughly 23%.
All right, Mr. Brown, of course, at any other point, if there's anything else, we'd certainly have a conversation with you later on. But until then, it's back to you in studio as we continue to give you the live results as they come in right here on TVJ. And of course, the boards are populating, so as soon as something of note comes up, I will definitely link back with you in studio. Back to you, Dion.
Thank you so much, Keys, and we're anxiously standing by for the first set of live results. I do not understand what the director said. We have to sit down with Cafe. No, surely he needs to sit down with his people. I wasn't understanding him. And then he said something about, them observing beyond a certain time. I thought it was a very kind of nebulous, very squishy statement that didn't seem to take a very hard position on Cafe should be observing. We need to fix it. We need to ensure that they are able to observe.
Find out why they weren't allowed, and where the communication broke down.
I resolved it by thinking that the CAFE report, which at the end of the local government elections tells them where there are deficiencies, will highlight some key issues that then they can use. It will be less about what happened on the day, perhaps it happened only in disparate locations, and talk more definitively about where there were gaps. For me, that seems to be more useful than saying that they would have to be going back to the drawing board with CAFE to renegotiate how this relationship, this long-standing relationship that CAFE and the EOJ have maintained.
Which is why I'm saying I don't understand, because is it that he wants to change the relationship? If not, why would you need to go back to
he said
CAFE?
at the end that he relies on their report, and it's really important for them to be able to do an overall assessment. So I think there must be some understanding that a serious breakdown has happened today, but I certainly would not be in favor of a reevaluation of that relationship, because them as election observers, local election observers, allow for us to have a free and fair process that we can all trust.
Going back to the drawing board is a catch-all phrase now that has almost no meaning. After every sporting engagement
back
or anything,
to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board. In this case, there's no need to go back to that particular drawing board.
You need to find out the problem, fix the problem.
Yes.
Argument done.
Yes.
Yeah. And the thing is that we'll be able to see whether or not the problem is fixed, since we have a general election due in
about 18 months.
There you go.
Indeed.
All right. No, the other thing is, I was listening as well to Grace Baston, and I think she slipped there. I could see her principal slip showing. She used the word, was it kids or children or something? But I know she's been very proud of the fact that CAFE, in fact, has been able to pull in so many young people as observers.
300 that she spoke
Yeah, and I find that actually really exciting.
For me, that's the biggest thing, that you, in a time of increased voter apathy, a discussion about young people no longer being interested in or able to vote, not participating, that you can get them to volunteer.
Yes.
That's a really important thing, that you're able to convince them that this matters, that watching matters, that spending your whole day watching. So you're not in the excitement of a cheering camp of a political party. You are just sitting there making sure this works. And how incredible that CAFE can still do that in 2024.
Yeah.
Dion, one of the things that I observed when I went to vote this morning was who was voting. And when I was there, I only saw one young person voting. I did speak to an EOJ official who said she saw one other young person earlier in the morning. But that's also an indicator, are young people participating in terms of voting? And that's an area that we really need to work on, because if you only have aging voters, that's certainly not good for your democracy. It's as bad for your democracy as it is for your economy when you only have, you'd have too few young people.
And I had a contrasting experience at my PD and polling station where not only was it a great time to say hi to your neighbors and friends, but I also saw quite a number of young people out participating in the voting process, as well as being part of the contingent.
Actually voting?
Actually voting. So
Okay.
in front of me in the line, I watched them go in and vote themselves, but also part of the contingent.
Define young.
Oh, well, under 25 and under 25, so young, like not
young,
39. Not you, young Milton, not your young. But I saw them, and I saw them engaging with the political parties as well on the tents, rallying, being part of that discussion. So I think that it might be a situation where some places are showing young people being involved and interested, and others not so much.
Milton was asking me if I saw young people when I went to vote. I said, well, me won. And say, no man, the other people in the line. I said, Milton.
You were the youngest?
I was the only,
Oh,
Jody.
okay.
So I was both the oldest and the youngest.
Ah, there you go. No, I have tons of people in my line. We
Maybe
went
it's a
in
time,
making
though,
friends.
when you went.
Went there at 4.
Okay.
To vote.
Okay.
So
Okay.
at 4, lines of people now in. I was seeing lines at other PDs as well. In fact, discussions with security officers coming by saying that my PD line was moving slowly and they were pointing things out. Seeing people out there, seeing security officers. I spoke to supporters for the Jamaica Labour Party and People's National Party. They were saying they saw tons of people come in, a steady flow throughout the day. They were able to give me play-by-play. And I asked AOJ officials as well as to how many people they saw because we had such excitement about voter turnout. Did they see the numbers on the ground? And for my PD and for my polling station, they said, yes, they saw people. So
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
interested to see those then breakdowns in particular divisions.
Yeah, sorry, can't relate.
By the way, I
I
don't.
was in and out, and I
Yes.
mean, big up to the wonderful workers. They did a great job, but yeah, it was just me there.
I
But
think it
I
was-
went about 11:30 midday.
Okay.
Which I know is when you tend to have the lull.
I think it was 1976, if not the 1974 local government election, that the age of voting was dropped to 18.
Yes.
So at that time, young people were far more energized because the political process was so much more exciting for the country's politics, and many things were much more exciting for young people.
What makes a local government election exciting then for a young person to get them to come out to participate and to vote?
I think sometimes your first time voting, I think it's always exciting, even if it's local government. You know, the fact that for the first time you get to line up, you get to dip the finger, you get to mark the ballot box, and you're just part of the process. I find that's part of it. But I was listening to, I don't remember which discussion I was having, I have so many. But what one of the young people had been saying is that she grew up in a home in which voting was not a thing. She said her parents weren't into elections, they weren't into voting. I don't mean party, I just mean they just didn't vote. So she grew up without any kind of sense that this was something you should do that, or that she wanted to do. Whereas, you know, I know many of us grew up in very different homes, and I think that is also a big part of it. I mean, I've said to my viewers and my listeners already that, you know, the day I turned 18, my father went out into the front yard and shouted to the neighborhood that there was another voter in the house, there would soon be another voter in the house.
No, but I grew up in a non-voting household as well, and I picked myself up on the day I turned 18 and went to register to vote. I didn't even get my driver's license, which was extraordinary to people. I was more interested in voting. So I think it's also what you're exposed to,
Yes.
what you're around, who
Right,
you're
right,
around,
right.
and what makes it interesting. And so many people, even if we got them to sign up to vote, would they still show up
Hold
at an
on.
election?
That's what you call a cliffhanger, because we're going to a break, we soon come. Thank you so much for staying with us. We continue with you. We're tracking the local government results. And let's go now to our reporter, Andrea Chisholm. And she is with Kimon Francis from the Gleaner. They're at the JLP headquarters. Andrea?
It's a wet and quiet afternoon here at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road, Dion, as we await the results of the 2020-24 local government elections. It is the 17th such election. In 2016, you will recall that the JLP won the majority of the municipal corporations, and in 2012, it was the PNP that won the majority. Now, the campaign leading up to this election has been intense, as we all know. Some political analysts have been saying that it is a referendum on the government, so you can see how much is at stake here for this election tonight. Now, I have been at the JLP headquarters for over 2 hours, about 2.5, close to 3 hours. A few individuals involved in the administrative affairs of the party, they're on the compound. We're also seeing a few JLP supporters. Most of them are young people. They did not want to speak with me on camera, but about one of them told me that it was their first time voting today. The process was pretty seamless and they were excited about having that opportunity. Now, not much is happening here at the party headquarters, as I mentioned earlier. There is a sound system behind me that they were playing music a little earlier. We actually asked them to just turn it down for a moment to facilitate this live presentation. We also saw a handful of police personnel on location. They're also here, so that's an indication as to what is expected here tonight. And we also saw that there's a setting up in the conference room with what appears to be preparation for a press conference later on this evening. Now, when I asked the JLP supporters, the handful of JLP supporters on location, where is everybody? They said to me that it is still very early and later in the night things will change. So we will be here at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road to monitor activities and to give you the very latest. Until then, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much for that, Andrea. We're going to be going to Giovanni Dennis, who is at the PNP headquarters as well. I'm getting 2 comments from people asking questions if perhaps there's some ageism going on in relation to the Cafe Observer, since there are so many young people. Is that a part of it? Again, we don't know, viewers, listeners. We will certainly be trying to find out. Giovanni, can you hear me?
Hi, Dion, I can hear you. I can also tell you that a number of supporters are making their, on the compound here at the PNP headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road. It's not a party mood by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it's more like a tense, anticipatory kind of mood, with the occasional supporter passing by and blowing a vuvuzela or yelling "Time come." Of course, this "Time come" slogan comes against the background of PNP President Mark Golding saying that this local government election would be a referendum on the wholeness administration. Of course, another senior PNP member, Julian Robinson, saying, quote, that this would be the most significant and consequential local government election since 1986. Now, why is 1986 significant? Now, in that year, the PNP swept all the 13 parish councils in that local government election. Of course, they would go on to win the general election 3 years later in 1989, and already the comparisons are being made to that time period, with Mr. Robinson suggesting that this win, if the PNP wins tonight, would be the return of the People's National Party. Now, to give us some more context and details of what has been happening throughout the day, I have joining me now senior reporter from the Jamaica Gleaner, Erica Virtue, who has been covering politics for more than 30 years. Erica, I know on the inside the People's National Party, the bigwigs, they already have their own center, doing their own calculations even before the EOJ gives the official count. What, if anything, have you been hearing so far?
Okay, so far there has been a lot of problems throughout the day between the police officers, the election official, EOJ officials, and just understanding of what is it that voters are entitled to do, and what is it that the press is also entitled to do, what they can do and what they cannot do. Because of the I would say the misunderstanding with some of the electoral office people, it slowed the process. The process was already slow. It went to a crawl. We were almost sleeping throughout the day. Myself and Tiffany, young Tiffany Taylor from the Gleaner, and Rudolph Brown, it was just so boring. And I'm telling you that if this election, for all that was done throughout this campaign, if we get less than the 32.6% that voted in 2016, democracy is dead, dead, dead. And I fear that is what has happened.
I think you mean Tiffany Price from your team, but just for clarity, there is a team of police officers here led by Senior Superintendent Aaron Fletcher. We have not been experiencing a problem with the police officers here on the compound of the People's National Party. What problem specifically are you referring to with police officers throughout the day?
It's not the police officers here at the People's National Party headquarters, but it is the police officers who are in charge at the various polling divisions. So, for example...
What has happened?
Okay, so like this morning when the opposition leader went to vote, they were telling us that, and the election day workers too, were telling us that we couldn't photograph the opposition leader voting. It's only because some senior photographers know the stuff and know what they can and cannot do. They just went ahead. And then we went to other polling stations because we are covering like 7 constituencies, and police officers were telling us that we can't go to certain points within the polling station. At one polling station in Halfway Tree, the police officer was telling us that we had limited time to be there. And I'm like, not today, lady, not today, because you need to know. You need to know the rules because we know. And, when you've covered almost 8 local government elections and coming into 8 general elections, if I'm around next year, you learn to be patient and you learn not to argue with them. But then it's just, it gets frustrating. It really does get frustrating.
So there have been concerns, Dion, about the training of the election day workers from the EOJ. We were speaking as well with a PNP member just now, a PNP senator, in fact, Gabriela Morris, who was raising some concerns about the training and the delays that she experienced in voting. Now, I have also been speaking with senior party members. I spoke earlier with Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and also the party's General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Both have expressed confidence in their performance in the local government election. Particularly, they believe that they will be regaining the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. So that's what's happening here at the People's National Party headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road in St. Andrew. And I've been speaking with my colleague Erica Virtue, and we'll be getting information on what's happening here. And of course, we'll be providing you with the latest throughout our coverage tonight on Television Jamaica. But for now, it's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. Now, I just want to let our viewers and our listeners know that we have been having some kind of technical glitch on the part of the EOJ in terms of getting results up to us. That's why you haven't been seeing them so far on the screen. But we do have, as we've been telling you, a report on location. So we're going back to the Electoral Office to Javon Keys, who will give us an update on what's happening so far as results is concerned. Javon, what can you tell us?
Thank you so much, Dion. So our viewers can see on screen what's a map of Jamaica being populated by color. If a closer look will see that 8.3% of the overall boxes have been counted. That's about 556 of the 6,762 boxes across the island have been counted. Now let's look at the Kingston and St. Andrew overall. We're seeing where 10.3% of those boxes have been counted, 148 of 1,436 boxes complete. Now, Papine in St. Andrew, that's another division where many eyes are on, and guess what? 38.64% of those boxes have been counted. You're not seeing that on your screen just yet, but we're seeing 17 of the 44 boxes already in, and we're seeing that those numbers come in. Of course, as they refresh, we'll give you an update. The timestamp on these figures is 6:41 p.m. So as soon as we get an update, we will come back to you. And as you said, Dion, there appears to be a bit of a glitch, but we are here and we're going to be giving you the numbers as soon as they come in, as soon as they refresh, as best as possible.
All right, thank you so much for that, Javon. So that was 8.6%, I think.
Right, for the national total, Kingston little over 10%, and Papine. Dion, just a couple of results I would like to share from the Papine division, which you know is where Venetia Phillips is running. From polling division 61, the JLP had got 79 votes to the PNP's 33, 62, 65 to the JLP's, PNP's 44, Papine High School.
No, sorry, start over for me.
62 to...
If we got JLP first, PNP second, which is how the
Right,
DOJ
sure.
does
That's
it
what
in terms of alphabet.
So,
So go
the
again.
first number is the polling division, right? So 61, polling division 61, yes. And the JLP has 79 to the PNP 33.
Got you.
62, polling division 62, the JLP has 65 to the PNP's 44. Polling division 63, the JLP 28, the PNP has 39. In the Tavern Community Center, polling division 64, the JLP has 66 to the PNP's 33, and polling division 65, also at the Tavern Community Center, 75 for the JLP and 23 for the PNP. And the Student Union, which I think is on campus, that's polling division 77, JLP 39, PNP 56, 78, polling division 78, the JLP has 15 to the PNP's 27. The polling division 79, 24 for the JLP and 24 for the PNP. And the Escarpment Road Basic School, I think it is, the JLP has 67 to the PNP's 21. And at polling division 81, also at the Escarpment Road Basic School, that's 67 for the JLP and 7 for the PNP. At polling division 82, the JLP has 133 to the PNP 16. At polling division 83, also at the Escarpment Road Basic School, JLP has 70 to the PNP's 24. And just to round up, at the Augusttown Primary polling division 94, JLP 18, PNP 73, 95, JLP has 13, PNP 71, Augusttown Primary polling division 96, the JLP has 16 to the PNP's 53, and polling division 97 at the Augusttown Primary 54 JLP, 44 PNP, and polling division 98, 30 for the JLP and 67 for the PNP. The other polling divisions have not reported any results yet at the time of this report that we got.
And what was the percentage of...
For 38.6 for the Papine
Okay.
division had been counted so far.
Not yet halfway. Showing a picture, though, as to how Venetia Phillips, who has moved from the People's National Party to the Jamaica Labour Party, might be faring. But again, still not halfway, so not yet able
Still a
to make
little
any,
early to
make any definitive counts. But it is showing a picture as to
I don't know if
some
anybody
things.
was able to tabulate those numbers.
The last two numbers are lost, and so I would have counted them out.
Sorry, so the last two polling divisions,
Yes.
that's 97, 54 for the JLP and 44 for the PNP, and 98, polling division 98, it was 30 for the JLP and 67 for the PNP.
Okay, we're going to continue to go to results as soon as we get them. First, so we just... All right, so that was, and the interesting thing about Papine as well, of course, was that you mentioned Venetia Phillips having crossed the floor, but also she and the JLP obviously decided to make a thing of her crossing the floor. So she was one of their spokespersons during the campaign. She was one of their debaters, you know.
But would you say that they made a thing of her, or has opposition leader Mark Golding also elevated her? Some of his barbed attacks have been directed toward her in a way that you haven't seen with the crossing of Carrie Douglas in the Trafalgar Division, having that
But she's also been sniping at him as well.
I don't think sniping is a word, though. She's attacked
But
him
they've
very
been in back and forth
consistently.
tussles even before she had made that official move to the Jamaica Labour Party. So I think that she is elevated in these conversations, and then is the right person to raise in those debates. You saw her being able to speak about being on both sides and being able to see what the Jamaica Labour Party has been able to do when compared to the People's National Party. That might have resonance with persons in Papine, a division that she has contested before and lost. So if this changes her fortunes, this total number today might show that that visibility at the national level might have had some impact.
And I don't think, Dion, we have had a scenario, I could be wrong, if where a councillor ran for one party and then ran for the other party and won. We've seen it at the national level where Carl Samuda won in North Central St. Andrew for the JLP, and then he switched to the PNP, won, and even went back to the JLP and won again. And I think Madame Rose Leon also won for both parties as well.
Angela and Christian on our WhatsApp line is asking, was all the excitement a trick? Let's go to the break now. We'll soon come.
Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99.
And thank you for so much for staying with us for our coverage of the local government elections. And we did mention to you that we needed to take a little bit of a look at what's been happening over the past 8 years in both the Kingston and St. Andrew municipality as well as Westmoreland, which, as we were saying earlier, is a whole soap opera in itself. Before that, though, let's go back to Javon Keys at the Electoral Office, who's been trying to figure out the results. And we're going to get to him in just a moment because we know you all have been asking where are the results. He's going to be telling us what has been going on and why it is we haven't been able to share more. Javon, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Dion. So it appears that there may be a glitch. We're not quite sure, but we are the team here at the EOJ. They're certainly doing some work to try to figure out exactly what's taking place. So earlier I gave you some results, and those are what have been displayed on the boards here at EOJ. What's behind me now is some figures looking at the various parishes. So as it is right now, 12.7% of the overall boxes have been counted in the Kingston Parish of Kingston. Well, divisions, right? We're seeing one going JLP, 5 to PNP. We're seeing for St. Andrew 11.7%, St. Thomas 14.8% of boxes counted, Portland 0.4%. So we're seeing Portland a little bit behind there compared to the other parishes. St. Mary has 1.2% of the boxes counting, and of course this counting is ongoing, so as it updates we will seek to get the data to you. St. Diane has 22.5% rather, Trelawney 4%, and the board just refreshed and we're seeing some marginal movements there. Trelawney at 4%, St. James 20.3% of the boxes counted. Hanover 7.1%, Westmoreland 7.9%, St. Elizabeth 7.6%, Manchester 18.6%, Clarendon 8.7%, and St. Catherine 5.6%. Just to also point out that currently on the board close by is the municipality of Portmore, and we're not seeing that being populated just yet. So we're not seeing any of those numbers, and we're not quite sure why. But as it is right now, the board with the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation overall has updated 11.8% of those boxes have been counted. That amounts to 170 of the 1,436 boxes being complete. And I'm going to take a quick look at the national map overall just to tell you, so you won't be seeing that on your screen, but just to tell you that the timestamp posted is 6:52 p.m. and at that timestamp only 9.1% of the overall boxes across the country that have been counted. That amounts to 614 of the 6,726 boxes. And looking at Papine in particular in St. Andrew, 38.64% of the boxes. So no change there really from the last update that we gave. And these graphs have been updated at 6:52. Just to point out again, ladies and gentlemen, that we are only giving the data for the divisions and areas that are posted here at the election center. Not all the divisions are posted, but we hope to get you more updates as soon as they refresh. Until then, it's back to you, and of course we'll be back shortly with some more results.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Javon. And I know y'all were busy scribbling. And
It's a lot. I didn't get. I got some of the ones from Portland down. Portland is very low, it seems. St. Mary, I think 1.2%. St. Anne, 22.5%.
2.5.
It's 2.5 for
Yes.
St. Anne. 4% for Trelawney. 20.3 for St. James, 7.1 for Hanover, 7.9, Westmoreland 7.6 for St. Elizabeth, and Manchester was 18.6.
Clarendon 8.7, St. Catherine 5.6, Portmore as a whole area by itself, not yet up on the board. I'm interested in seeing how that race pans out. I also did some rough math, given the numbers that we had for the Papine division with the 38.6% voter turnout. For the Jamaica Labour Party, we're looking at 759. For the People's National Party, 655. But again, only 38.6 are not able to make any big declarations at this point, but not as runaway as you might think, but also local government election is really the place where one vote does count.
And that's
so
just a wonderful segue into what happened with the KSAMC, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. I mean, seriously, if you wrote this script, they would have tell you, say, nothing can go so. Because what we saw was the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, Municipal Corporation was 21-19, 21 to the JLP, 19 to the PNP. But they, what should I say, flip the script. What turned the tide was the JLP winning Raytown by one vote. One vote. Yes. 1844 polled by Rosalie Hamilton to the PNP's Sean McGregor, 1883. So essentially, the one vote flipped that division or sent that division to the Jamaica Labour Party, and therefore the entire municipal corporation won by the Jamaica Labour Party. One vote.
One vote makes all the difference. And it also speaks to then this discussion about directly voting for your mayor versus it being a done deal as a result of how the municipal corporation shakes up. But that one vote counts, and that's why I say to people, I find local government to be more interesting because this is really the place where you see stories like these, where one or two votes make the difference in a way that you often don't see in national elections.
I wonder how many people are beating up themselves and saying, boy, if me come out of my bed and go vote.
Well, you also have people who, in the excitement of all that was going on in the lead up to the local government elections, there's a lot of conversation about this big voter turnout and the excitement. People were watching it. There was a concern, though, Don Anderson shared it, that that excitement might not translate to people being interested in going out. And so if we get these final figures and they don't look as high as had been predicted, there are some concerns that say people might not be beating themselves about not going because they were in for the festivities, but not in for the actual process.
And we don't know, for example, the Met Office did predict that there would be rainfall, particularly in northern parishes today. Whether or not that might have had an impact, it has had impacts in previous elections. I know certainly 2002. I remember Donald Buchanan telling us about his race in, is it Southwest or Southeast, St. Elizabeth, where he ran, where at 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, he looked at their canvas and from the outdoor agents that they were behind, and they had to redouble their efforts to go out and get voters to come out in the last 4 hours of the day, and that's how he won the seat, and of course won it narrowly as well.
And so those things will make a difference, especially in a local government election where everybody thinks that the PNP or the JLP will take some grand meaning from it. Every division will then count and every vote will
And where the
count.
numbers are much smaller than the general election as well. That's an important factor.
I just want to take a moment and say a special shout out to our viewers on Instagram, TVJ's Instagram page. Currently over 1,000 people watching on Instagram alone. You know, and you know, other social media people don't feel no way. I'll get to you over the course of the evening. Not discriminating, but it just goes to show, you know, people just watching all kinds of different places and all kinds of different platforms.
It's remarkable.
This is a place to be because we're everywhere. So, so you watch here. But there was something you said there when you were talking about the voter turnout and people who are in for the festivities as opposed to being in for the actual voting. But I think sometimes perhaps we also don't realize that the people out there making up noise on the campaign trail, you know, doing their thing, campaigning, enjoying themselves. But that's not all of Jamaica. You know, those are a couple hundred or a couple thousand people. So the fact that we see all these buses with green and orange people up and down the place, that doesn't mean that the 20%, 20-odd% who said they're uncommitted, the 20-odd% who said they're not voting, are going to be going up. So let me just say, our TVJ viewers, we are going to be continuing with primetime news. You will be coming back to us at 8 o'clock. But in the meantime, if you want to continue with us, go to one of our other channels, Instagram or YouTube. And so that point, though, Jody, that, you know, you can't, I mean, 5 flights a day comes to mind. Milton, you can't watch the rallies to figure out who is going to vote or how people are going to vote, because the parties have a vested interest in making the process look as exciting and making it look as if they have as many supporters as possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean, as I said, that the rest of Jamaica is following them into the polling booth, you know.
And the issue, Dion, for example, we've had in the past, 1980 was a classic example where Manley at Sam Sharp Square said 150,000 strong, can't be wrong. And a couple of weeks later, it went on to a massive defeat. So crowds at rallies do not tell the story. And also the fact that recently the ugly side of our democracy where people are participating for what I can get. There was a voter who we spoke to, I think, in the Papine era, who said she's voting for the JLP because of what she got, and that she was going to have a party, and she was promised some stuff to have that party that she was going to have later in March. So people may be turning up.
But is that a celebration party, as the party expects to do well in these local government elections, a grander celebration? Is it a private party for her?
No, man, she's having a personal party, and that she's been promised by somebody in the JLP, she says, that will give her that if she votes for them.
But are those sort of personal promises possible to individual voters to then incentivize them to go out to vote?
I don't know. We've heard stories of both political parties over the recent years paying people to come to rallies and to, you know, to get on buses to come to the annual conference and so.
Because those pictures matter, those videos matter, getting people optics, to feel, of course, that you had people at your whatever, that matters.
Let's talk about Westmoreland now, eh? So Westmoreland, on the night of the election, 2016 election, the PNP won Westmoreland by 9-5. And then something interesting happened. Well, a couple of interesting things happened. So we saw the JLP's George Wright, first of all. He went on to run, as we now know, as MP. And there wasn't a by-election to replace him. And then there was a PNP councillor who resigned over a scandal over pigs. So there are 2 divisions empty. And then we saw 3 PNP councillors declare themselves to be independents. So we then saw the balance of power shift. And then the 2 of the independents went to the Jamaica Labour Party, and the other independent, and perhaps I should put air quotes around all those independents, the other independent then went back to the People's National Party. So they've ended up right now, they're at 6-6 with 2 empty divisions. But of course, that doesn't really tell you what the electorate is going to do today.
Indeed. And both parties have been putting a lot of resources in Westmoreland, which is really remarkable because prior to 2020, Westmoreland was a PNP stronghold. Apart from 1980, they consistently won all 3 seats there and fairly comfortably. Even in 97 when they had the NDM and Russell Hammond ran, I think, in Central for the NDM, and he got, I think, close to 30%. You think it was 20-something or close to 30% of the vote, that the PNP were still able to win in that seat. So Westmoreland has been PNP country. That changed in 2020, and this incident with the 3 councillors, which are all from the Western constituency, Sheffield, Grange Hill and Little London, that it's, I think, creating more problems and muddying the waters, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens tonight at the end when all the results come in.
The fair is the splitting of the votes. If you are a staunch Labourite, or if you're a staunch comrade, a supporter of the People's National Party or Jamaica Labour Party, and your candidate, somebody that you have campaigned behind, helped along, has moved to a new party, do you then decide to take your vote there? Do you elevate the issues that they have raised and said that they had with the party and stay away and do not vote, and then watching how disastrously 2020 went for the People's National Party in Westmoreland? Are there challenges that the party has to confront in this area? Again, weak points are definitely places that the Jamaica Labour Party has said that they're pointing out, and they're going after certain divisions, and they think that there are places where the People's National Party is vulnerable. So, for example, the concern that was shared earlier about Venetia Phillips. When you are that supportive of a political party and people come to support you, knowing you for that political party affiliation, when you switch, do you take voters along with you? Do they stay with the party? Do they stay with the person? We'll see those numbers, and we'll see if that is what we end up with at the end of the night for Westmoreland and, to some degree, in Papine as well.
Yeah, and a lot of times I think it depends very much on the person, you know. Do the people see this as a really good representative that they want to vote for no matter what color they're wearing? You have other people who feel betrayed. You know, callers have said to me they don't think crossing the floor should be allowed.
Yes.
If you want to cross the floor, you need to resign from the party and go run again on a whole new ticket. But of course, our political system does in fact allow that.
Right.
And then the next time, if the person goes up for the vote again, you then have a chance as a voter to say if this is something, you know, do you still want to vote for this person, or do you want to vote from the party that he or she moved away from? Mm-hmm. So that's always an interesting process, I think. We were talking a little bit earlier about voter age being lowered to 18, and you know there's a conversation in some countries as to whether it should be lowered even further to 16, and some countries in fact have lowered it to 16, and it's something I'm in favor of. I'd love to see what would happen. Why you get that look on your face?
Because
think of 16.
No,
think
I think
of sixth formers.
No, I think it's important. If you're going to allow them to have certain liberties and responsibilities, if you're going to then allow them to be permitted to have whole categories of the law protect them or no longer protect them, then you're big enough to vote. No, what that would practically look like is what I have a concern about. That is, we have had discussions about voter apathy and the lack of engagement. Are we having conversations at sixth form that would allow a sixth former who is in school, who should be doing courses that allow them to understand how society runs and how democracy is encouraged? Are they going to go out to vote? Because that, for me, is that band that would be very telling of what our future of our democracy would look like. These people who are now in schools where you can hold them, teach them, train them, march them to the polling station on election day as a school exercise. That could potentially be something that you
just
see.
be clear, you're not saying tell them how to vote.
Not to tell them how to vote, but as a school exercise, the participation in the process being something that you actively encourage, especially in communities where persons go to schools quite close to home. That could be something that then gets us into a more more of a voting pattern that has people seeing it as a responsibility and getting us closer to that 100% voter turnout.
Can I just say, though, there's a reason why, for example, and you're both lawyers will know, that people at 16 are treated as children because of the inability to make decisions and
They
so
can't have
on.
sex, so
Good, and so they're treated as
legally
adults
have
when we
sex.
conveniently want them to
Right.
be.
So if we're going to say them vote, then presumably at 16 they could be or should be tried as adults then. Because if they're making such a critical decision as choosing an elected representative and the government by extension, then that's an adult decision.
We
So
treat children over 7 and children over 13 differently when it comes to certain criminal matters. At 16, as Dion said, we've decided that people are allowed to have sex and the consequences that come with sex. If it is then that we think that you're big enough to be able to make certain decisions, I think it's at least worthy of consideration. Now, I'm saying
Sure, we
that
can have the debate.
we would have Instagram voting. So we'd have a poll, for example, vote on your party, and we could click poll, and it would be the end of it. But I think it's interesting, at least, to look at if lowering the age does something, and if it is lowered at all, then what happens if it's lowered? How do we benefit? Is there any benefit? Are we better off for doing it? Or are we just hoping for people that will be on with us and potentially joining what was going on in counting?
Okay, we should tell you that we're standing by to get some more results. We understand
there's some results on the
are
screen now.
coming in.
Yeah.
I am not able to see them. Perhaps you can help Milton, because I'm not able to see them.
If we could get the monitors a little
41,
closer,
30.
but we
All right, so we understand it's Harbour View. I hope you're able to see that, viewers. Okay, so we'll see if we can sort out that a little bit and, get it so we can help you to understand what is happening there. But the results apparently have now started to flow through our system. And Jody, I think you can help.
All right, let me tell you what I have right here. So I have Kintyre Division in St. Andrew East Rural. The numbers there at close are showing the Jamaica Labour Party's Kevin Clark winning by 1,559 votes to the People's National Party's.
which division is that?
Kintyre
Kintyre.
in St. Andrew East Rural.
That's declared now?
Yes, it is declared as winning party, Jamaica Labour Party. No, this is past poll results. What is this? Hold on.
That would be show us.
Okay, we're just trying to sort that out. So
Yes.
as soon as we have some more information on that and we sort it out, we will get for you. We have the results for Bath that we...
Kintyre, what were the figures you had for Kintyre?
So the Kintyre division I had here for winning party, it is showing here Kelvin Clark from the Jamaica Labour Party, 1,559.
That's the last.
That's the last
election.
2016
Yeah, that's
election
2016
results. I
election.
thought as much
Yes,
because I
that's
didn't expect to be
2016.
seeing 100% results
Yeah.
from any division
Yeah,
so early.
That's exactly the figure from
Perfect.
the last election.
Okay, well, we're sorting that out. But as we mentioned, the results are coming in, viewers and listeners. So as soon as we have, we will be
Hold on.
sharing that
Dion,
with you.
our Gleaner reporter Damian Mitchell has reported a few minutes ago that police are responding to reports that men on motorbikes have been firing shots in Albion, Manchester in the Knockpatrick division. Newcomer JLP's Adika Miller is seeking to retain the seat for his party. He's being challenged by Jamaica Labour, or rather People's National Party, Farrell Steimer, Carl Smith. So there still seems to be, even after the close of polling, incidents on the ground that we should be certainly paying attention to.
All right, what we have, in addition to what's on your screen, that at 9 minutes past 7, 38% of the boxes had been counted so far, and it's a mixed picture. For the Bensington division, this is one area that we're going to give you. That's in Southeast St. Anne. That's where Lydia Richards, the former PNP councillor, is running as an independent.
Right, yes.
She's got 126 votes, or 23%. Maxine Simpson from the PNP, from the JLP, has 149, or 28%. And Clovis Gagan has 263, or 49%. So the PNP candidate is leading in that division at 10 of 28 boxes.
Okay.
So not quite halfway, just about a third. And the PNP candidate has a decent lead, because remember, you don't need a majority, you just need to get more votes than your second place.
Of course,
winner.
and one vote counts. So in making sure that you were able to mobilize as much of the base as possible, get people out of their homes, not be affected by the weather, making sure that all who said they were going to not only went and voted, but voted in your favor.
Yeah.
Something that, speaking to the election workers today at the polling station that I visited, said that was also important to them. When you mobilize the people, you can't confirm what they vote for and who they vote for. So making sure at the end of the day that you have numbers in your favor that are able to then allow for you to then see, here's what you're going to be doing, here's what's going to be happening, and here is how you are able to then encourage persons to come out and to support you. Because mobilization, ground efforts, especially in a local government election where people traditionally do not show up, and the 2016 election figures that were 30.06% show that we're seeing declining numbers of people show up. That ground game is going to be incredibly important, and seeing how that works out will be critical for the fortunes of the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party.
We're showing the York Castle results on the screen now. Yorktown results are on the screen now.
So the PNP candidate has 491 votes, the JLP is 313, and the independent candidate is
25 votes. That's Yorktown in Clarendon.
Yorktown, Clarendon, Southwestern.
That's where Ufel Purcell, who was the former councillor, PNP, but he switched to become an independent because he was not selected as the candidate. And in that division has been traditionally a PNP division as well.
Yes.
So the PNP has been performing fairly well, despite the running of Purcell as an independent. He's clearly not pulling many votes from the PNP's candidate. He's only gotten 25,
which is
so
3% of the voting.
Right.
The
And,
491 is 59%. The 313 is 38%. So he isn't doing the split that some were fearful that he might have done with the voters for the People's National Party.
Right.
And that's 9 of 23 boxes counted in that particular division.
So I think the PNP will probably hold this one if this trend continues throughout the evening.
But again, 9 boxes, early days yet.
Indeed, but I said if it continues,
Certainly.
if this trend continues.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is going to be in the divisions where you have a former PNP or GLP person who has run independent. Not that we're expecting them to win as independents, but because will it have an effect if there's a
the
close
damage
election?
that they could do.
You know, is there any vote splitting that's going to be going on? Because I was looking at the numbers you were reading in terms of the division Lydia Richards is running in. And it was interesting because, as we know, she has been for years at odds with the Member of Parliament, Lisa Hanna, who the other day wrote an entire column about her and the fact that she had been, she was no longer with the People's National Party. So there's bad blood there going back for years, you know. So the impact on which it will have on the votes, I think, will be very interesting to see when we see that disaggregated.
The votes in particular in Southeast St. Anne?
No, in the independent
division. But there's a whole discussion as well, a broader discussion about how even constituencies where persons have said that they're not coming back. And as you mentioned, Lisa Hanna, the support that she did or did not give to the councillor candidates in her area, while she was very visible in areas outside but not so visible within that area, campaigning for the People's National Party, in giving them support. I think that was also something that is to be raised. But there have been discussions about if the independents matter enough, if Jamaicans vote for independent candidates. Even if you, as you said earlier, Dion, you like a candidate, even if you supported them strongly when they were with their party, do you take your vote with them to another traditional party, or do you take your vote with them to independence? And as an independent candidate, can you help my constituency and can you help me in the same way that you can if you're aligned to a political organization?
We have the Raytown division results up now, and we're seeing Rosalie Hamilton of the JLP leading.
1,459 to the PNP Sean McGregor 932.
And that gives us 61% for Hamilton and 39% for McGregor. Is that what you're expecting?
Not really, no.
That's 24 out of 38
This was
boxes.
the one votes division, the last election.
Yes. So this is quite a jump.
Yeah. And
I'm looking for them. Where's the percentage?
So 24 of 38 boxes.
24 of 38, okay. All right, we'll see what happens in there, because I think people have been looking to Raytown, I beg your pardon, given the, as we said, the one vote that flipped the entire municipal corporation, to seeing what's happening there. And we know both PNP and JLP have been concentrating a lot of effort on this. So we'll see what happens there. But let's bring up
Papine. Can we see Papine? We're hearing some results, more results coming in from Papine.
All right, so close still.
Yes.
And the People's National Party looks like they continue to hold on to that division. 1,479 for the candidate in that area.
71, I think.
1,471 to Venetia Phillips is 1,389. That gives her 48% of the votes. And then George Planto gets 47 votes, or 2%.
And George Planto, the independent, was the JLP candidate once, and he was replaced with Venetia Phillips. So he decided to run as an independent, and the party subsequently expelled him.
That's 32 of 44 boxes. Does that give us a clearer picture of what this is shaping up to be? Or is it too soon still with about 150
somebody can do some
votes?
quick maths. That's about a 90 vote difference at this point.
Yes,
Would that be about
roughly,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
90.
I'm not disgracing my CSEC maths teacher.
About 90, so less than 100 split between them. Again, 100 with the number of boxes that you have is still achievable, and therefore not yet in a position to make that sort of definitive vote. But what does it mean for Venetia Phillips to have moved political organizations if she does not, in fact, claim this seat for any political party?
Well, I mean, first, it gives the PNP is going to be doing a whole lot of kind of in-your-face kind of thing. But as you said, if she's been unable to win, then it speaks to her political future. But I mean, having said that, you also have to look at the fact that depending on the division you're in, a local government loss doesn't necessarily translate into a constituency loss. For instance, a lot of people perhaps don't remember the first time Julian Robinson ran for election. He actually ran in a local government division in the Trafalgar division, lost, and then went on to run at the constituency level.
And be the MP in the with the Trafalgar division being one of his
And just
areas.
to say also that the majority that Venetia won for the PNP in 2016 was just about 270 something, right? She got 2,208 votes, 52.2%, and the JLP candidate got 1,931. So running for the JLP, she needs to make up that deficit, and whether or not she's brought any or sufficient PNP voters over to her or gotten more independents or other JLP supporters to come out is another story. But she is having some difficulty there so far.
Well, Darrington Ferguson is going to be hoping that she doesn't pull across voters from the People's National Party who might have supported her, as he is hoping to win that division.
We're going to ask if we can just keep the results up so we can see them as they change.
We have the result coming in, should be coming to our screen soon, for the Little London division in Westmoreland. And I am seeing, looks pretty early, I think. The JLP's Ian Miles, currently leading the PNP's Oliver Reed, 254 votes to 239. This is with about 7 boxes counted out of 26. So we're about
early.
Quarter way?
Yeah. Earlier than that. A little early to make any sort of predictions.
Yeah,
Good
about 25% of the way there.
Good to see, though, some numbers coming in. The EOJ head, Glassboro Brown, indicating that around 9 we should have final numbers. I'm generally accustomed to seeing numbers coming in a little bit earlier, and that might be one of the hiccups that as he does his assessment for today, that we are able to see what has delayed us being able to at least get preliminary numbers from some of these polling divisions.
I think it's inevitable. It's a technical problem that's going on, because we know the counting is happening. I mean, way back in the day, before the technical issues, right? We would have a reporter in every single solitary counting center. Would have a reporter there who would then call in the results. I mean, if you ever seen the old JBC studios in the old days, and you'd have this huge
black
wall where we would, you know,
physically right.
Sorry, I wasn't part of the team then, but I saw the pictures. You would have this huge wall where people would tally.
Yes.
But I was here when we used to have a whole ton of people in the newsroom taking phone calls from reporters in the field.
Used to have one phone for every constituency.
As a practical measure, though, as we look to the things that the EOJ and the ECJ can improve, is there a redundancy if you have a technical issue like this? That, for example, the presiding officer makes phone calls and gives updates so that the ECJ and the EOJ are able to then see what's going on, because that redundancy process might be something to
have some
consider.
results from St. Thomas after
Yes.
11 boxes counted in the Yalas division. Constantine Bogle of the PNP has 444 votes, and John Lee of the JLP has 400 votes. So that's the Yalas division. Constantine Bogle of the PNP, 444 votes, to John Lee's of the JLP, 400 votes. And the JLP are the current holders of that division. They won it by a little over 120 votes in the 2016 election.
I have Sheffield in Westmoreland, Western Westmoreland. The PNP's Derek McKenzie leading right now with 414 votes to the JLP's Garfield James, who has 250, and we're 8 boxes counted here out of 23.
All right, so these numbers then matter, but in particular for St. Thomas, I'm interested because I have some numbers from the Gleaner that say that between 60 to 65% of eligible voters in St. Thomas Western turned out. St. Thomas Eastern has voter turnout numbers.
Okay.
What is this?
So this
Sheffield.
is Sheffield in Westmoreland.
Yeah, that's the one I was just reading.
Yes, so those are the numbers that we saw. So what we saw in the St. Thomas numbers, I'm really interested in seeing what voter turnout looks like in various divisions and in constituencies. I think that's going to be important as we then make an assessment of how we are to then treat these numbers. Because if a lot of people show up, then what do those numbers mean for you being able to make assessments as
We're
to
also getting results or information that Jesse James from the PNP has defeated our leading Carrie
in the Trafalgar
Douglas
division.
in the Trafalgar division.
Ooh.
1,668 votes for the Jesse James Clark, of the PNP, and Carrie Douglas 1,001 votes.
And on the screen right now, we have the earlier numbers.
Right.
Milton has the latest numbers for us, showing a significant lead. What does that mean then for Carrie Douglas' shift to the Jamaica Labour Party that might not be able to bring them over the line?
It certainly, I think, she's a very assertive and brash councillor, and she's been, there was an incident with her in the during the pandemic, and I think she was involved in her and the police and so on. But it's going to be difficult. She's from a PNP family. She's Easton Douglas, a former PNP Minister of Housing's daughter. But she had issues with her party, and she moved over long ago, about 3 or so years ago, to the
That
JLP.
switch that has happened is something that we spoke about a little earlier. The focus that has happened in the People's National Party about those who have shifted across. Carrie Douglas not getting as much visibility from party leadership in the way that Venetia Phillips has. But what does it mean for the both of them that current polling numbers aren't showing them actually being able to take now the numbers that had been hoped from the People's National Party across to the Jamaica Labour Party?
You see, it. Of course, I think that depends on your personality, your strength of your political acumen. I keep going back to Carl Samuda. Carl Samuda had in his constituency, and if you ever talk to people in there, will tell you just what sort of figure he was like. That even his opponents didn't really resent him. He did stuff for all. He was an MP for all, and of course a lot of it is also his personality, his personality. So that plays an important role. You have to be able to connect with the people. You have to be able to to show the people that you're there for them in whatever way it is, you know, that you're doing that.
Okay, we now have the results on my screen. So if you all tell me any division you want to hear, I'll call it up. So let me go to St. Thomas Eastern, because we're talking there about Morant Bay, which was about St. Thomas, which was a problem.
Let's hear, for example, like in Landui or Cedar Valley.
All right, one at a time. So we have Morant Bay. Morant Bay in St. Thomas Eastern, we're at 27 boxes out of 37. Ron Bryan of the People's National Party right now leading with 1455 over Wilbert Walker's 1022.
That's in Morant Bay?
That's in Morant Bay, St. Thomas Eastern. So tell me where else, Milton?
And Morant Bay was won by the PNP, so we expect that's a PNP, that looks like a PNP hold. We had said Cedar Valley.
Yeah, man.
Cedar Valley, let's go.
Which had one of the lowest turnouts in the last election.
I'm not seeing
no,
any
that's
results
not St. Thomas
in
Eastern,
yet.
that's Bath.
That's Western.
Yeah, give me Bath. Give me Dalvey.
No results in yet for Cedar Valley.
No, okay.
Let's try for Bath. We have 20 boxes counted out of 27. The PNP is Ludlow Mattison leading with 962. And the JLP is Nardine Mackenzie, 694.
Okay, and the PNP did have a pretty large majority in that division in 2016. They had 1,141 to the JLP's 840. So that is going according to tradition.
Do you have Dalvey in front of you as well?
Let's see. I have everything, Jody.
Yeah, man.
I have everything. Just speak and we'll bring it up.
Yes, please.
All right.
Dalvey.
Dalvey, 20 boxes counted out of 29. The JLP's Michael McLeod leading right now with 921 to Clayton Smith of the PNP, who has 755.
All right, so a bit of a gap, still not insurmountable though.
20 out of 29.
You look there. There are 3 candidates though. There's an independent there in Turner in Dalvey.
Who has 7 votes.
Okay, good. We need to make sure that that is noted.
No, I appreciate it. I hadn't scrolled down far enough.
No
so thank
problem.
You.
I appreciate
So Dalvey, the JLP are leading, and the
leading.
JLP need to hold Dalvey because they currently have that. That's where
Portmore.
Portmore.
Okay, let's go down to the P's. And where were last time for Portmore, Milton?
Last time Portmore JLP had that by a comfortable 400 vote.
Sorry, Milton, intervening because we have breaking news coming in. We understand an Electoral Office of Jamaica vehicle transporting ballot boxes overturned in Catadupa, St. James. The vehicle was coming from Belfront. No one was hurt. The boxes have been secured. So just to let our viewers and our listeners know, repeat it again, that a vehicle of the Electoral Office of Jamaica, which was transporting ballot boxes, overturned in Catadupa and St. James, but the word is that no one was hurt and the ballot boxes have been secured. My apologies, Milton.
Okay,
so
Portmore, I said the JLP had a 400, roughly a little over 400 vote majority in that.
We have some
hold on. Portmore is looking close, right?
Ooh.
24 boxes out of 30. The PNP's Dinsdale Smith right now is at 1289 to Michael Hughes of the JLP 1245.
Wow.
All right, so every vote
6
is
boxes
counting left over there in St. Thomas.
So unless
Eastern
those 6
Portmore
boxes are from JLP strongholds, the JLP
Those are
could be
going
in
to be-
trouble in there. Could you check on Leamington in Westmoreland? I think I hear that one may actually be complete. Leamington in Westmoreland.
What I have isn't the complete.
Okay.
I have at the point where it was 17 boxes out of 26. The PNP's Amakard Brown had 828 and Jason Whittingham of the JLP had 637. That was with 17 boxes out of 26. Because, you know, there is sometimes as well a little bit of a lag between what the EOJ is showing, but because
what happens on the ground.
Because what happens is that the agents for the parties are observing the actual vote. So the minute the vote is completed, they call it into party headquarters. So sometimes they start their celebration even before you've necessarily got the official
And
work.
Leamington in 2016 went 750 votes for the PNP to 600 for the JLP. So that's 150 vote majority that the PNP had.
Let's stay in Westmoreland for a second and go to Betheltown. That's been a place that we've been hearing some discussion and has an independent candidate running there as well.
In which one is that?
Betheltown in Westmoreland Easton.
Oh, Betheltown.
Betheltown on my screen is at 18 boxes of 26. The PNP's Danry Delancey leading with 820 votes to 498 for Carolyn Ramsey. And the independent candidate, Aaron Williams, has 34 votes.
So the independent candidate not having any impact. And in that, that was a strong PNP division. They won it in 2016, 848 to 474 for the JLP.
Okay, let us go over to...
How about try for Little London, Dion?
While we go through
let's look at the
seats in the Westmoreland.
Yes. So
Little London, this was a pretty early one. I think I mentioned it a little while ago. It hasn't updated on my screen. 7 boxes of 26 I'm at.
Are you seeing any updated results for Sheffield?
So remind us a Little London before you leave.
It was Ian Miles had 254 votes to Oliver Reed of the PNP's 239. That was with 7 of 26. And of course, what sometimes happens is that you get an early result like this, and then the next result is all
the way
boxes.
over. Yes.
You asked me to go to where? Sheffield.
Sheffield.
Okay, let's bring up Sheffield, which is all the way down in the S's.
So that's Garfield James and Derek McKenzie.
This was also an early count. This was with 8 boxes out of 23. And Derek McKenzie of the PNP was leading with 414. Garfield James of the Jamaica Labour Party had 250.
Okay, and the next one was Grange Hill. That was also another of the divisions which had the impact from the
independent candidate.
The switch, the candidate from the
People's National Party, now becoming
Lord
independent,
Lord McKenzie.
Yes.
Okay, this one was very, very early. This my screen is just showing 2 boxes counted out of 22. Okay. Littleton of the PNP had 121, Thompson of the JLP had 57, and Lord McKenzie had 21.
Not bad in the early counting
out
for
of
Lord
2
McKenzie.
boxes.
If we could go to Chester, Hanover, Dion, because there are 2 divisions which I consistently heard our reporter log speaking about, Chester Castle and Riverside. So if we could look at Chester Castle in Hanover, which the JLP won by just under 200 votes in the last election.
Chester Castle on my screen is 9 boxes out of 27. The PNP's Winter McIntosh had 427 votes. The JLP's KD Miles at 289.
And Riverside?
And going up to
Colville Allen and Darren Barnes. No independent candidate there, but that's also one of those key areas that has been discussed.
Also pretty early on my screen, only 4 boxes out of the 19. And we have here neck and neck at this point, Colville Allen of the JLP with 138 votes and Darren Barnes of the PNP 137.
Okay. I'm taking you all the way now to St. Catherine. Because there are some divisions there as we're having conversations about parish status for Portmore and what's going on in the parish that I'd like us to look at. So St. Catherine South is one of those big divisions. Fitzjackson, Member of Parliament there. What do you have on your screen as the numbers there?
For St. Catherine
No,
South?
not St. Catherine
which
South.
division?
Not division. There you go. No, so I'm merely talking about Fitzjackson. But in that division, let's look at...
All right, Dion, can you go to St. Thomas? Because I'm hearing that we have results. I have been given some results after 27 boxes for the Yallas division.
Yes.
Bogle, who was ahead,
444,
has 994 votes. And the John Lee of the JLP now has 1,352. So it does appear that John Lee probably has taken that, and that would be a JLP hold. Because they did have that. And actually,
you're ahead of me. You're ahead of me. I only have 24 boxes.
With an increased majority as well, if that is so. You have 20 what?
I only have 24 boxes.
And that's 24 of how many?
Of 28.
Okay, so there's one more box to count. So this one...
is pretty much called.
We can call this one because there's not one box will generally have 100 votes on average. So Bogle, 994. And Lee of the JLP, 1,352. And when you look at that and compare to the 2016 results, the JLP candidate in 2016 got 1,451, and the PNP candidate 1,326. So the JLP has increased its majority in this seat significantly. This is close to just under 400 votes, as opposed to a little over 100 in the last division.
Overall turnout,
Last
though,
election.
overall turnout in this division, though, is lower. And so these are some of the things that, as we start parsing through these numbers, will be important for us to look at, because winning the division is one thing, and that's incredibly important for all the candidates who are taking a look and seeing then how they have fared with Lee now, given your numbers, 1,352. Winning that division, we have yet to confirm the final figure, but that looks to be the way it will shake out. But again, that's why it's so important to hold off on the partying and hold off on the celebrations.
Right, and as I said, it depends on where the outstanding boxes are coming from.
Is it a PNP area? And even then, with the gap between them, unlikely to then make the difference that could change the fortunes of both men.
So I think we can say for St. Thomas that the JLP has one seat that's gone for them already. So they're off the mark in that parish.
Okay, I should say that the screen I have, I admit, is a little bit behind.
Yeah.
So I'm told, for instance, there's a very close race in Tollgate, but that's not where I am because I'm still at 14 boxes out of 33.
Rule. And the results I got just now was somebody on the ground who is there at the count.
At Tollgate?
No, for Yalas.
Oh, okay. So last time I understand Tollgate had a 1 vote majority. Milton can check on the exact numbers.
I'll just give you
but
the
what I have
numbers,
here for Tollgate, that's Clarendon Southwestern, is 13, I beg your pardon, 14 boxes of 33.
Tollgate was a 1 vote division.
Right.
Was won by 1 vote.
Right. So at this point, 14 boxes out of 33. The PNP's Godfrey Knight is at 962, and the JLP's Radcliffe MacDonald is at 339.
That could be that the early votes are coming from the PNP areas. It could be, could be. But 14 out of 33 is
early days.
Less than half.
Yes, early days, yet not able to then make assessments.
And as we saw with the Yalas one, it was John Lee versus Bogle after 11 boxes. Bogle had that 44 vote lead, but the tide turned in the next 16 boxes when they came in, overwhelmingly for John Lee.
Let me just share some more here, because people in all the other divisions are saying, what about us? So Harbourview, St. Andrew East Rural, the PNP's Horace Clue with 19 boxes out of 21, taking this, I would say, with 1284 votes at this point. And
that's
Wade
with the
Brown,
Harbourview division.
Harbourview division.
I think that's a PNP division. Let me just double check. Harbourview is in East Rural, and it is in fact, yes. That's been a PNP stronghold. They won that by 700 votes in the last election, or a little under 700 votes.
19 boxes out of 21, Horace Clue of the PNP is at 1284 votes, Wade Brown of the JLP 439, and independent candidate C. Lawton there, who has picked up 8 votes.
All right, so we've only seen one strong independent candidate. There's been a conversation about the space of independent candidates in Jamaica's politics. There are only less than 40 of them are running in these local government elections. But I've only seen one so far in the numbers that we've shared that have made an impact. Is there space for independent candidates?
That's a whole discussion. Black River in St. Elizabeth Southwestern, right here, it's 5 boxes of 27. The PNP's Dwight Salmon has 372 votes, and Adeniyi Bamidele of the Jamaica Labour Party has 267.
And that was a seat that the PNP is defending, little over 100 and 50 votes. There are 160 votes.
So narrow margins, every vote counting once again.
That's from the 2016 election. We're getting reports from the PNP side that Venetia Phillips has lost that seat.
In the Papine division.
In the Papine division, but it's unconfirmed, unofficial, but
Of
that's
course.
what our sources in the PNP are saying, that she has
Given
lost
their count.
from their perspective. So
Right. On my screen, I'm still just at 32 of the 44 boxes. And the PNP's Ferguson with 1491 on this count to Phillips 1389, George Planter, independent candidate with 47.
Right. So again, it's going to be important to see how those candidates as well that have moved from one political organization to the other have been able to take people along with them as well.
Buff Bay, we only have one box counted for you so far out of 28. And Dion Hunter of the JLP has 59 votes. Desmond Lewis of the PNP has 39. Just one box in so far.
All right. St. Catherine Southern, Greater Portmore North.
Greater Portmore North.
Yes.
We have 5 boxes of 36. The PNP's Gary Nicholson with 302 and Dr. Level of the Jamaica Labour Party with 104.
All right.
And that's in where? Portmore North?
St. Catherine,
Greater
Portmore
Portmore
North. And Spanish Town in St. Catherine as well, St. Catherine Central.
All right, Spanish Town.
Samantha Mattis and Christopher Shackelford.
Let's pull that up for you. And
In which
Spanish Town.
St.
Spanish
Catherine
Town.
Central.
Okay, Spanish Town, yes.
So that's, I have 10 boxes so far out of 25. And the JLP's Christopher Shackelford has 532. The PNP Samantha Mattis at 111.
All right, so slowly but surely moving
Can
along.
we hear from Moko, the Moko division? Because that's also where there's an independent candidate running, who was a JLP candidate, Romain Morris. He wasn't selected, and I think he is running as an independent that's in North Central.
North Central.
North Central, Clarendon.
Clarendon.
On my screen, however, I have him here as PNP.
Yes. I have him on my listing here.
Here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 3 boxes counted out of 23.
He did switch, sorry,
Yes.
yes.
3 boxes counted out of 23, so very early. Alvis of the JLP has 95, and Romain Morris of the PNP has 77. But that's just the 3 boxes.
Early numbers, early counting in the divisions there.
And let me go to Brownstown in St. Ann Northwest. This is 16 boxes out of 25. The JLP's Kim Brown Lawrence has 675. And Kim Brown Lawrence, they
On a
count-
charge of fraud in relation to the CMU matter.
Well, with 16 boxes out of 25, she has 675 votes. Charles Clark of the PNP has 665.
So again,
Wow.
early days yet and it's 50-50 pretty
50-50,
much
50-50.
with the boxes.
Yeah.
And
with
that's a
16 of
division which
25
the
boxes.
JLP won 1,133 in the last election to 997 for the PNP in the 2016 general election.
Kasha Park, St. Andrew East Central, 6 boxes out
That's
of
Peter Phillips'
41.
seat.
Sonia Gonzalez Montague with 215 votes to Beverly Prince of the JLP, 90.
Oh, that's early.
6 boxes.
That's a seat that the JLP won in 2016 by over 500 votes. So if the PNP is doing well in that division, which the JLP has traditionally won over the years, then that could be a problem for them. They wouldn't be able to retain control of the case.
We might be seeing a pickup here.
Of boxes
PNP
count?
picking up a division. Cristiano in Manchester Northeast.
Yes.
I'm at 37 boxes out of 38.
37 to 38, that's almost done.
Yes, the JLP won last time around. With 37 out of 38, the PNP's O'Neill Evans is leading with 1843 to the JLP's Desmond Harrison, who has 1528.
And which one is that? That's Cristiano.
Cristiano in
Manchester
Manchester
Northeast.
Northeast.
Yes, the JLP won that big. They won that by almost 800 votes in the last election, from 1,854 to 1,079 for the PNP. And if that's, well, you can't make up that in one box.
No, you cannot make that up in one box. So that is going to be a PNP pickup.
Well, I'm 37 or 38 boxes. That's pretty much done.
Yeah, that's
there
done. Yeah. So for Manchester,
any 11s.
So that's Christiana for Manchester North.
Which would make it difficult for the JLP to try and wrestle control
of that municipal corporation.
The Manchester Municipal Corporation, because they need to keep what they have. And Christiana has been it's in the stronghold, it's their safest seat in the parish, which they've traditionally won, North East Manchester, Audley Shaw. You know he's not been very well, so I don't know if he's not been able to do enough, also the councillors as well, because
okay, very close one here. This is Cambridge in St. James, Southern. JLP won this last time. 25 boxes out of 33. The JLP is Javin Baker, has 1058. The PNP is Reddington McIntyre, 1050.
8 votes making
8 votes separating them.
And again,
that's
a seat that the JLP won convincingly. They got 1,628 votes to the PNP's 961.
And how many boxes do you say were left?
25 out of 33, so 8 boxes left to go.
So still a ways to go. I'm interested in the only mayoral race that we have, the Portmore municipality race, where Markland Edwards was going against Howard Hamilton and Mayor Leon Thomas. Do you have any numbers on that?
I do not know how to pull up the the mayor race. I will tell you straight up.
Yes, please. If you can find some information
as soon as I can figure it out.
Let's go to Mona.
Oh, hold on. There's a tab.
Because the municipal corporations were working to see who makes up mayor. Portmore's direct voting structure means that this is pretty much a done deal once we see these final numbers.
I don't have any results yet.
Can we look at Mona in Kingston and St. Andrew, Dion?
Sure. Mona, we're at 37 boxes out of 62.
62, okay.
The JLP's Gary Gordon leading with 1552 to the PNP's Carl Little, who has 1297.
And Mona had the JLP won that fairly comfortable. They had 2,860 votes in the last election and to 2,372. So that seat also tends to have a higher voter turnout as well.
And that's where we saw Prime Minister Andrew Holness
voting today.
Barbican divisions, where we see opposition leader Mark Golding. Give me some numbers there for Barbican in St. Andrew Northeastern, please.
I'm at 34 out of 38 boxes in Barbican. That's St. Andrew Northeastern. The JLP's Joy Cotterell has 1516. And Tamika Smichael Livingston of the PNP has 820.
All right, so a big gap there between the candidates. It looks like the...
Can we look at the mayor, the current mayor for, I'm going to go to the opposition, the minority leader in the KSAMC. Well, let's go to Seavright Gardens in the KSAMC. That's where Mayor Delroy Williams is running. And he is defending a huge majority. He won by 1,592 in 2016, and his opponent got 879.
Seavright Gardens.
Yes,
Just before that, I'm at Cornwall Mountain in central Westmoreland. This is 8 boxes out of 35, and the JLP is down at Foster's at 362. Abigail Malcolm of the PNP is at 328.
Oh, they have on the screen Delroy Williams. These are early numbers.
6
boxes of 28.
Yeah.
Delroy Williams, 223, and Paul Pink of the PNP 184, but early days. If we can go just to be even and go to the Andrew Swaby. He's running in where is Andrew running again?
Vineyard Town.
Vineyard Town division, which he's defending a huge majority, 2,300 to 1,070.
We're pretty early here. We're at 19 boxes of 48. He's at 968, and the JLP is Camelin Reed at 242.
Yeah, fairly comfortable, and by the looks of it, it looks like he will, if that trend continues,
19 or 48 boxes, though, gives a lot of room to switch and to turn and to have dramas unfold. So there might be a story for Camelin Reed as she looks to get some votes in the rest of the boxes to be counted.
Bamboo in St. Anne Northwest. The PNP is Aldrich Booth, has 116. The JLP is Sydney Stewart with 37. And I know that what viewers and listeners want, of course, is to get that overall sense of the parish. And as soon as we get that, we'll be
And
sharing it
which
with you.
division? That's Bamboo in St. Anne?
St. Anne Northwest, yes.
Right. And that one was won by the PNP, JLP by just over 99 votes in the last election. But that's the early numbers there.
Just 2 out of 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dion, if we could go to in Southwest St. Anne to the Gibraltar and Alexandra divisions, those are in Southwest St. Andrew. St. Anne, sorry, Southwest St. Anne. Gibraltar and Alexandra, that's in
okay,
the Southwest.
I have Gibraltar. Yeah. We're at 7 boxes out of 30. The JLP is Cardell Wickham at 251. The PNP is Nardia Thompson at 201.
All right.
Okay.
And that's helpful to know.
That's Alexandra on the screen now, and the JLP's Ron Davidson as 752, Christopher French from the PNP 232. That's the JLP are defending a significant majority. I think almost 900 votes there.
Take me to St. Anne Southeastern, Claremont Division. What's going on there? The People's National Party's Katie and Harty against Sasha Lee lead. This is, again, Lisa Hanna's constituency where there's been a lot of talk about a lack of support being seen and felt by the councillors.
In Claremont,
and potentially, yes, and potentially the impact.
And the PNP are defending a
and how that might work
there.
out.
We're at 15 boxes out of 35. Katie and Harty of the PNP at 688. And
Sasha Lee.
Sasha?
Yeah, Shasha Lee
of the Jamaica Labour Party 494.
All right.
So 688 to Katie and Harty of the PNP and Lee of the JLP 494.
Then if you can go to St. Thomas to the Landui division, because I have some results from the ground. The PNP's Edwin Marr is the incumbent after 18 boxes. He has 858 votes. To the JLP's Andrea Patience, she has 830. So that's a 28 vote difference there. And let me just look at the results from the last election. The PNP won by 10 votes in that election, 1,161, and the JLP got 1,151. So that was a very narrow win for the PNP. And this is 18 boxes. I don't know how many boxes are in that division.
Yes, but not 18. So we know at least we're looking at about halfway, if anything,
so
for that number.
858 to 830, so that's 28. That's not a comfortable
All right,
lead.
both of you hold on for me, and viewers will continue to share some results, but we have to take a short break. Do stay with us. We'll soon come.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We continue our coverage of the local government elections, Vote 24. And we want to thank our panelists in our previous segment and welcome a new set of panelists. And joining us, we have Daniel Archer, attorney at law, commentator. We also have with us Paul Ashley. And also rounding out our panel, we have Clyde Williams, attorney at law. You know, hold on, a pure lawyer up on the panel. Okay, Clyde Williams. Clyde Williams, attorney at law and former member of the People's National Party. Clive Mullings with us as well, one of our own hosts of Hotline, also former member of the Jamaica Labour Party. Before we start with them, though, we're going back to the EOJ Centre where Javon Keys has the very latest. Javon, tell us what's exciting in some of those very close races.
Well, thank you so much, Dian. Well, what's really exciting is what's happening in the Papine division. I'm going to ask my videographer to come with me for a second, as shortly I'll also give you what's happening in Christiana. But let's look at the Papine division. We're seeing where currently Venetia Phillips has 1,806 votes, and Darrington Ferguson has 1,768 votes. 90.91% of the boxes have been counted. In real terms, that's 40 of the 44 boxes being completed, and that's at 8:07 p.m. So we're continuing to track that one as those numbers come in. The Portmore municipality is also populating, but much slower than the others. We're seeing 14.4% of the overall boxes counted. That's 40, it looks like 46 of 319. But let's go to where some declarations have been made. So in Christiana, Manchester, that seat has been declared for that's Michael Evans of the People's National Party, 1,869 votes for him. That's 54% against Desmond Harrison of the Jamaica Labour Party, 1,596 votes for him. So 100% of the boxes counted, 38 of 38. But what does that look like across the country? We want to paint that picture for you because that's important, because we know that each party is going for securing the municipal corporations. So when we look at Kingston, as it is now, we're seeing in Kingston 97.6% of the boxes are in progress of being counted. 3 seats declared for the Jamaica Labour Party, 3 for the People's National Party. In St Andrew, 89.7% of those boxes are in progress of being counted. 17 for JLP, 17 for PNP, so very tight there in St Andrew. As it relates to St Thomas, 68.1% in progress, 4 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 5 for the PNP. Portland has 3 in favour of the JLP, 6 in favour of the PNP. St Anne, 62% in progress, 10 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP so far. St James, 75%, 11 for the JLP, 6 for the People's National Party. Hanover has 7 for the People's National Party with 65.3% in progress of being counted. No seats yet declared. No seats declared for the JLP just yet. Westmoreland has 74% of boxes in progress of being counted. 2 for the JLP, 12 for the People's National Party. In St. Elizabeth, 72.6% in progress, 8 for the JLP, 7 for the PNP, while Manchester has 75.9%, 3 for the JLP, 12 for the People's National Party. As we round up with Clarendon, 77.7% in progress of being counted, 12 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 10 for the People's National Party. And in St. Catharines, 63.4% of all the boxes are in progress of being counted, with 18 for the JLP and 18 for the PNP. So a tie there. What does that look like? 72% of the overall boxes across the country have been counted. That works out to 4,876 of the 6,726 boxes complete. That's 4,876 of the 6,726 boxes completed. Of course, as the data continues to roll in, we'll give you some more updates. But let's look at Kingston and St Andrew overall. 91% of those boxes counted, 1,308 of the 1,436. We'll give you some disaggregated data in a moment. But until then, back to you in studio. Dion.
All right, thank you so much, Javon. And I think what we want at this stage is to get a sense of which parishes the PNP is leading in, which parishes the JLP is leading in. So that's what we are waiting for. We are also getting some on-the-ground results in relation to Okay, I'm going to wait for official confirmation because it has to do with some of those very close divisions, Kintyre, and we are going to hopefully shortly be going to the PNP headquarters because we're getting some word coming out of there. We continue to monitor it. But thank you all so much for joining us. And let me start with you, Daniel. Give me a sense of what you've been seeing so far.
I think what you want to, and what I've been seeing is persons coming out in the constituencies that you expect them to come out in their numbers. One of the concerns or curiosities I've been having is to see whether or not the numbers actually translate into votes. To see that you have the crowd at the polling station. So I'm coming from Mandeville. My polling division was a bit crowded at 1 o'clock, and I continued to see traffic coming into the polling area, and I wondered, wait, this is uncanny. I thought people were staying home. So if that's the situation happening here in Mandeville, and you get the effects coming from around the island, you have that sense that there is really a turnout on this occasion. The question is, what's the extent of the turnout? And is the turnout a traditional turnout, or as the PNP has said, a referendum on the ruling party? That's what I'm looking to see.
Okay. Clyde, what's at stake? Wow.
A lot.
He's
A lot is at stake. Both parties have made it a referendum election, both parties. If the PNP loses, Golding will have questions to answer at Old Hope Road. If Andrew loses, then he will certainly have questions to answer as well. I imagine if Andrew, when I say Andrew, the JLP, if the JLP wins, I'm expecting a national election before the end of this year if the JLP were to win this local. If they lose the local in terms of the popular vote, I expect that they'll push the next election as far in 2025 as they possibly can. So I say tomorrow morning is going to be very significant for both Andrew Holness and Mark Golding. Well, tonight by midnight.
Paul Ashley, what's at stake? Or is it just a local government election?
No, it's not just a local government election. I would go with Clyde on that one, but I would add that it also is a referendum on the polls. Is it the 1% lead or is it the 4% lead? Because if the 4% has a margin of error of 2.5, so even if the margin of error can go down to 1%, and the 1% have a margin of error of plus or minus 3%, it can go up to 4%.
Dr. Ashley?
Yeah.
Normal listener viewer them can't follow you.
They can't follow that?
No.
They can't follow that?
No.
All right. One poll says PNP is behind by 4%. The JLP is in the lead by 4%. Another poll says it's 1% lead by the JLP. The marginal error of the first poll is 2.5%, plus or minus 2.5%. They claim that they are accurate. So if you minus 2.5% from 4%, it leaves you 1.5%.
But you could add as well.
You can add, so you're going will. Yeah, but
okay, I'm going to divert this conversation because I promise you nobody at home is following.
Not following.
If I could summarize, you're saying once the results come out, we'll see which poll was more accurate.
Yes.
So you're saying you think the election is also a vote to see vote of sorts, to see which
poll. Yeah. So you have the parties organization. Yes. You have the leaders of both parties because they have made it that way, and I add the pollsters.
Okay, got you. Clive, for you.
Looking at it, you have to see where they're coming from in 2016. Last time around, JP had 130, the PNP 98. So the momentum, is there momentum? Will it be able to put them forward to say, take control of the municipalities? That's the question. Some seats are being flipped, we see that. But the overall issue is now, is that momentum enough? And if it isn't enough, what does that mean for the leadership in the PNP? If it is a situation where they do succeed, what does that mean for the JLP? JLP has more to play with because they will then determine when they're going to call the elections and they'll have the resources. So where we are now is very important. If the PNP loses, even if they gain some seats, the long knives might be out for the leadership of the party.
The issue is, I have a problem, Dion. The issue is, what is winning, what is considered winning and what is considered losing, right? Because if the PMP increases its number of municipalities it holds, it would consider that a significant win. You see, if it increases.
Right.
If the JLP loses any, it will consider it a loss. Everybody will say they have lost.
And what about, though, the significant, let's look at this, the KSAMC, which is going to be regarded as a big prize for whoever wins, especially it was so close last time around. JLP won at 21-19, as we said earlier, based on a 1-vote difference in the Raytown division that saw the division going to Rosalie Hamilton. So who wins KSAMC says what, Daniel?
It says that the people are looking for performance. Because if you look at the comments that were being made about what's been happening in Kingston, the performance of the councillors, then it means that the voters are not just looking at the leadership, the colour of the party. They're now looking at what's happening in that zone that is being controlled. And I think that's one of the things, if you looked at the Dun Anderson polls, when they said 40% of the people thought that the municipalities were performing on a low level, does this mean that councillors are now being examined on their performance?
All right, let's go to a very quick break and we'll be back. We have the very latest and results are coming in as we speak, so don't go anywhere. We still come.
Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of
app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner, click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eCleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips.
And just to remind you that we do have reporters on location at PNP headquarters, at the Electoral office, as you are seeing, as well as JLP headquarters. We'll go to them in just a moment. But that we're talking about the KSAMC, and Clyde Williams, your thoughts on that one, the big prize.
Yes, well, that is always going to be significant. If the government loses Kingston and St. Andrew, that sends a very strong message right across the length and breadth of the country. It's a capital, and traditionally the KSAC has been seen, municipal cooperation has been seen as the big prize in the local government elections. So I'm looking to see what is going to happen in that regard. I think the JLP has miscalculated badly in terms of the timing of the local government election, a year before a general election is due. The last time they mistimed it, sorry, I shouldn't say mistimed, the last time we had a referendum local before a general was 1986, and the government was wiped out at the time. It was 65% turnout, and as we know, that was Mr. Siaga was the Prime Minister. The JLP was wiped out. By 1989, when the general was held, they were further wiped out. And in 1990, wiped out again on the local government. So local government wiped out in 86, general election wipeout in 89, 1990 local government wipeout. Those two turnouts are the largest we have ever had in the local government history. 65% in 1986, and in 1990 it was about 56%. Referendum elections do not, when they come before the general, do not favor the incumbent if the incumbent loses the local government election. The writing is on the wall. Let's call for Daniel. What's the next, Miller?
Okay, and Clive Mullins, for you.
I think that clearly if there's a momentum...
I'm so sorry. I do have to interrupt you because we're going now to Giovanni Dennis at PNP headquarters. Go ahead, Giovanni.
All right, thank you so much, Dion. Now, I'm still here at the PNP headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road. I have been speaking to party officials. I spoke with Julian Robinson moments ago, and he was convinced that the People's National Party has already won 20 of the 40 divisions in the Kingston and St. Andrew division area. With me now is Andrew Swaby, who says he has retained the Vineyard Town division. Mr. Swaby, what makes you so convinced?
No, I went to the county centre, and while I can't give you the final count, but I have, of the 48 boxes, I think only 10. That's a lower part of Vineyard Town that the JLP has won in. So I'm comfortable. The others are like double digit lead. So I'm comfortable that we have retained that one.
I also spoke with Mr. Robinson, who told me that the Papine division, that one of the hotly contested divisions with Venetia Phillips and Darrington Ferguson, that Darrington Ferguson has in fact won by over 100 votes. That's what Mr. Robinson just said to me before I came on air. What can you say about that in terms of what you're hearing from the Papine division, Mr. Swaby?
I'm hearing those same figures coming from the party workers. Those are the the preliminary count. So we are waiting for them to tabulate those figures. But we have tabulated our figures, and I'm extremely happy if that is the case, because that division is a PMP division. Venetia Phillips has betrayed the PMP and the people of Papine division, and I'm extremely happy that the Trafalgar division also returned back to the PMP. It was always a PMP division, and it will remain a PMP division.
I've been hearing a lot of sentiments from party supporters who sound very bitter that the Venetia Phillips and Carrie Douglas made a transition to the Jamaican Labour Party. How much did it hurt the party that they transitioned to the JLP?
I wouldn't say we are bitter, but we have to put the facts on the table. The JLP has courted them for the longest while, and they have gone to the JLP, and we respect that time. But we make no qualms about it. We said that we were going to get back those two seats, and we have gotten back those two. It seems that, well, we are sure we have gotten back Trafalgar, and I'm waiting for the final count for.
Thanks, Mr. Swaby. I do have to wrap right now. So, Dion, sending back to you in studio, I can say to you as well that I spoke earlier with Julian Robinson, who told me that Romaine Morris has won the Moko division. Of course, that is unconfirmed and unofficial, but that's what Julian Robinson said to me when I spoke with him earlier. But for now, it's back to you in studio, and that's the latest from the PNP headquarters here. The mood has gotten a lot more festive. Crowds have now come on the compound here at the party headquarters, and it is, in fact, a party atmosphere at the moment. But for now, it's back to you in studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Giovanni. We'll take a short break on TVJ, but stay with us. We continue on our other platforms, and TVJ will rejoin us shortly. Just Giovanni was mentioning there, the Trafalgar division, and all boxes are counted in that division. The PNP is Jesse Clark, 1691, to the JLP is Carrie Douglas, 1021. So about 680.
That's a decisive win. That's a decisive win.
Okay, so just to repeat that, Jesse Clark of the People's National Party has won the Trafalgar division, retained it for the PNP, defeating the JLP's Carrie Douglas. And of course, listeners and viewers may recall that Carrie Douglas had represented the PNP, switched over to the JLP, and in fact, in the 2020 general election, she went up against Julian Robinson, who had been her MP when she was his councillor, and lost to him in the general. She's now losing here in the local government election.
What will be interesting is how many, as you put it, turncoats are
successful. As who put it?
Somebody has put it as turncoats. Or switcheroos.
Let us not put those words in my voice.
How many switcheroos
do manage to retain their seat?
Are successful.
I wanted to come to both Clyde and Clive, though, because explain for our listeners and viewers the whole process in terms of what happens on the ground, and how is it that the parties get these results so quickly while we're still waiting for the initial results, and how accurate they are. Clyde, let me ask you.
Well, I can speak from my experience when I was active. If you do a good canvas and you have an A-list, this is what we call the list in the PNP, an A-list, and you do a good canvas, as people come, the outdoor agents checking off. Because they're on the A-list. So you say, what's your name, John Brown? Oh, A-list. So you know that's 1 vote, 2 vote, then 3 vote. So by the time the outdoor agents get to 2 o'clock, they can say, we have a 90% turnout of our A-list. The A-list is the people that you know say, a rock stone comrade.
Die hard.
Die hard. In the case of the Labour Party, I imagine, same thing, right? But traditionally, you weren't as well organized. Sorry, not you. The JLP wasn't as well organized in their ground game until Golden in 2007, when they began to step up their ground game. Interestingly, since Golden and Andrew, the JLP now has, in generals, have over 400,000 votes. They never used to have near 400,000 votes. The only party that used to go over 400,000 votes about like 1989 was the People's National Party. So the JLP majority in the country has increased. You know, at the time people would say a PMP country.
Yeah.
The JLP's majority has increased in terms of those who support the JLP default position. So that's the situation in terms of how the parties can know. By 2 o'clock, the PMP can tell if them win the seat. That was then, I don't know about now.
And on the night now, Clive, when they're actually watching the counting, tell us what happens.
Well, essentially what happens there, you know, you start checking off, all right? And you'll have an idea to say, well, so many persons have voted, so many votes are supposed to be in by this particular point in time, and you may have a preliminary thing and say, this is how many votes you have in the box and what have you, and by that way you know, hey, this is what is happening. So what we're seeing now, at the end of the day, is going to still be the preliminary vote.
Yes. Right, sure.
Right? So tomorrow, the final thing, where they actually go through and start the actual count.
So
go ahead then.
Quick question now. As you do all of that, how do we get a sense of what the overall voter turnout is like?
Well, what would happen there would be a hub at Old Hope Road, and you feed in the results as they come along. So the first of the results will be coming from the outdoor agents. They are the key to measure your progress. So if at 1 o'clock the outdoor agent says, guys, we've only had 50% of the A-list, you know, say all the runners them now stepping up because you got to get the votes.
Runners are the people who bring your voters.
That's correct. And you only go for your voters.
Yes.
Because every runner will have a list of voters. So that's why you will see runners come back with granny in a wheelchair and then lift her and come and so on. So that's the role of the runners and the outdoor agents.
And it's critical, but you must know on the ground who is who.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Or you may end up carrying your opponents.
So they use those numbers then, so the runners, and I asked that question because today I'm trying to gauge what's happening on the road. So I'm calling around and I'm saying, what's the sense on the road? And somebody would say to me, well, all my 100 turnout.
That's
so
right.
what you mean all your 100 turnout? Well, I did have a list of 50, but I end up carrying 100. And I'm asking, so same question, how you know, say, are your people them that? No, man. And my people them there, we carry them. So we know, say, my people them turn out. So I ask you that because I figure I'm most interested in what the voter turnout is going to be like. Because this is what is going to tell us if people are listening, what are their concerns, and as Clyde said, what's going to be the tone for the election.
What is important, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a local or a general. It's the same dynamic on election day. Same dynamics.
Yes,
in other words, so when you're organizing, you're not organizing for a local or a general. You're organizing for an election that you want to win.
This is practice?
Yeah.
Is local government is practice?
No. It's two finals you have. Every election is a final. There's no practice. No practice. Every election is final.
Dress rehearsal.
No dress rehearsal.
So you get it right in the local government?
No. You get it right in every election. You get it right in local government, don't mean anything for the next election.
Let's come back to your question about winning.
We're getting reports of celebrations at the PNP headquarters.
You're celebrating.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm telling you. Seriously. Take for instance, when was I heavily involved with Sharon A. Webster, when Sharon A. Webster was on the PNP side. This is the election might have been 2011 election.
Before she was a dual citizen.
That's her 2011 election. By we got to about 3 o'clock, we knew we had won the election. Because you know how many votes you need. The first thing you have to decide, how many votes do I need to win this election? So you might say I need 16,000 votes. Let us say that's the target. By 3 o'clock, when the A-list reports come in, they say, wait, we have 17,000. We won the election. Yes.
But how does this translate now for the MPs? So this election, you notice every division has had members of parliament standing up, introducing them. The number of divisions that are won, does this translate into the success of the member of parliament? It means an endorsement for the member of parliament?
Well, it's more than that. It means going forward, what's going to happen for the member of parliament. Because if you're losing your divisions, chances are there's a swing against you.
Yes.
So it is also a referendum on the performance of the member of parliament.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know, see the member of parliament stand up beside everything.
No, you see them. They do this.
Parliament is everywhere.
They do this. They present the candidate to you.
Yeah.
So,
and they're everywhere. And not only that, they're getting the allocation of the 140 million to fix parochial roads, the member of
Okay,
parliament.
we need to go back to the PNP headquarters. So as soon as we can do that, can we, to get a sense of what is happening there? As we said, we hear of celebrations, so we do need to go to PNP headquarters so we can, have our viewers and see and hear what exactly is happening there. All right, and
what is happening at Belmont Road?
So perhaps strategically, the JLP now ruin, as in not ruin, but vexed and disappointed in the timing of the local.
all right, going to interrupt you, Clyde. Let's go to Giovanni Dennis at PNP. Go ahead, Giovanni.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. Well, as you can see, I'm surrounded by PNP party supporters. It's a jubilant mood here at the PNP headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road. It's a little difficult for me to speak clearly because I'm being hindered by party supporters here, but as you can see and hear, the mood here is euphoric. It's a party celebratory kind of atmosphere. They believe they have won the local government election. We do not have anything confirmed. As you can see, the supporters from the Papine division are here with Darrington Ferguson. They again are insisting, as I reported earlier, that he has defeated Venetia Phillips, who's the incumbent who made a switch to the Jamaica Labour Party. I was speaking with Julian Robinson just now, and he again is convinced that they have won at least 20 divisions so far in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. In terms of that extra one to reclaim the municipal corporation, that from their count is not yet confirmed. But at the moment, I can tell you that the party supporters here already feel very victorious. They feel very convinced that they have won. I'm going to see if I can get a word from this supporter right here. Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir.
Why are you so happy right now?
Because our time now. Free way right now. Our time.
Do you know the councillor for your division?
Hello?
Who is the councillor for your division?
Got him name.
Or the candidate for your division? Augustone division. Would that be Darrington? Would that be Darrington Ferguson?
I'm in there, but I joined there. I come from far, come here. You understand me? Yeah.
And in terms of what is happening, so that's a little bit of what you're getting here from the PNP headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road. I will, for the next update, try to get an official comment from one of the party senior executives. But at the moment, I'll just step aside and just give you a shot of the mood here at the PNP headquarters, Dion.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. And indeed, as our viewers take in the sights and as our listeners take in the sounds, we are going to segue, however, to the Electoral Office where Javon Keys is, and then we hope to be able to link with the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters as well. But let's go to Javon Keys now at the Electoral Office. Can you hear me, Javon? Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Dion. Well, yes, I can actually hear you. So we can, in fact, declare the Papine division for the People's National Party. So 52% of the votes, that's 2,113 for Darrington Ferguson of the People's National Party, and Venetia Phillips got 1,854. So 100% of those boxes counted, and it is declared for the People's National Party. Now let's give you a little bit more context of what's happening in the parishes. So Kingston and St. Andrew overall has 40 divisions, and at the last count for when we look at Kingston particularly, 3 seats so far in favor of the JLP and 3 for the PNP. That's 3 of 6 seats in Kingston. Looking at St. Andrew with the 34 divisions, we have 16 for the Jamaica Labour Party and 18 for the People's National Party. Looking at St. Thomas, and St. Thomas has 10 divisions. We have 3 so far for the JLP, 5 for the PNP. But of course, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that boxes are in progress. So these are just preliminary. But just to note that all boxes have been counted in Kingston. Kingston specifically has all boxes counted and it is even. So 3 for JLP, 3 for PNP. St. Andrew has 98% of the boxes in progress of being counted, 16 declared for the JLP, 18 for the People's National Party. Let's take a look at the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation. Only 76.3% of the boxes have been counted, and we see here, and in that municipal corporation, as I said, 10, 3 for the JLP, 5 for the PNP. Portland has 78.8% being counted, 6 for the JLP, 3 for the People's National Party. Let's head over to Portland, where there are 9 divisions. We have 6 for the JLP, 3 for the PNP. In St. Mary, 82% of boxes are in progress, 8 for the Jamaica Labour Party, and 5 for the People's National Party. And of course, in that parish, there are 13 divisions being contested. Let's take a look at St. Anne with 11 for the JLP so far, 5 for the People's National Party. 96% of those divisions have their boxes in progress of being counted. And in St. Anne, that's 16 divisions in total. For Trelawney, 6 for the JLP, 3 for the PNP out of 9. And again, not all boxes are counted, but as I wrap up, let's look at Clarendon. 96% of the boxes are in progress. 12 for the People's National Party, 10 for the JLP. And in St. Catherine, it's very close so far, but 76% of the boxes counted, 20 in favor of the PNP, 19 for the Jamaica Labour Party. Of course, the data is being updated, but as we look at the overall map that's just being updated here, we have 90% of the boxes counted across the island. That's 90.10, with 6,061 of the 6,626 boxes counted across the island. 90.3, just updated now, so 90.3% of the boxes counted with 6,072 of the 6,726 boxes. I'll, in a moment, seek to give you some more of those seats that have been declared. Looking at the Portmore municipality, however, only 31.7% of those boxes are counted. That's 101 of 319, and we're seeing mostly orange. So I'll give you some more of those declared seats in a moment. Thank you so much, Dion. Back to you.
Javon, just before you leave us, just want to clarify something. The numbers that you gave us, were they all declared seats or were they seats trending to the PNP and JLP?
So those are seats trending. So those are seats trending for the PNP and JLP, except for in Kingston. Kingston, which has overall 6 divisions, 100% of those boxes have been counted, and 3 for JLP, 3 for PNP. I will give the exact declarations for Kingston in a moment, so that way we can paint a better picture for our viewers. But and also I'll seek to give the seats declared. Well, more of the seats declared in St. Andrew, as we already declared here, the Papine division in favor of the People's National Party. So I'll work on that. So when I join next, I'll be able to paint a better picture.
Thank you so much, Javon. We're going to be going in a moment to the JLP headquarters, but just before that, Giovanni Dennis has the successful candidate for the PNP, the PNP's Papine division. Go ahead, Giovanni. We'll go back once we sort that out, all right? So, and as I mentioned in a moment, we'll be checking on what's happening at the Jamaica Labour Party headquarters. But in the meantime, quick comments, Paul Ashley, what we heard there?
It seems as if it is turning out to be a very close situation so far. I don't know what is the percentage turnout, if it has reached the 20-odd %, or is it 30-odd? Is it 40? I don't think it can ever be 40. No, I think it might be 30, 32, 33. Plus, yeah, 32, 33. That's interesting. Clyde mentioned the aspect of wrong timing by the JLP. I wondered if the JLP had ever considered twinning the elections, the local and the central.
Well,
and let us get this thing over with once and for all. Because to me, it means, irrespective of the results, no.
Hold that thought. I'm going to come back to that. Giovanni Dennis at PNP headquarters.
All right, thanks so much again, Dion. So I'm with the Darrington Ferguson, who defeated the incumbent Venetia Phillips in the Papine division. It's a division that, as you heard Mr. Swaby said earlier, that the People's National Party were targeting. Mr. Ferguson, firstly, how do you feel about your victory, sir?
I'm elated, at the same time I'm humbled, because when I look at the team and the work that the team did, I am humbled and I'm honored to serve the people of the Papine division.
What difference will you make to that division?
1, I will be accessible and I will never leave the people. 2, I will be a counselor for all. And 3, I will make sure that all their unanswered questions are answered.
I have with me as well, Dion, the president of the People's National Party Women's Movement, Patricia Duncan Sutherland. Miss Duncan Sutherland, just before we came live just now, you leapt across our cameras here in jubilation. Why did you do that?
Well, because I am the MP caretaker for Eastern St. Andrew, and Darrington is a critical part of the team because myself and my councillors will work very hard together. I am patiently awaiting the results for Comrade Carl Little, and I am praying that we will be going in with 2 PMP councillors so we can transform Eastern St. Andrew, so that we can partner with the people of Eastern St. Andrew, because we have the power team.
I hear it's a celebratory mode here at 89 Old Hope Road. Is it just for the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation, or is it a performance nationally that the people are proud of?
It is for the signal that has been said nationally. We are tired of the labor pains, as our song said, but to really put it more succinctly, Jamaican people are suffering, and the situation and the policies of this government does not help them to be able to shift anything in their lives. And so therefore, the signal has been sent to this government. It's time for a change. Time come.
Just before I go, for many Jamaicans waking up tomorrow, they may be cynical and saying, come tomorrow morning, it won't make a difference in their lives. Whether it's the PNP in power or the JLP in power at the local government level, what do you say to Jamaicans who are indifferent about what happens, and what change really can Jamaicans expect practically if the PNP wins the local government election?
Well, practically, the first thing that they can expect is a much higher level of engagement. Because the only way that we are going to shift the impact that local government has is to make sure that local government involves the people and is for the people. And so, yes, I understand the cynicism because of the history. It is for us to make sure that people in Jamaica understand that it is possible to have a truly participatory democracy where you can partner with your councillors, where you can partner with your MPs to create a different kind of environment that causes you to have social mobility and to be able to have a better life in general.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Duncan Sutherland. Okay, so you just heard there from Patricia Duncan Sutherland, as well as Darrington Ferguson, who defeated the JLP's incumbent Venetia Phillips in the Papine division. That's what's happening here at the PNP headquarters at 89 Old Hope Road, Dion. The atmosphere here has transformed into that of a party. In studio, I will just leave you with a shot of the scene here.
Okay, thank you so much, Giovanni. I should say our reporter who has been tracking the Hanover results is telling us that the PNP has held on to the Hanover Municipal Corporation. Let's go over now to Belmont Road, the JLP headquarters. Andrea Chisholm is there. Andrea?
Thank you so much, Dion. We're still here at the JLP headquarters at Belmont Road in St. Andrew, where a few more supporters have joined individuals here on the compound. Not much activity is taking place at the moment. A few seconds ago, JLP Deputy Leader Desmond McKenzie entered the compound. We asked to have a word with him. He said not right now. I don't know if it is that he's unable to speak with us at the moment or what exactly is happening in the JLP camp. But I did also talk to some supporters. I asked them how they're feeling at this moment. Some said they do not know. They're watching TVJ to see what is happening. Others were just mute, looking at me. So we're not sure what the activities are like on the ground here at the JLP headquarters. But what I can tell you is that at the moment, you have a number of media persons who are here trying to figure out what is happening in the JLP camp. I saw JLP Senator Dana Morris-Dixon also on hand, and a few other JLP supporters here. And as usual, the police are also here maintaining a presence in the area. So for now, that is what is happening here at the JLP headquarters.
Thank you so much, Andrea Chisholm. And I mean, if you just look at the pictures, you certainly do get a very stark
contrast.
The JLP is shell-shocked.
Yes, a contrast.
Shell-shocked.
Yes.
Bro God worked hard, hard. He campaigned. I've never seen a prime minister campaign as intensely as he did in the last couple of weeks. I mean, even though he's supposed to be a Seventh-day Adventist, he was really out there on a Saturday.
Yes.
Right? He was really working it. He was doing the popularity. He was doing everything right in politics. And now to come down to being this close against a political neophyte, right? It shows that something is going to
and the question is going to be the measure of, because I would call it, I think the PNP will have won the local government elections. The question now is that breakdown and how far have they come to achieve that. It also means what's going to happen in terms of party machineries.
Yes.
Because this clearly is saying, well, if a low voter turnout and you can pull your votes out, what does that mean for you in a general election? So,
well, I can tell you one man that's supposed to be right now breathing a sigh of relief, and that's Mark Golding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he had also made this a referendum on his leadership of the PNP in terms of rallying and getting the party organized, because he's been everywhere. Nook, cranny, everywhere he's
For 3 years.
For 3 years. So I'm sure right now he's having a sip of wine, because it's a wine or water party, this Some people going to be balling buckets, and some people going to be drinking wine, celebrating. And I think Golding right now has his chin up. Must.
I think if you look at the numbers, though, I mean, there is that question, popularity over performance.
Yeah.
Was it a question of popularity that was able to win or get you through the general elections? I know that wave has been ridden. Where are you in terms of performance? Is this a referendum, so to speak, on the performance of the political party itself in the local government? And I think that's the consequence of tying your future to the local government, which is one more reason why we have to have this conversation about how you change it. Because the future of your party is literally tied to the performance of the councillors in the different divisions.
Except though, there's something we used to talk about, that it's a phrase I haven't heard used for some years. We used to talk about the two-term syndrome.
Yes.
That after a certain period of time, people just want a change. They don't care what you've been doing.
Guess what?
Let me just finish the point though, because Daniel was speaking about performance, and I'm saying it's in that context that what we used to see is that people really don't care. At a certain time, they just feel you start get arrogant, you start get satisfied, and it's time to change.
Yeah, your belly
But
starts
I'd go a little bit further. I take your point, but I raise you one. Because even if it is a question about the two-term, what you have seen over the last several years is a question about my performance. I'm doing this, I'm doing this. And so marry that with the popularity, people are going to be asking, where they? What's happening? So it's not so much I want a change, because like ladies say, I hear people say it, but change to what?
All right, 1 second. The report I'm getting is that the PNP won all 7 divisions in Hanover.
Wow.
So in the 2016 elections, it was 4-3 to the PNP. And what I'm getting here from our reporters is that the PNP has this time around won all 7.
Well, in fact, I was looking at Hanover as a kind of weather vane, two between East and Western Hanover. And to have that kind of shift in Hanover is telling a story.
What do you mean by weather vane?
In terms of the turnout.
No, what it means, the term.
Well, in terms of having a temperature as to what else is happening.
Okay.
And what is happening there is that we can see the wind of momentum. What it also means is that for the next several months before next national election, there's a lot of politicking going to be taking place.
Right, it's on the wall.
Right, it's on the wall. So a lot of organization and politicking is going to be taking place between now and then.
I have a problem in that traditionally, a low voter turnout is to the benefit of the incumbent. Yes. People vote you out. Mm-hmm. This has a relatively low voter turnout.
Well, we don't know yet.
Well, it don't reach 40%.
That's what I'm...
You see? And this is what Daniel's point is. It's a low voter turnout, yet still you have a considerable shift.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that is strange. Yes. That is strange. How you interpret that?
Which is why I asked the question, if it maintains, all I'm interested in at this point is the voter turnout. And when you compare the voter turnouts in the different areas to see which areas they came out in their numbers in. Because if it's still a low voter turnout, that's my point. Yes. It's a question of performance because you have a low voter turnout. If the voter turnout is high, then, Dion, your point about a change may very well be valid because then people are saying we want a change. Yeah. But if your voter turnout is the same people coming out to vote, what does that mean?
But the traditional voter turnout in local government elections have always been under 40%, ranging in the 34, the 35, the 36. Only 2 times. 1986, 65 point something percent, the referendum election on Siaga's performance. 1990 after PNP won the 89 election, that was 50 something percent. Nobody calls the local before the general. The traditional view is you run the general, you win it, and then you call your local shortly after. So I was a little bit surprised that the Andrew Holness administration kept pushing back the local. 8 years would have passed. Now, this is not the first time we have had 8 years between 1990 and 1998. We had 8 years. So when the PNP people say, oh, local government in here, but you did it as well. Between 1990 and 1998, there was 8 years.
Yes, I remember former mayor of Montego Bay of blessed memory, Arthur Gilchrist, telling me, say, I'm tired.
8 years. 8 years. That should have been, those are the days, is every third year you used to have an election. Right. So we're talking about 3 elections should have been held in that period of time. I think the JLP has miscalculated badly to have election on the eve, a local on the eve of a general. You don't have much time to fix the problems.
And that's the thing. And the thing about it is that...
I think we were to go back to... Well, I'm waiting to double check if we're going back to the PNP headquarters right now. Let me just check on
the thing about it, though, is whether or not they'll be able now to... Don't wait on the coattails of an Andrew Holness. This is what has been happening.
Don't wait on what?
The coattails.
Hold on, I know you're all full-fledged into the argument, so let's just go back now, and then we can pick up. Giovanni?
Thanks so much, Dion. So Dennis Gordon has retained the Maxfield division. Firstly, were you doubtful, Mr. Gordon?
Never doubtful. It was just about the margin, and I've secured the seat by over 2,000 votes, and I'm just elated and ready for the big show.
The PNP were very keen on retaining the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. We haven't had the official numbers just yet, but what are you hearing from your people on the ground?
Well, we have won 19 and we're leading in 4. So I am optimistic that we will win the KCMC.
And in terms of overall now for the local government election, it's a celebratory mood here. I'm listening to my team reporting from other areas and speaking on air right now. It is contrasting to what's happening at the JLP. How does the party feel overall about the election?
It's an vindication and the leadership of Mark Golin. Jamaica felt that he couldn't do it and he had led us to victory. And we are looking forward to work even harder to ensure that he becomes the Prime Minister of this country.
What difference will it make come tomorrow morning, especially in the Kingston Municipal Corporation? I questioned you at the recent political debates, debate number 1 on the Thursday, and one of the major concerns for many people is the developments across the area, the insufficiently regulated developments, and a big part of that problem is the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation and the approval process. What will change if the PNP wins come tomorrow?
Firstly, accountability will be centered to what we do. The 3 strategic law embrace participation from the public. We will ensure that from day 1, the public are central to whatever we do. The public will be invited to serve on some of the committee and some of the commissions because we need checks and balance. One of the things that we will do firstly is to ask for an audit because there were too many things happening there that was never ever accounted for.
And just to be clear, will this be an independent audit, independent of the KSMC that is?
We can't audit ourselves. So I'm saying 7 years of no internal audit report, 5 years of no public accountability for our finances, and it just goes on and on and on. It was the most corrupt and dark administration ever in the history of the KCMC. And this is a vindication for what we brought to the table while we were in opposition.
And just to be clear, that's the opinion of Mr. Dennis Gordon. That's not what Television Jamaica is saying in terms of what he just said just now. What do you say to PNP supporters here right now who are in a jubilant mood?
No, it is fair for you to put the disclaimer, but I said it in the public debate, and I'm repeating it again. We're about accountability, we're about transparency, and I have no apologies for that. What happened there was just dark. As for the PNP supporters, when I became regional chairman, I set out on the task to regain the KCMC. I am 90% away from doing so, and I just want to thank the PNP supporters wholeheartedly for believing in the message and work hard despite no money to bring us to where we are. I really want to thank them.
Dennis Gordon, thank you so very much for your time. Appreciate it. So that's Dennis Gordon, who has won the Maxfield Division in Kingston and St. Andrew. Dion, sending it back to you in studio. And again, the atmosphere here is one of jubilation from the PNP supporters. And I will leave you once more with some shots and scenes of what's happening here.
All right, thank you so much, Giovanni. And just for the record, Mr. Gordon won there with 2,378 votes in the Maxfield Park Division. The Omar White of the JLP, 269, and Mr. Gordon has actually increased his majority. He won with 86.3% of votes last time. This time around, it's 89%. So, decisive win there. Daniel, I heard you pick up on the word accountability.
Everybody's using that. It seems to be the magic word. You know, we talk about that.
To get us to where?
Because to my mind, it indicates that within the public domain, that's a demand. Within the public, people are asking for accountability and transparency. So the response to the public's demand is for you, the politician, to say, I am bringing accountability and transparency. But we've had the promises before. So let's not go to what was said about you being accountable. I think I'm interested in the numbers, because then if we keep hearing that, it means that there's a greater demand for accountability, transparency, and how that translates into what people say and do for holding their accountability partners, the councillors.
You know, there's another side to that, you know, that I'm really tickled by. There's the charge of corruption. We hear everybody wants accountability. This is said it's the most corrupt administration. If it is the most corrupt administration, it seems to me that the corrupted were very mean. If you have money from whatever source and you don't spend it to protect your position, then you're really very mean. Yes. The man said we had no money.
That's the PNP.
The PNP said we have no money and we're dealing with accountability, right? The question is, some people got money. If you look at the Auditor General's report about how many millions not properly accounted for, where did that money go? And is it that they are serious about accountability? And accountability must mean jail time for some. You can't just have transparency and accountability. And
but that's not the remit of the politician. The remit of that is not a question of the arresting people for fraud. That's the remit of the police services and the DPP's office. What I'm interested in is what institutional changes will the PNP make to ensure that what we have had in local government, the wagga wagga, the run with it kind of local government, they catch up the road with 1 inch of asphalt, and as soon as the rain falls, it's back to square one. How will the PNP change that institutionally? Not just new faces, but what will they do institutionally? That's what I'm concerned about.
And that will make a difference.
Absolutely.
If you take, sorry, Clive.
No, please go ahead.
If you take that change, and I was thinking as you started the conversation, if you really want great change, and if a political party wants to set itself apart, it has to be creative and innovative in how it's going to go about local government. I raised that, Clive, because when I was preparing for this evening, I recognized that we've adopted full scale what happened in the UK. But yet, when we got independence in '62, they had a local government reform in 1958, which changed how they were doing local government because of the significant failures in accountability and transparency that occurred there. But we took the system We haven't changed it.
The bankrupt system.
We haven't changed it, the system that they had a problem with.
Yes.
So if you want to talk about improving on the next local government, the question is going to be, what are the changes that are going to be made? I heard something about inviting the public to participate. Curious about that, but I'm giving it its worth by saying clearly there's a desire to reform how the system meets the people. How that will be done in the circumstances where it might take many, many moons to have legislation to change local government means it has to be changed by practice and not necessarily by law.
I was thinking that if we want meaningful change, we would go for proportional representational system in the local government. No, let me tell you why.
No, I'm not.
Also,
Let me be clear. My no had nothing to do with the fact that I'm against proportional representation. No. It's just that change in Jamaica.
No,
it's
so
difficult.
I know it's difficult,
even,
but guess what?
For even, what should I say? For change that is within people's understanding. You know, so anytime they have an election in Ghana, they have to train everybody how to figure out who win. It's a much more difficult process to comprehend than first past the
Let me tell
post.
you, I know the difficulty, but I don't like the situation of winner takes all. Right? You might win an anemic win. I win here by 10 votes.
No, man, I completely understand the democratic
but the point
principle.
Is, if you have the proportional representational system, we don't have winner take. It looks like winner take all, you know. And what happens is that it's our time for thief now.
One of the things,
this is the thing. Whenever you have a winner take all, we're winning because we're taking all.
Here's the tension,
all,
though.
People also, though, I find like simplicity.
Here's the tension of how you're going to effect change, while at the same time having the transactional politics that we have, right? And that's a reality we have to face.
The transactional politics.
And so if you aren't able to bridge that, whatever it is, contracts, what have you.
That's correct.
So how are you going to bridge that? Yes. And so at the same time to do that while also being about the sense of change and accountability. And sometimes you end up trying to ride a horse both ways, which you can't. So you're going to have to play a political cost to bring about this change. I think the parties have to sign off and say, hey, this is what is necessary for the country, right? These are the things we have to do, and it may cost us, but if we don't do that, it's going to be worse off. Another thing, too, is that going forward, the parties have to ensure that they get people on the list and to get them out to vote for a general election. It comes down to the numbers. And if they aren't able to do that, then what we're seeing now could very well be repeated or reversed.
But you hear the problem I'm having with numbers now? When we talk about numbers, we talk about people who voted. Our members of parliament will tell you they're only concerned about the people who voted for them. So we've lost two sets of people. We've lost the people who don't vote, and we've lost the people who lost a vote. They never win. So who represents them?
But our problem is that in terms of having this voter apathy, I really am very concerned about it. Persons are taking pride in it, not understanding that when we withdraw from the process, it is the minorities that are going to determine the kind of country we have.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, because I've made a whole lot of evolution in my thinking on this voter apathy thing. And I think one of the problems is that we're seeing the ballot box as a be-all and end-all of participation in democracy. And it's not. And a lot of people don't want to vote because they don't like neither one of them. But there are many other ways in which they can be invited to participate in the governance process and democracy through groups like yours, National Integrity Action. Hold on 1 second for me, everybody. I'm going to stop myself mid-flow and go over to EOJ. Go ahead, Javon.
All right, Dion, thank you so much. So I have with me Mr. Glaspel Brown, Director of Elections, and I'm going to allow him to paint a picture of what's taking place in the municipal corporations across the country. When I look at the board, I mean, we have most being in 90%. Most of the boxes in progress have been counted at 90%. So, Mr. Brown, walk through for my viewers, and I'm going to ask my videographer to kindly pan to the graphic that's on the wall so they can see as Mr. Brown walks us through what's taking place.
Oh, what you see happening on the board is fairly close. We have most of the counts in terms of the parishes are in the 90s, so there's still amount of percentage that need to be coming. As you see there for Kingston and St. Andrew, the preliminary figures so far, they're tied at 3-3 each. In terms of St. Andrew, they're 17-17 each in terms of the count. St. Thomas,
which is 20 each for if you're looking at the KSAMC. Remember there are 40 division in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, so 20 each.
Right, they're 20 each now at this point. The JLP is leading in 5 divisions in St. Thomas. Bear in mind though, 94.8% of the ballots have been counted. Portland, the JLP is leading in 6 divisions. to 3 from the PNP with 88.5% counted. St. Mary, the JLP is leading in 7 division. The PNP is 6. 94.8% have been counted. St. Anne, 99.8% of the votes have been counted. 11 JLP division. The JLP is leading in 11. PNP in 5. In St. James, 95% have been counted. 11 JLP and the PNP is leading in 6. In Hanover, the PNP is leading in 7. In Westmoreland, for the JLP so far. Right. In Westmoreland, 98.2% have been counted. PNP is leading 11, JLP in 3. St. Elizabeth, that has been completed now. St. Elizabeth, the JLP is leading in 9. The PNP in 6. And in Manchester, 98.9. The PNP is leading in 12 and the JLP in 3. And while in Clarendon, 98.9, it's on the tie there in Clarendon so far. And in St. Catherine, 87.6, with the JLP leading in 18 division and the PNP in 23.
And just to disaggregate a little bit, in St. Catherine, of course, we know that there's Portmore. Portmore would have 12 divisions there. Too early to call, Mr. Brown?
In St. Catherine, well, we're still just at 87.6. So I'm not too sure where the other 13% coming from, but let us await that.
And as it relates to the municipal corporations, too early overall to declare, except for we're seeing that stalemate happening for the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Of course, these are preliminary accounts, but what happens in that situation?
In that statement, I think the party that has the majority vote will then control the parish council.
All right, so of course we'll now continue to track that data for you, but as it is, we see at least 3 municipal corporations at 100% of the count, and those are, well, the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation overall, 100% of the boxes have been counted. 20 for the Jamaica Labour Party, 20 for the People's National Party have been declared, and looking at St. Elizabeth, 9 in favor of the Jamaica Labour Party and 6 for the People's National Party, so the JLP looks to be controlling the St. Elizabeth Municipal Corporation. Again, we have those numbers rolling in. The board continues to refresh, and we'll have some more updates for you shortly before we wrap up this broadcast. Back to you, Dion.
All right, thank you so much, Keys. Let's just recap and go through those. Hopefully your guys' notes perhaps are keeping up where mine missed off. So for Kingston and St. Andrew, that's at 2020, right? And that's full.
2020 and
declared.
Yes, of course.
Right. Declared.
17
in the St. Andrew Parish and 3 and 3. Right. 17 each for the parties in St. Andrew, 3 each in Kingston.
Correct.
Right.
Who has the popular vote there?
We haven't heard.
Well, we haven't heard that, so that will determine who takes control.
Who gets the mayor.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, there's a very close recount and something swings, so we'll see there. So St. Thomas, we had heard JLP leading 5-4, correct?
Yes.
All right. Portland, JLP is leading 6-3. St. Mary, JLP is leading 7-6. St. Anne, JLP is leading 11-5. St. James, JLP leading 11-6. Hanover, all 7 to the People's National Party. Westmoreland, PNP leading 11-3. St. Elizabeth, JLP, finished, this is done. This is done. 9-6.
Correct.
To the JLP. Manchester, PNP leading 12-3. Clarendon is a tie. Is what I heard.
11, yes. Correct.
St. Catherine, I missed St. Catherine. 18 to the JLP. I didn't hear how much for PNP.
Well, I have at one count. It was it 19 to the JLP?
Yeah, I didn't hear the end. I just heard the JLP
right.
number.
He kind of mumbled off to the end. So we'll see if we can get our reporter just to clarify.
Did you mention anything for St. Mary?
But he did say that there are 13% left coming in, so he didn't want to
wait
for that.
Yes. So. You didn't mention St. Mary.
He did. 7 JLP leading 7-6. Yes.
What's interesting is that the statistical dead heat on the polls, because it is being reflected on the ground.
Yes. Correct.
It's close, very close going, and now and so on. And some of the seats that you'd expect the JLP to do well in St. Elizabeth, traditionally, they have done well in St. Elizabeth. What is interesting is the turnaround in Westmoreland.
Westmoreland, yes.
Because prior to 2020, that's Orange County, I don't think the PNP has ever lost a seat in Westmoreland since 1944, if my memory serves me correct. It's just
Until-
until 2020, I'm talking an
Correct.
MP seat. And so on. So
And
that's,
at one stage, they had won all the divisions in the parish council.
there you go. They used to refer to it affectionately as Orange County. And it used to be interesting because they used to have the worst roads going into Westmoreland. And I say,
So
you got to pay the people a little better
So
money for them
true.
vote for every year
So
like that.
true.
So what is interesting is the statistical dead it is being played out. So I'm interested to see what the popular vote is at the end going to be.
That's right.
Now the JLP takes heart because they are holding their own on the ground,
Yeah.
notwithstanding the fact that they have been, people have said that they have been very corrupt and they have not
Signal,
performed and they have been arrogant and so on. So they are holding their own in relation to that. So it's going to be interesting at the end of the night to see what happens on the popular count and who controls the municipalities.
That's right.
Okay, I understand we're standing by to go to the JLP headquarters as well, so I'm waiting to get the signal just to let our listeners know that. No, Andrea Chisholm standing by there, so as soon
Probably
as I get
Andre's the only one will be left here tonight.
But if they're holding their own, then
So,
what's
if
the
they're
what's the
holding their own,
challenge?
yeah.
Because they are, if it is
Yes,
that we're seeing numbers that indicate that they're holding their own,
That's
that
right.
they're St. Elizabeth. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to, and this is where I raised the question to you earlier about the performance of the member of parliament and the local government panel. Because if you're looking at a performing minister and he's presenting candidates, does that impact? And do we see that reflecting then in who succeeds and who doesn't?
Well, I mean, many people think they are mostly non-performing ministers and MPs. That's the general take of the
does this reflect how they're looking at the councils in these particular communities as well?
The
Just
question,
asking.
though, is this a swing of sorts?
Yes.
And is it large enough? And so that's the question.
Is it of
as well.
value? Is it of value?
Well, what we know is that the PNP is not being wiped out like it was wiped out in 2016 in terms of the losses. What was the numbers in 2016 again in terms of the breakdown?
I think they had 98 seats
it was
compared to 130.
It was JLP won 30
30.
divisions and the
then
PNP 98 divisions. So insofar as that is concerned, and that was under, who was it at the time? Was Portia? The last, was it Portia? I forgot now. That would have been 2016. Yeah, it was Portia.
2016.
So Andrew, so Golden, Mark, would begin to take some sort of comfort, I imagine, in the fact that Westmoreland swinging back under his watch and that he's holding his own in Kingston and St. Andrew.
Rebuilding?
Well, that's left to be seen.
Is that what we would see in the numbers? Because you're holding your own.
Yes.
You haven't lost as tragically as you've done before. You seem to be clawing back something. Does this indicate that there is some kind of rebuilding in the process?
Well, what we know is that the long knives might not come out in the morning. So we know that definitely he may...
Well, you can't do that if you're making progress.
That's correct. He may successfully ward off the long knives. What is going to be critical is what will they do in the next 6 months?
There you go.
Can they do anything within the 6
can
months?
they? They must. I mean, he has nothing to lose at this point in time.
Where's the money coming from?
Well, they'll have to sort that out. But I imagine that they are going to, in the next 6 months, be clawing and organizing a lot more to ensure that 2025, the numbers look good for them in the general election.
Here's why I asked, can they? Because we haven't gotten back the voter turnout. We don't see the numbers. We don't see the people coming out. And what is going to be significant, at least in terms of determining if the message is getting home, is looking at what the independent voters have said. What is the message that is going home? How many people have come out to vote and why? What was it drawing them out? I live in hope, you know, they are living now.
No, tell me something that has led you to think that the parties pay any attention to anything than getting out.
Here is why I say that's important. If it was never important before, and I'll be the only voice crying in the wilderness.
All right, hold on for me. Let me go over
Stop
to
me mid-air.
Let me go. I am. Let me go over to the JLP headquarters.
She's going back to
Andrea
silence.
Chisholm has been speaking with the mayor. Andrea.
Relative silence.
So we're now joined by Mayor Williams, or should I say Chairman of the KSAC, Delroy Williams, here at the JLP headquarters. Mr. Williams, how is it looking for the JLP so far?
Well, all the figures we have, all the numbers show that we have retained the
because it's much closer than
seats to the PNP 19. So that is it. Tomorrow we enter into the final.
Okay, I think we're having a little bit of difficulty with that audio, so we'll come back to it in just a moment. And perhaps I should let you continue. Yes? Yes?
It's important. You know why it's important?
No, man, I'm not saying it's not important. I just want
Dion,
to...
we have to push the points. We have to push the points and make the people them understand that we have a responsibility. You said it earlier about voting, that it's not just at the ballot box. But here's the problem. It nauseates me to hear members of parliament feel that it's only the people them who vote that are important. If you want to be relevant and continue to grow in relevance, and I think when you look at the numbers and you look at the performance, you must take into consideration what other people think.
Yes, but
they're
not.
Say it. Except what they want to do, with respect, is to win this election that's in front of them today.
And that's why I say, for me, looking at the voter turnout numbers, and you're looking at what has been accruing for the PNP, I am interested in seeing whether or not there is that turn in the numbers that would indicate that there has been some change or some consideration in
Hear me.
Hold on 1 second. Let me hear from the two people who are actually
involved.
No, not at all. But I just honestly want to know, Clive, if when you're on the campaign trail, if it's that your focus is on getting out your people, as opposed to having them stay home because they're vexed, or you're really going after this nebulous class called uncommitted?
No, you hope the uncommitted come on board, but you definitely want your people. You can't afford to lose that traction. So you tend to focus on that. I think that even in this particular close election, what you're seeing that both parties have energized their base.
Yes. Correct. Okay, hold on. Let's just go back to the interview that Andrea Chisholm did with the Mayor of Kingston, and this was done minutes ago.
So we're now joined by Mayor Williams, or should I say Chairman of the KSAC, Delroy Williams, here at the JLP headquarters. Mr. Williams, how is it looking for the JLP so far?
Well, all the figures we have, all the numbers show that we have retained the KCMC. We have 21 seats as of the preliminary count. We have 21 seats to the PNP 19. So that is it. Tomorrow we enter into the final count, and we take it from there. But as of tonight, we have 21 seats, and that is, we have counted all the statement of polls, and we have added them up more than once, and we have 21 seats, and the PNP has 19. So we have retained the KCMC.
Overall, what are you hearing, though, in terms of the party, the JLP and the PNP?
I don't understand.
Who is leading?
In different parishes. Island-wide. No, I haven't been following island-wide. I'm really just focused on the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. I spent all day, all evening just focusing on Kingston and St. Andrew, and rightly so. So I can tell you what is the situation in Kingston and St. Andrew.
What's the mood of the party?
The JLP 21 seats. I believe the party right now is just listening and putting the numbers together.
I'm going to call some divisions, and you tell me if the JLP has won. Brandon Hill.
I'm not sure what is out of
What about Papine?
No, we didn't win.
Mono.
Well, one second. What about Papine? Let's just get that clear.
I'm not sure. The number, we have won Papine.
You're saying you've won Mono?
We have won Mono.
Dallas, East Rural St. Andrew. Won it.
Yeah.
Kintyre.
Kintyre, we have won.
Gordon Town.
We have won Gordon.
Mavis Bank.
You're going to go through all of them?
No, I'm going to the marginals.
We have won. We have won Raytown by a good margin.
Almond Town.
I don't have the figures from Almond Town as yet.
But the word you're giving us is that the JLP has held on to the
We have 21 seats and the PNP has 9.
Can you tell us about the Hugh and Dead division?
We have won that.
All right. Mr. Williams, we're looking up here and it seems...
And we have won Radiance also.
We're looking here, not much activity is taking place. Where are your supporters?
There are people are just listening. There's nothing definitive on radar. The radar has been saying 2020 for the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, so you know people would be tied to that. But what we are correcting that is wrong. That information is not right. It's not 2020, it's 2119.
Have you heard from the Prime Minister?
Yes.
And what's the word from him?
Well, I can just update the Prime Minister with respect to Kingston and St. Andrew, and the Prime Minister is upbeat about it. I'm very glad that we have won the capital city, and so it's really just the capital city we won.
You seem to be facing a wave across the rest of the island. What went wrong?
I'm not sure. I don't have to figure about the wave. I heard we won St. Mary, we won St. Elizabeth, and we won some other parishes. So I'm not sure what you'd be saying in a wave. I don't have all the figures. I've said I've been very focused on Kingston and St. Andrew, and so I don't know what is happening. Just coming in, I heard that we won St. Mary, we won Portland, we won St. Elizabeth, so those are good parishes that we are told. I've heard that we have won. And we have won Kingston and St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome.
Sure. That was the chairman of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. That was Delroy Williams speaking with us a short while ago to give us an update as to what exactly is happening in the JLP camp.
Okay, and just to say, Mr. Williams mentioned the Raytown. This was a division that last time was won by 1 vote. Rosalie Hamilton retained it this time, 2182 to 1801 for Sean McGregor of the People's National Party. And let's go now to Electoral Office. Javon Keys has another update for us. Okay, so while we wait to get Javon Keys, let's go to Milton, who has one of the parishes. He's looking at St. Thomas. On election night, St. Thomas had tied in 2016, 5-5. Later, one of the JLP councillors died, and that made it 5-4 for the PNP. Milton, tell us what you're seeing.
All right, Dion, let's go and look at the national figure first, though, Dion. The popular vote, as you can see, is 303,136 for the PNP, and the JLP are 282,133. 100 divisions have been declared for the PNP so far, and 95 for the JLP. So it's very close, particularly when you take into account the fact that the PNP won Hanover by 7 love or something like that, and they've racked up a big win there. The JLP has 95 seats. So the JLP is still doing well in some areas, and there are 17 seats that are left that are being led by the JLP at present, and the PNP, I think, are leading in 5. So it is a very close election.
15,
sorry. Yeah, 15. I'm sorry, I should have said 15. We hear what the mayor says about the JLP having won the capital. The PNP said earlier that they believe they've won the capital. So we'll see what the final results look like. But so far, if we can, while we change the map, the PNP have retained Manchester, Hanover, Westmoreland, and those are the 3 that we know for sure. The JLP have retained St. Anne, and it appears that the JLP have picked up St. Catherine, which was previously held by the PNP. The JLP also have retained St. Elizabeth and Trelawney. Clarendon is even at this point, and the JLP are leading in, this is Clarendon, as you can see, on the board. The last time we checked it, the division count between the 2 parties was even. It was 11 all between the JLP and the PNP. As the Director of Elections said, when there is a tie, because a lot of the municipal corporations have even numbers in their terms of their division, it's the party that wins the popular vote will get the chance to elect the mayor, the chairman of the municipal corporation. But as you can see, the PNP picked up Moko, which previously was held by the JLP. The JLP won Maypen North. They normally win that one. And the JLP also won Maypen East as well. The Mineral Heights, which was a traditional JLP seat, that was the one held by the former mayor, Milton Brown, who died about 3 years ago. The JLP have retained that one as well. And the JLP also retained Rocky Point, Palmer's Cross, where it was retained by the JLP as well. So it's kind of going similar to what it was the last election. We haven't seen where Reaches is, which is in northwest Clarendon. The PNP won that in 2016. That is the Philip Enriquez seat, which is currently held by the JLP's Philip Enriquez. We haven't seen where a declaration for that one yet, so the results are outstanding for that division in the parish council. And if it goes to the PNP, then the PNP will probably get control of the Clarendon Municipal Corporation. If we can look at St. Anne, right, you see clearly that the JLP have far more declared seats. The PNP only have 4 so far in St. Anna, and the numbers that are outstanding, the PNP wouldn't have a chance to pick up or to get control of that municipal corporation. The PNP have only won Calderwood and Claremont, Beechertown, Moneague. We haven't seen what's happening for Bensonton. That's the division where Lydia Richards ran from Southeast St. Anne. That's Lisa Hanna's seat. She was the long-standing council. She wasn't selected, so she ran as an independent. Beechertown and Claremont, traditional PNP divisions, they have gone to the PNP. The PNP have picked up Moneague, nevertheless, from the JLP, but the JLP has racked up divisions in Southwest, you know, the Gibraltar, Alexander, Brownstone, Dion, Kim Brown Lawrence's division. As we know, she's been charged in the CMU issue. She was nominated nevertheless, ran and won her division, which is quite remarkable that someone who is before the courts has been nominated by her party and also actually won the division as well. Sturgetown, Dry Harbour, Bamboo, St. Anne's Bay, Limehall, Otrius, Exchange, those last 2 traditional JLP divisions. And in St. Mary, if we can go to St. Mary, where the JLP previously held that council, the PNP have more declared seats. There have been 5 for the PNP, to 2 for the JLP. The PNP have picked up Boscobel. That's in Western St. Mary. That's Bobby Montague's seat. And that is a huge pickup for the PNP to win Boscobel. But there are quite a few divisions left to be declared in that parish before we can know who will actually retain control of the St. Mary Municipal Corporation. If we could also have a look at Portland to the east, which is where the Vaz couple, Darrell and Anne-Marie Vaz, are MPs for West and Eastern Portland. The PNP have retained Port Antonio and Prospect, and the JLP have Ferry Hill, Fellowship, and St. Margaret's Bay. Those they previously held that. I know the PNP were seeking to get the Fellowship division. That's one of their targets, key targets, in order for them to get control of the Portmore Municipal Corporation.
I'm going to ask you to hold for just a minute, Milton. Fascinating listening to the breakdown. We're going to go back to the EOJ, though, but let me just say I'm also getting from one of my reporters that Paul Ashley was asking the question earlier, how many people who have crossed to another party have in fact retained their seats. I'm being told so far it looks like only Ian Miles and Garfield James have done so, the PNP councillors, former PNP councillors in Westmoreland who switched. The final count in this is the Sheffield division, Garfield James, now representing the JLP with 1104, won over the PNP's Derek McKenzie, who got 920. I don't have the final results in Little London, but I'm getting the report that Ian Miles, formerly of the PNP, now with the JLP, has defeated the PNP's candidate in that division as well. Let me go over to the Electoral Office. Javon, go ahead.
Hi, Dion. So I'll work on getting that Little London data for you in a moment, but I just wanted to paint the picture again here. A bit of a change. At the point when we last spoke, it was about 98% of the boxes, boxes were in progress of being counted in Hanover. So we have the JLP getting 1 division in the Hanover Municipal Corporation, which means the PNP has declared for them 6, Hanover 1. We're seeing Westmoreland at 99% of those boxes in progress, and Westmoreland is currently in favor of the People's National Party, so 3 for the JLP, 11 for the People's National Party. St. Elizabeth, 100% of those boxes counted in all the divisions, 9 in favor of the JLP, 6 for the People's National Party. In Manchester, 100% of those divisions boxes counted, so 12 in favor of the People's National Party, 3 in the for the Jamaica Labour Party. Just to note that Clarendon, 99.5% are counted. But if you take a closer look, you'll realize that it's 11 for the JLP and 11 for the People's National Party. And of course, there are 22 divisions in Clarendon, which means that with 99.5% of those boxes counted, it's a close one. St. Anne has 99.8% of those boxes counted, and that municipal corporation is leaning towards the Jamaica Labour Party. But I have with me here Neville Graham, of course, our seasoned election reporter or business reporter, many of you will know him as, but he has quite a bit of experience covering elections. So you're looking at this, Neville. Your take on this, is it too early to call?
It's too early to call, and deliberately so, because what we're seeing now is a preliminary count. And there are many things that can go wrong in the preliminary count because it's coming as written information and information that was transmitted over the telephone. I was there when this system was being designed.
You were head of communication at the EOJ for quite some time.
Right. And at that time, what we decided was that the final reports would determine what the results are. You won't be getting those final reports until Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, so that is when the official count takes place, and that data is now inputted into the system, and a proper determination is made. Now, I can tell you that when we will have known the results on Tuesday or Wednesday, there's also the process of what you call a magisterial recount that has to be done. If, say, there's a difference of 10 votes or so between the parties, then either of them can request a magisterial recount. Strangely enough, the magisterial recount does not normally vary much from what the returning officer does at the official count, because he sits almost like a parish judge in that circumstance.
All right, Neville, thank you so much. Some insight there from Neville Graham, our reporter at the Gleaner and a former head of communication at the Electoral Office of Jamaica. Now, I want to let you know as well that 97.5% of the seats across the island, boxes rather, across the island have been counted, so that's 97.5. But I don't know if my videographer will be able to move with me just a little bit, because what's taking place now as well is that we're getting some data coming in from the Portmore Municipal Corporation. Of course, we know that there are 3 mayoral candidates on that ballot, and what we're seeing coming in is that in the Portmore Municipal Corporation at this time, 79.9% of those boxes have been counted. That works out to 225 of the 319 boxes. And what we're seeing are just 3 of the divisions here. Of course, as you may know by now, in the Portmore Municipal Corporation, the residents don't just elect their councillors, but they also have on their ballot the mayoral candidates. And we have an independent candidate running for mayor here, Hamilton Howard. In the Gregory Park division, he has 21% of the votes. Markland Edwards is leading in that division with 1,482, while Leon Thomas has 42% or 1,083. In Portmore Pines, we're seeing that the People's National Party is leading with the JLP is leading also. Markland Edwards has 987 with Leon Thomas, 894. And then the Greater Portmore North Division, the People's National Party is leading. So Thomas has 1,056 and 863 for Markland Edwards. Now they're at 80% of the boxes being counted. So that change there taking place as we speak. And we'll, of course, continue to track that. But until then, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Javon. Thank you so much, Javon. I know we got an update on some of the parishes. Hopefully next time we can just go down parish by parish and get all of the parishes. We did have there two declared, which is St. Elizabeth and Manchester. St. Elizabeth declared for the JLP, Manchester declared for the People's National Party. And although we heard earlier Delroy Williams saying that the JLP had won KSAC, we're still seeing the tie up on the official board. So again, you do sometimes have a little bit of a lag period because, you know, as we were saying earlier, the parties hear directly from the people who are actually watching the count as soon as that is completed. So we'll wait and hear that. But this, I don't know, what are we reading here?
Well, Golden is going to see himself as a winner at this point, whatever the outcome, whatever the final outcome. I mean, 98 in 2016 for the PNP, 130 for the JLP. Now it has shifted. It's almost as if it's going to be a dead heat. Again, statistical dead heat on both polls. So it's going to be razor thin in terms of the breakdown of the winning in the parishes. The popular vote is also, as we heard earlier, it's razor thin. It's not a lot between them at this point in time. 303, 136, 282, 133 for the JLP. Razor thin. But Golden will see in that a vindication of his leadership and his team. As I said, no long knives, because if he trailed and lost, then there would be long knives out in the morning. So he sees himself as being vindicated, I imagine, and gives himself and his team a breathing space in the People's National Party. Still fractured, as we all, I mean, you know, whatever they say, but still fractured, but a breathing space for Golden. Wholeness will also...
Let me just interrupt you for a moment just to say, as soon as we have the parish by parish, can we just bring it back up? Because I know our viewers do want to be very clear on where we are. Let me just...
Wholeness will also see this as certainly that they're not showing him the exit as yet. He'll see that the voters are not showing him the exit door as yet. And I think that is going to be important for the current Prime Minister. Did I say wholeness?
Yeah, hold on for me. We're going through the parish by parish now. We can see it on the screen. So St. Elizabeth is the one that had been declared 9 and 6. We saw Westmoreland come up just now, which was 11 for the PNP. This is and 3 for the JLP, and this is the ones in which they're leading. I don't think that's 100% declared, but that certainly sounds like a win there for the PNP. And let's see, Manchester. This was declared. This is everything, all the counting finished, declared for the PNP 12-3. Hanover, we had said earlier, we had got reports of 7-0. We're hearing now the final, everything counted is 6-1 for the People's National Party, 6-1. I have to say I'm not a fan of results where you have one party sweeping a municipal corporation. I think it's terrible for democracy. So Clarendon, we're at 11-11, so we're at a tie there. I hear you laugh, Paul Ashley, I'll soon come to you. St. Catherine, this has the PNP, let's just get this, I didn't have this in my notes. This has the PNP leading 23-18. Okay. Kingston, we had heard this 3 and 3, tied here. And St. Andrew, we're at 17 and 17. So St. Thomas
that is close.
Is 5 to the JLP at this point, 4 to the PNP. Remember though, St. Thomas has 10 divisions. So we're waiting to hear one. Yeah, Portland is 7 to the JLP, 2 to the PNP.
Vast country.
And St. Mary
that is close.
Is 7 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. St. Anne, 11 to the JLP, 5 to the PNP. And these are, unless we tell you listeners and viewers, these are where the trend is at the moment. The final result hasn't yet been declared. Trelawney, 6 to the JLP. And what is that, 3 to the PNP. St. James, 11 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. Okay, is that it? Right, somebody doing a quick count, see who is, yeah, that's it, thank you so much. We're just doing a quick count in the meantime, listeners and viewers, in terms of, well, I see Daniel and Clyde both counting. Well, on this side, they're not counting. The counting going on over here so feverishly. So while this side waits to do the analysis from the count. Okay.
I have 7 for the JLP ahead in terms of leading and or declared, leading and or declared. And for the PNP, I have 4 leading and or declared. Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, St. Catherine for the PNP leading and or declared. JLP, St. Bess, Trelawney, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, St. Anne, St. James, leading and or declared.
We have what? We have 4 tied, Clarendon.
And then we have the Clarendon tie, the Kingston tie,
tie, St. Andrew tie.
St. Andrew tie.
Well, I mean, we're waiting to hear, but let's go back to you saying that this is going to be seen as vindication for Mark Golding. How though? Because it's looking pretty much the same in terms of control as 2016.
Agreed. In terms of
unless
in
we
terms
see
of the
some
parish,
differences.
in terms of the parish,
Correct.
Yeah, the municipal.
But in terms of the popular vote, it's very close, and he would have clawed back. He would see it as his people
Remember,
see it as clawed back.
this is where we go back to the first past the post discussion. Popular vote now win the election.
I accept that, but it does provide some encouragement when you would have been devastated in 2016. Also in terms of the number of divisions.
Popular vote is what you point to when you lose, though.
Yes, I understand all of that. I understand all of
we
that.
lost in the divisions and the constituencies, but we got the popular vote.
remember,
but in our system, that doesn't put you in office.
Yes, but remember, I'm speaking about how his team is going to be seen. I'm not saying how others will look at it. I'm saying his team is going to be looking at it and saying, we have made improvement in terms of the popular vote. We have made improvement in terms of the divisions we have won. We may not control the majority of the parishes just now, but we have made some inroads. And so
I think Mark will say that the PNP base has been awakened.
Yes.
Even though it might be generally smaller than the JLP base.
Yes.
No, but he will claim that he has awakened some PNP people.
The popular votes, the popular, sorry.
Wait, no, but that's, sure, go ahead, Daniel.
Awaken who?
The PNP base.
Because, you know, I declared my hand when I started, right? That I was interested in the voter turnout, the
Yes.
numbers of people.
And we don't get
2016
that.
was 30%, thereabout, with how you call this one? 555,880. What we're looking at, if my little maths is right, is 585,299. That's the estimate. That's about it. Meaning that we're in the same ballgame.
30%.
Same people are Nobody else actually did come vote. So,
but that's normal.
Your point,
That's normal.
Your point,
That's normal.
which
That's normal.
is it.
Normal.
So when you say he is a walk-on, who?
Yes, but
The
it's normal.
base, because guess what, is Mark Golding a neophyte in politics. He was supposed to be devastated in this by-election. He has not been. Right? Because I was even saying if he's devastated, he has to write resignation tomorrow morning. You know,
But it's not vindication.
Yes. No, it's not vindication, but he survives. He will survive.
The PNP popular vote in 2016 was 257,830. And I take the point. That
And
is
there's
not a
this 203, 136 now.
So there's 50,000 votes that they are just about that they have clawed back so far. We're not finished. All I'm saying is that I'm not referring to how others will look at it, an objective person. I'm saying from their side, they're going to see it as some improvement over what took place in 2016. Final numbers are not yet come. Already they have 4 parishes that have been either declared or leading in, and they possibly may pick up 1 or 2 or several more. So from their side, Wholeness will see it as not showing him the exit at this point.
But remember, Clyde, a third term is a difficult thing.
Always.
It is a serious, difficult thing, a third term. The cards are stacked against you when you're going for a third term. Sure. Jamaicans will turn out to vote you out.
Yes.
Right? Then you'll get the serious turnout. Yes. Right? But I agree with you. It might be holding firm, everybody, but the PNP base has been awakened to the extent that he has done. He will survive. He will survive for the time being. That's what I put.
There won't, in other words, there is not going to be a clamor in September necessarily to change the leadership of the people.
Yeah, but for the time being, though.
For the time being. Because remember, you know, that if he had lost, the PNP would be in a predicament to find a leader. It's not so easy.
One second, just before I'm getting, we talk about people who switch parties. I'm getting a question about the Mocha division in North Central Clarendon, where Romain Morris had won for the JLP in 2016.
Yes,
He
and
switched to the PNP and has won it for the PNP.
That's good. Yeah.
With 1240 to 1049 for Clement Alves of the JLP.
And he was declared a non-performer by the JLP.
Yeah, but the thing about it, though, is that I agree that Mark Golding will survive for a time.
Yeah.
The fact is, it is still close. And they were not able to claw back as far as we're seeing now to say he has now brought about a resounding victory for the PNP.
No, I agree.
Yeah. So that will mean that he has a breathing space of sorts.
Yes, of course.
But you know that the PNP has a tradition that the leader of the president of the PNP must face a general before you remove him.
Give him at least a run at it.
I'd run at it.
Peter
So
Phillips
no,
and his
if you
run
look at
and
it, he has earned the run at it.
Which is a reasonable position, though, given the fact that how we normally see local government election. I mean,
True,
but go ahead.
True. I'm interested, though, to look at the results in the different divisions or constituencies where there was challenges to leadership that the people didn't support. So those people who were nominated and people said, oh, we didn't want you, or there was that question around them. It would be interesting to see. You mentioned the gentleman from Muckle who switched and he was a non-performer, but people still gravitated towards him. I'm interested to see that layout. Those people who people said they were parachuted in, we didn't want this as a councillor.
How did they fare?
How did they fare?
You mean the independents?
No.
Oh,
We're
the
talking about those who were nominated by the parties, who
All right.
were nominated in quotations against the will of the people in the constituency. How did they?
But how do you
Hold the thought for me. We're going back to the JLP headquarters with Andrea Chisholm. Andrea, go ahead.
The atmosphere has gotten a little bit more festive here at the JLP headquarters at Belmont Road. There is a sound system blaring in the background, and if you look to my right, you will see that a number of JLP supporters have gathered over that section. On the outskirts, on the outside of the compound, there are some JLP supporters as well. Some are eating, some are insisting that they are not yet ready to talk to the media because they need to have a better understanding of what is taking place. But I saw Miss Vivine. Miss Vivine, come please. Where's the gentleman with the bell? Yes, I saw Miss Vivine earlier. She's willing to speak. Mr. Gentleman with the bell, could you come this way, please? All right, so this is Miss Vivine. Tell me your full name, please.
Vivian Kirkpatrick.
All right, could you just hold the bell ringing for a moment for me because we need to hear you. And you are?
I am Chris Don Grayson.
All right, first of all, Miss Vivine, how are you feeling at this point?
Feeling very, very good. I never feel good much earlier, but I feel good, you know.
What has caused the change in your mood?
Boy, from me yesterday, Labour Writer win, it come like, I don't know me that sleep tonight. From me yesterday, Labour Writer win, everything moving on me, I tell you. It come like a God-sent glory. Because I wonder how Labour Right finna win. And look how much things Labour Right do for the country. So I tell you the truth, God knows. I feel good, that's why I'm there tonight.
So based on the projections, you're picking up that it will be a victory for your party?
That's more than victory. Victory for everybody.
Which division did you vote in today?
West Central, St. Catherine.
You know the specific division? Or that's a constituency, you don't know the specific division?
West Central, St. Andrew.
Steve right. That's the division with Mr. Williams, Delroy Williams. So you talk to me now. What was today like for you?
It's just a job.
Come in up, please. And turn this way. So everybody can see up on TV. Yes. How was today for you?
Today is a good day. We know what the campaign feeling is like. We know what the election bug is like. And I got it. I got the bug today. And election is a science. You either feel good and you know you're going to win, or you have doubts. I never have any doubts. Right? And history has shown, based on PM winning margin and our councillor that we voted for 1,000, we never have any doubt. That's a sure seat. Mayor Williams, that's a sure seat. Our only infraction was Councillor Glenn Salmon, and he was doing positive in his division. However, I choose to come up to Belmont Road when I see it was empty because I want to know where are my labour rights.
Yes, where are they?
Right? Where are my labour rights? I don't know. So I say, I have so much shaky labour rights where I worry and I'm sure I win because the last time I checked, a 95 to 100. And we don't have no doubts the GLP will retain its seat. right? Even though we like opposition, but we like to control the opposition and keep them where they belong, in opposition, because we have been waiting for so much. And let's look at the indicators.
Don't take too long though, because we still have to wrap up.
Let's
Very
look at
quickly.
the indicators. We are building most BPOs, right? So we have more people working. We have the most road network. We have more people working. We look at the GDP, we look at the net reserve, we look at all of these indicators. And we see that the GLP is ahead. So, and here's the good thing now. We have more people graduating from school, colleges, high school, colleges. So we know they can make positive decisions and impact our country favorably. So I don't have any doubt, based on my nation ability to vote for what they want. And I think the decision is clear.
Thank you so much for speaking with me tonight. That was two JLP supporters speaking with me here at Belmont Road as the mood has shifted a bit into some form of festivities. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And we just want to give our listeners and our viewers an update of what we're seeing nationally. Let's put up first what we're seeing in terms of the popular vote. The PNP has polled 303,847 votes to the PNP's 280 JLP. Let's start over. PNP 303,847, JLP 282,648. So you're seeing the graphic there on the screen. So the popular vote at this point, the PNP ahead by, that's about 20,000 votes, I believe. Okay, and let's go in terms of the number of divisions that have been declared now. Island-wide, 102 divisions have been declared for the People's National Party. 95 have been declared for the Jamaica Labour Party. So that's 102 declared for the People's National Party, 95 declared for the Jamaica Labour Party. The JLP is leading in 17. The PNP is leading in another 13. So we have there, that's 30 that were yet to declare. JLP leading in 17 of those, and the PNP is leading in 13. So we will see what we will see as those continue to come in and as the final declarations continue to be made.
So at this point in time, the JLP is losing in some of the divisions because they're 130. Yeah. The PNP has made a marginal 98 in 2016. They're at 102 with 13 leading. So again, not any great thing to shout home about, but it staves off and for the Labour Party, they will see in this as they're not showing us the door. We need to shore up our base and ensure that by the time the next general will be ahead on it.
Not only that, all the promises, stroke commitments have to be fulfilled before the next general election.
Which is why off air I was throwing it at you when I say it's practice. Not to say that you're practicing for the election, so to speak, but you get an opportunity to test the ground, to test your messages, to see what is working and what is not working, and to make a better run for it for the elections.
The cap with the three at the side never click.
I suspect really that must have been part of the strategy. I know Clyde was saying, well, it's foolhardy to do it. But I suspect that this was also for them an opportunity. Risky. But to say, well, what is happening to get that kind of sounding? Yes, you want to win, but where are we? And I suspect this is a wake-up call for them. Can they deliver later on? We don't know. But at the end of the day, this is what they're saying.
Okay, our reporter, we're going back to the Electoral Office. Javon Keys has a clearer picture for us. Go ahead, Javon.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, before I zoom into the Portmore municipality, which I'll do shortly, I know the question is being asked about the overall percentage voter turnout, and I just wanted to say that a short while ago we asked, but that those numbers are still rolling in, as you can imagine, so we hope to have that before we end. Hopefully before we end, but if not, of course, you know, Television Jamaica will have you covered, viewers and listeners. But let's take a look at the Portmore municipality. So 94% of those boxes have been counted. That's 300 of 319 boxes. The timestamp on that is 9:53 p.m. And let's start taking a look at some of those divisions. So Gregory Park Division has 33 of 34 boxes complete, and Markland Edwards, the mayoral candidate, because that's what we're looking at particularly here, we're seeing Markland Edwards leading in this one with Leon Thomas second, 1,083, 1,482 for Markland Edwards. Let's look at another division, and let me remind our viewers and listeners that the Portmore municipality really has about 12 divisions there, so far one in favor of the Jamaica Labour Party, but of course that's 33 of 34 boxes being counted there. Let's continue as we keep looking at those other divisions. We have 1,026 votes in favor of Markland Edwards for the Portmore Pines division, 946 votes for Leon Thomas. As we continue that look, we will also bring up some more divisions in short order. But as the team on the ground brings those up, just letting you know that 97.5% of the boxes across the island have been counted. So on screen here, we're seeing a bit of a turn there with Leon Thomas, the PNP's candidate, leading Markland Edwards with 1,421 votes for Thomas. Edwards has 806. With 94.4% of the boxes counted, so a slight update there. As we quickly go through, Edgewater has Leon Thomas, again, 28 of 28 boxes. So those two, Waterford and Edgewater, can be declared for the people, well, preliminarily for the People's National Party. As we bring up some more divisions for you quickly, we have Leon Thomas here, again, 1,131 votes versus 904, and this is for Greater Portmore. All 25 boxes complete. As we head to the next division quickly. So we try to paint that picture for you. Leon Thomas having the Brayton division ahead of Markland Edwards, and again, this is the mayoral ticket. Of course, we'll continue to track this one for you. 94%, that's 94.4% of the total boxes counted, 301 of 319. Again, what we're seeing here is the mayoral election. Again, a reminder to you that in Portmore, the citizens don't only vote for their councillors, but they also directly elect their mayor. So we'll see what we can bring to you before we wrap this broadcast. But until then, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Javon. And of course, we're hearing there division by division, but we're going to have to tabulate all those numbers so we can get a sense of whether, in fact, it is Markland Edwards leading of the JLP or it's Leon Thomas of the People's National Party. And that's always an interesting one because of this, it's the only race where we see the people choosing their mayor.
In fact, I find it interesting because it is the only opportunity we have to see two votes, which many people are saying separate the vote for MP from the vote for Prime Minister. And Portmore gives us an opportunity to look how this works out in terms of, and it's not confusing. The people understand. I voted in Portmore. I had my two votes. Everybody understand what it is. So it's not anything complex for us in the national election. Two ballots. It's not anything complex in the national election to give us two ballots. We can choose a Prime Minister and we can choose the MP. And I think Portmore gives us the best example of how this thing could work out in Jamaica. I want to say something also quickly about the efforts and the money being spent. It's not been matched in the pullout. All the efforts over the last 2 weeks and the mass meetings and the huge crowds walking behind and so forth and so on, we're not seeing that on the night of the election. We're below 40%. We might be at about mid-30s as it appears. So that's very interesting that there is a race to the bottom. We'll come back to the point earlier that we made. There's a race to the bottom. What fascinates me in Jamaica, I don't see the parties trying to take on platforms outside of their hardcore issues. So you have a vast number of persons out there who you think that they will be trying to appeal to by taking on some of their platform ideas. Not our politicians. We are racing to the bottom. Dion, you're correct, but it's about the A-list. You go for your hardcore support, you forget everything else. Once you pull out your hardcore support and you have the numbers that you think you're going to win the election, you're satisfied.
Clyde, an anemic win is better than a healthy loss.
But it's still anemic.
Yes, but they don't care.
But that's a challenge, though, Paul.
They don't care. I don't think you can just change the system by voting for the Prime Minister vis-a-vis
But it does bring about greater direct accountability. And I'm not saying it's a simple thing, because there are some issues we know with a direct election, and you might not have a parliament that supports the Prime Minister. In other words, the Prime Minister wins on the popular vote but cannot pass legislation because he doesn't have a majority in the parliament. So there are some issues in relation to a direct election for the Prime Minister if he does not, if his party does not command the majority of seats in the parliament itself.
How about we start with a direct election of the president?
You mean not a ceremonial president?
Not a ceremonial
Well, it's the same difference. It's a direct election.
Well, let's start with that first.
But I think what we can get from this, though, is that if we're talking about improving the overall involvement of people, how the system can work and how you can make it Jamaican and how you can make it work for you, is that we have an example in Portmore.
Yes.
Whether or not we decide that this is how we want it to go for the Prime Minister, what we're saying and what we're seeing in Portmore is that you can't vote for two people, you can't vote for the mayor.
But how do you inspire people to come out?
So here, you see, that's why I was going, that is why I was going underneath the desk. Because I am the one who has that nebulous use the word? Nebulous idea about pitching ideas.
I don't think your idea is nebulous at all. Your idea is very clearly defined.
At the end of the day, look here, we've been doing this since '62.
Yes. Yeah.
When I look back at the legislation, and this is where we always combat Dion, because I see where we copy. There has been no great effort to let us decide and craft a scheme for ourselves.
Except the last three bills. To be fair, the 2015-2016 bills, in terms of Local Governance Act, the Joint Services Act,
correct,
and the one in relation to financial services. So to give it to them since 2015-16, those three significant pieces of legislation passed under the previous administration. Those legislation are designed to transform the local government
Here we
election.
use the word transform and design. Here is where I would like, and I'm just putting it out there because we all talk about voter apathy. I'm interested in the numbers. You talk about the popular vote, meaning how many people turn out. How many people turn out and vote for one party as opposed to the other. Interested to see that. But it looks like we're still at the same place. There are other issues. Can our parties be creative in how they treat these issues and draw people in? It can be, Clyde.
But
and this
it
is. Here.
It is.
It can
if you want
be.
To speak about
as
ideas,
a member of parliament is going. So here's where I have the problem now. You go vote and you go vote today. Your party win and your party win and Dion never go vote.
Yes.
That's Dion business.
And we all Jamaicans. And you're going to tell me, say, you know business about me because me name vote.
Yes, but
hold on 1 second. Let me just interrupt. And as I said, I hope we're going to be going back to the electoral office and go division by division in the Portmore mayoral race so we can figure out exactly what is happening. Of the 5 results that were just called, however, of those 5 divisions, we have let me see, Leon Edwards of the PNP with 5-0. No, let me go again. Markland Edwards of the JLP with 5025 and Leon Thomas of the PNP 6032. So the PNP right now leading in the mayoral race 6032, 50325. But that is just of the 5 divisions that we heard. We really need to hear the results from all of them. So as soon as we can we go back to the electoral office, please, and ask our reporter to go division by division so we can figure out what is happening in that race. Because we haven't all evening got a picture at all of what is happening in the mayoral race for Portmore. So I'll wait for my producer to give me that signal. And I know I interrupted y'all in full flight, but y'all know it's about the results, really.
Yes, it is. And I think what you want to take from it is, as we look at the results, we look at where they are, what it says in terms of, is it a signal, as one person has said, to the party in governance? Is it a bellwether? Is it something that says you need to work on something? But it also creates an opportunity, gentlemen and lady, for us to look at what we need to do to bring more people to the table. That's all.
Well,
I don't think we should be satisfied by saying I saw it go.
Who is the we?
But
Because
the thing is, though,
sorry, go ahead.
The thing is, though, that inspiring people to come out is a real challenge that we're facing. We're coming in a politics that has been largely leader-centered, beg your pardon. And of course, what has happened now is that the parties are now forced to kind of spread it a bit more, because you're not having that kind of charismatic leadership that we have had experienced in the past. The other part to all of this is, how do we now move the country in this tonight with a state of uncertainty, because there's uncertainty out there right now. Yeah. Because in terms of how the figures are coming in. At one point you heard, well, got the PNP one, they said maybe not, and so on. So persons want to know exactly where are we, what is happening. And I think that it also goes to show the fact that we have a very organized system, because we're talking about, 228, yes? Yes. Divisions.
True.
And to get this information in the way we're getting, it's really commendable.
Of course, of course.
And hopefully we can get to find a way now to see how we can improve on the system. Yes. Well, that's possible, not beyond us, but it's going to take some effort and some time.
Going into a third term, I would say, if you look at it, going into a third term with all the pressures that the JLP have come under, ICI not the Prime Minister's reports. Integrity Commission still have questions around it, allegations of corruption here and there and so forth. With all of that, the JLP looking like, say, the people are not ready to show them the exit. And I think they will take some courage in that. What it will mean, Archer, is that it's going to continue to be a race to the bottom. Yeah. Our parties, I can tell you this, our parties have no interest in any independent voice and those things. In fact, if you're in there, you're independent voice, you're in trouble. You tore the line, you tore the line, or you sideline it. So hang on. So your positions are shared by a vast majority of Jamaicans who do not turn out to vote. However, at the end of the day, the persons who turn out determine what happens in this country.
Correct. Which is why it's beautiful to segue from what you are saying about how beautiful it is that we can actually vote. Because at the end of the day, if you really want to say, Dion, you have to really vote. Because you said it earlier. Let's work it out.
No. Except, though, that what a lot of people have come to the conclusion is that they don't think it matters. So you say it allows them to have a say, but what people say is black dog and monkey. And whoever may put in them are doing the same thing. So why should I be bothered?
But
and that is the difficulty with this
I think
argument.
you have to bother. And this is perhaps just
Yes, I think you're agreeing. Dion is only saying the numbers now show that, but you're saying people should bother.
Well, I know.
I mean,
she wants a conversion.
You see when you have a member, it's just perhaps all I can really say then in all the circumstances is this. Me not think it right. Sorry, I don't think it's correct for a member of parliament, win, lose or draw, to focus only on their voters and to say that we are not concerned about the people who don't vote.
But the fact is it's wrong, because they are in fact being paid from the public purse.
Thank you.
And you have taken an oath for the people of Jamaica.
So me just calling it out to say, since I can't get the whole cake, Dion, maybe what I can ask for is that this bellwether, this kind of thing, in order to get people more inclusive and talk a little bit more, is to be more respectful of the fact that people want to vote. People want something to vote for.
Good point.
Right?
Yeah,
and so you have to...
Hold on. Also, though...
There's an institution called a pressure group, You can form pressure groups.
And I was going to... That's exactly the point I was going to make. That here is now the... Come back to Daniel.
Society.
No, the civil society, I think... I have actually now come to the conclusion that civil society, the civic society groups, and I know people think a lot of them are elitist groups, but they are grassroots groups, And they, in between the elections, do I think a hell of a lot more to influence what actually happens in government than the person who walks in every 5 years and drops a piece of paper in the box.
The limitation to that is that persons in government will say, okay, this is a pressure group and these are the things they want, but is this resonating with the broader population? And if they don't see it resonating there, truth be told, they'll engage you and listen to you, but they won't do anything.
Ultimately,
you have to come to that point of the real power play.
That's correct.
The power play has to be right back to get people to actually vote, despite what is happening.
The data, I'm data-driven. The data suggests more and more people are disconnecting from the system.
Good.
So we have to... so hang on, Daniel. So we have to start by an examination of the data and a determination of what is this data saying to us. And it is saying that, back to what Dion said, people tune out and decide, let me work in another area. So the parties are not going to, not in their present composition and culture, they're not going to be focusing on getting anybody out except their hardcore support.
And on the point you just made, Clive, that pressure groups, if they're issues, and many of them are not widespread issues, constitutional reform and some of these issues are not issues that are bread and butter issues. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that neither the vote doesn't, what should I say, doesn't propel individual issues either. Because people vote for all kinds of things. So the fact that you are going to, I don't know, constitutional reform and you promise accountability, my issue may simply be like this. Or it may be me just want a change. Or it might be me just not like you. The party put in our candidate when me think fool and I'm not going to vote for you. So yeah, so the fact saying that you need to bring out people to vote doesn't in and of itself either influence specific policy and governance directions.
Unless you're going to make voting mandatory.
No.
And that's not uninjured.
You don't like it. You don't like it. Well, I don't know if voting is really the key indicator.
I firmly believe the right to vote must include the right to not vote.
I agree.
And we've seen as well in some, I know people ask this, we've seen as well in some jurisdictions that have tried to introduce mandatory voting, that if people don't want to vote, then go in and spoil the ballot paper as a mark of protest. I don't think we should be...
No.
We don't... How many...
No, but the thing is that civil society needs to accept that it has a role to play.
Well, that's the nature of democracy.
Yeah.
Democracy does give rights to and allow civil society groups to thrive, which does provide another avenue for people participation. My sole point, though, is because we do have voter apathy, and it does translate into other areas in terms of activity. So you're asking for data-driven, done Anderson poll.
No, I'm not asking for that. I'm saying that I'm being guided.
And I'm giving you the data. 47% of all voters interviewed indicated that they were interested. I'm looking at that data, Clyde, and simply saying, if 47% are interested, looking at the numbers that we have now, it's still below 30. That little discrepancy, what would account for that?
But the local government has always been
30.
in these...
That is 30.
I hear you. I hear you both.
I don't know where you get the 40%. Maybe the poll was wrong.
It's always
the poll can be wrong.
But the thing,
we get the 40% from the 30.
Person will come out when they're fed up.
Yes.
Right? And if there's an incumbency, a person will come out and if you rile them up enough, they will move and will come out.
Of course.
And also, in terms of enumeration, how many persons are really at least getting enumerated? There are some persons, especially who say, I want to vote. When you check...
Doesn't our voter list influence our jury list?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
So they pull from that.
So they pull from the voter list.
But both people don't like with the jury list. Both of them in the pits. The jury list is in the pits and the voter list in the pits.
I'm just saying. So it's all a question now about gathering all of this to say, we see what the significant challenges are. Question is, how do we meet them? Do we accept it?
We?
We as me and you as a society?
No, but you see... So you see, that's a very because you and I as a society fall into the 30.
Okay, I can answer that. This is where I'm talking about the political parties and their interest, and you've already answered me. So when I say we're talking about the system of democracy here in Jamaica. How does it accommodate for all of this? We are trying to build a system that is Jamaican. I'm simply highlighting that these are the significant challenges that we have, and I think it's foolhardy to simply just accept it for what it is and say, so it's set. It's not going to make any better. Might as well we do that.
No, hang on. I don't think anyone at this table is doing that. What we're simply saying is if you're going to change something, you have to start with what currently exists and why it exists, and then moving forward. And this, what you see here has been for 40 and 50 odd years. So this is not something that is just happening every now and again. It's been 40, 50 odd years of voter apathy in Jamaica. The highest turnout we had was in the 1970s, 80s, up to PJ in the 1990s, thereabout. And since that time, it is not going that way, and so on. And a big part of it had to do with the ideological divide. Right now, there's no ideological or philosophical divide between the two parties. So it's a question of personnel. So part of the problem is that the PNP traditionally being left of center, the JLP traditionally being a right party. There was a lot more in terms of differences between the party and people. No, there are very little differences.
Hold on for me. Let me go back to PNP. Go ahead, Giovanni. Ready. Go ahead for me.
Well, I take your point that in terms of what people are voting for, there has been a shift our coalescing of ideas. But we still have to get to that point, Clyde, where we stand at the door of every election, whether we're closing it, and ask, you've said it, we've done this for 40 years. We are now in the midst of dreaming of crafting of constitutional reform. What does this mean? Will these elections play a part then? Significantly in any way in terms of talking about designing or changing?
No.
How do we take from this and improve our system to make it more
in fact, the JLP might just hit you with a referendum, a true referendum with one question. Do you want Jamaica? The Republic, yes or no? You see, it is likely. That is why Mr. Montague said this is not a referendum, because probably they are thinking of having a true referendum later this year.
The big question I'm interested to see how the Prime Minister, the leader of the JLP, will answer is that, do I go for an early election if I win this one, or do I push it into 2025?
Well, that might be one of the questions that's put to him. I hear he might be on his way to Belmont Road. But in the meantime, let's take a break. We're back in a moment.
Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eCleaner app today.
Champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set
to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eCleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eCleaner app today.
Electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eCleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eCleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eCleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eCleaner app today.
Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eCleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-cleaner.com/premium to activate.
What it is and what it means.
And thank you so much for staying with us. We continue our coverage of the local government elections. We're going now back to the PNP headquarters. Giovanni Dennis on location. Giovanni.
All right, Dan, so what I just want to quickly make this disclaimer. You may see people walking past me in this, on your monitor at home, to our viewers as well. The party president, Mark Golding, just arrived. His vehicle is actually parked right behind where I'm standing right now, and he just made his way inside. He was greeted by Julian Robinson, and he was taken inside the party headquarters with me, however, at the moment. And I should say as well that the moment he arrived, of course, the atmosphere here, it erupted, essentially. Things had died down somewhat just before the arrival of Mark Golding. It has now gone up back some notch, some decibels, I should say. Vuvuzelas are making my ears ring. But with me is the councillor for the Whitfield Town Division, Eugene Kelly, who retained his seat. Mr. Kelly, quickly, there's a reaction from you in terms of returning your seat. How do you feel?
Yes, I am feeling ecstatic that I have retained the confidence of the people. It is a humbling experience.
We spoke earlier with Dennis Gordon, who increased his margins. The number of votes he got increased in terms of what he compared to 2016. Yes. I'm saying that in the context that the results that we're getting from the Electoral Office of Jamaica is that there's been a tie in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation with 17 seats going to the JLP for St. Andrew, 17 for the PNP, 3 seats in Kingston for the JLP, 3 for the People's National Party. And so to decide a councillor, that will come down to a popular vote. If there's not a recount and something changes in either of the parishes, Kingston or St. Andrew, in terms of the popular vote, what's the PNP's feeling in terms of what the numbers are getting?
Information is that we are leading also in the popular vote, and so we expect to take the leadership of the council.
And from that, in terms of the municipal corporation, do you feel at this moment that you'll be reclaiming the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation?
Yes, according to the law as we know it, in the event of the 2020 split, the Chief Electoral Officer of the parish will cast the deciding vote. The tradition is he will use as a parameter the popular vote to go with that as the deciding factor in who should be the mayor of Kingston.
Just outside of that, though, even before we get to that, the mood here is celebratory, and I think because many people are happy, many PNP supporters have said to me so far, and people who I've spoken with from the executive, that they're happy for winning back the Trafalgar division that was won on the PNP ticket from the last election, and also the Papine division that was on a PNP ticket, Kari Douglas and Venetia Phillips in both instances.
Right.
Is that driving the mood here at the moment? Because for the rest of the island, it's not yet complete.
And it's not, well, but additionally, the information you are working with, we have different information, and we believe we're going to get more than 20 seats. That's one. But if, as we say, over the next coming days, there will be final counts. But it definitely, those two, we're not bitter. I mean, those seats were traditionally PNP seats. Those persons went against the wishes of their voters in supporting another political party, and it has come home. There's no bitterness there, and we have retained the seat handily. As a matter of fact, increase the margins too.
Thank you so much for that. There is Eugene Kelly, the councillor from the Whitfield Town Division for the People's National Party. Again, I'm just going to step outside of the shot just to give you an idea so you can look and see for yourselves, viewers. There's someone speaking from a van on the compound inside the yard, and the supporters are also here standing and looking. The party president, Mark Golding, moments ago, less than 5 minutes ago, arrived, and he is now inside the party offices. So just listening up before we come back to you in studio, and you on the team.
Thank you so much for that, Giovanni. And once you hear that the party leader has arrived on a compound, whether it's JLP or PNP, that means you're now standing by to hear the speech that party leader is going to be delivered, whether it's one of victory, one of concession, one of, as we heard from Mrs. Simpson Miller 1 year, well, we don't know what's going on yet, so we'll wait and see if you have a very close election. So we're waiting to hear, and of course, when it is Mr. Golding as well as Mr. Holness, when they're ready to speak, we'll be going to them. Daniel was saying a little bit earlier on, when we heard mention of it in that interview, this concept of the popular vote and what it means. And let me see. So Daniel, let me ask you to start off. So the popular vote in itself means what?
Nothing, as you say, in the context of our voting.
Definition.
The number of persons who come out in support of a particular party. That's basically. So we have, if you look at the votes, you will see the number of persons who came out to support the PNP as opposed to the number of persons who came out to support the JLP. In how our system of governance work, where we vote, the fact that the PNP or the PNP will have a high popular vote doesn't necessarily mean they'll win the election.
Because,
and that's what you're seeing here now.
Because we go division by division or constituency by constituency.
And in how we govern ourselves, you'll appreciate that some constituencies smaller and some are larger. So some will get more votes and some will get less votes.
I think there's a deciding factor in the last election in St. Thomas, if my memory serves me right, where they decided who was going to be. There was a tie, and therefore the popular vote, in fact, informed who now.
Right. Which was what Mr. Kelly was explaining when he said, if there's a tie in the KCC, what will happen is that the person who has the presiding vote, the casting vote, that's the presiding officer for the area, they will look at the popular vote. So it's not a personal vote that they will be casting. They're going to be casting a vote based on the popular vote. And that will be what they call a tiebreaker in the constituencies which we have as being tied.
And on that note, let's go back to electoral office, because Javon Keys, in fact, does have the popular vote for the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Go ahead, Javon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dion. So earlier we pointed out that there was a stalemate as it relates to looking at the seats. So we had in Kingston, particularly 3 and 3 for JLP and PNP, respectively 17 and 17 in St. Andrew. But when we look at the popular vote, which will be the determining factor, we see where the People's National Party has 64,930, so that's 64,930, which puts them in the lead. The Jamaica Labour Party has 50,254 electors which voted in their favor. So based on the popular vote, this Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation preliminary preliminarily will go to the People's National Party. So again, 64,930 for the People's National Party versus 50,254 for the Jamaica Labour Party. Let's look at the preliminary data for the voter turnout as well. As it is now, I'm looking on the board and we're still seeing 97.5% of the 6,726 boxes being counted, already counted that is, which means that we have 6,556 boxes complete. But with that data coming in still, the preliminary assessment shows that voter turnout stands at 29.6%, so 29.6% the preliminary data for voter turnout. Of course, that data will likely be updated as the counting continues, and of course that's marginally lower than the last local government elections in 2016.
You can go back to the mayoral race in Portmore and take us through division by division. I don't know if that's available, but last time you had given us 5 divisions. But I don't know, are we able to get the counts for each division, where they are now?
Okay, so I can say that 97.8% of the boxes have been counted. That's 312 of 19 boxes. I'm going to see if I'll have to move, but if you could give me probably about a minute or so, I'll be able to go through division by division for you as it relates to the mayoral race. So 97.8% of the boxes counted, but I'll see if I can give you all those divisions in a moment.
Sure. In the meantime, let's just go back to our explanation about the popular vote. Because what happens is that right now in a general election, our popular vote is, I would say, meaningless because of the fact that we no longer have equal numbers of constituencies. Listeners and viewers may remember there was one year where there was a lot of concern that would have ended up with a tie vote. That's the year we had, was it 32, 33, 30, what was it?
It was 60 at the time. So
yeah, 60.
29, 31 or so. It was close.
It was very close. Yes. And having seen the disaster that happened in Trinidad and Tobago, sorry my TNT friends, when they had a tie and the difficulty they had getting their parliament up, electing a speaker and everything, there was a lot of concern here. We now have 63, so the popular vote will not come into play in a general election. It does still come into play in the local government elections. As we've seen, it looks like Clarendon again, looks like KSAMC. If they have equal numbers of divisions won, as was being explained in that earlier interview, the mayor will be chosen from the party that had the popular vote, that is the most number of votes overall. The deputy mayor would come from the other party. So we'll see what happens in those particular divisions. And Javon is saying 97.8% of the votes now in for the mayor of Portmore. So at this point, we should be able to get a pretty good picture of what is happening. Go ahead, Javon, back with you now.
Thank you so much, Dion. So I'll seek to go through all the divisions as quickly as possible. So as I said, 97.8% of the boxes counted. That's 312 of the 319 boxes, and that timestamp is at 10:31. So the Gregory Park division has Markland Edwards in the lead with 1,482 versus Leon Thomas 1,083. The independent candidate had 21 votes, and that's 33 of 34 boxes counted. Let's look at another division. We have Waterford, with the PNP's Leon Thomas leading, getting 63% of the votes, 1,421 versus 806 for Markland Edwards and 11 votes for Howard Hamilton. As we head to another division, Portmore Pines, 1,122 votes, 50% there going to Markland Edwards, 57 votes for Howard Hamilton, and Leon Thomas has 1,047 votes. That's 47% of the total votes in the Portmore Pines division. As we pull up Independent City, that has the Jamaica Labour Party leading. Markland Edwards has 954 votes versus 857 for Leon Thomas, 19 of 19 boxes counted, so that's 100%. As we bring up Westchester, this one only has 18 of 24 boxes counted, only 75% of those boxes counted so far. 713 votes for Markland Edwards, as Leon Thomas leads with 920 votes, or 56%. 22 votes going to Howard Hamilton. Edgewater, 28 of 28 boxes counted. This one preliminarily declared for Leon Thomas, 1,316 votes for him, with Markland Edwards getting 877. So again, 28 of 28 boxes counted. As we bring up another division for you, Greater Portmore North, 25 of 25 boxes, 1,131 or 55% for Leon Thomas, and Markland Edwards gets 904 votes, 44%. And I think that is it for the 12. I just want to make sure that we've gone through. Well, we have Greater Portmore North, 25 of 25 boxes, 1,131 versus 904 for Markland Edwards. So the PNP getting that one, 21 votes for Howard Hamilton. And that looks just about it. I think I lost count there, but we have 12 divisions there affixed to Portmore, and that's the data we have coming in. So 97.8% of the boxes counted, 312 of 319, that's what that amounts to. 1034 is the timestamp on that, and that's the data we have coming in at this time.
Thank you so much, Key. It's very helpful there. And somebody is going to be doing the maths on that, viewers and listeners. So as soon as we do get that, we will be bringing it to you. And give you a little bit of a better picture, though.
The voter turnout is, I imagine, there's significant disappointment in the parties because the effort on the road that we saw, the numbers. Yes. I saw someone in my make a lot of noise. I said, brother, that a crowd.
Rent a crowd.
That crowd, you must count when the votes in at the box.
True.
And that comes down to canvassing, and that comes down to a road game on the day. When I got up this morning and I saw the movements, I knew it was going to be low. I had a sense it was going to be low. I didn't see the kind of hustle with the runners. That's right. Because you can know when the runners are coming into comment, they pack up the car and they're gone and so forth. And when I went to several places, I walked around in the constituency that I live. I don't vote there anymore. I vote in Portmore, but I live in a new constituency. I didn't see those kinds of crowds. So insofar as them making it a referendum election, it didn't turn out that way, which means, in my mind, more people are being turned off because with all of this effort and all of the big wigs came out, you know. Yeah. Everybody came out, punching. And we are below, in fact, this turnout, if it's less than 30, because let me give you the numbers quickly. In 2016, 30%. In 2012, 34.7%. In 2007, 38%, 2003, 40%, 1998, 34%, 1990, 56%, 1986, 65%. So this is going to be among the lowest of the local government election turnout since 1986.
Okay, and on that note, we'll be back in a few minutes. Let's take a quick break. We'll soon come.
Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today.
At the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today.
Champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view pass now. Get set for an electrifying clash of high school champions at the It's a Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. Experience the rush from March 19 to 23 live on One Spot Media pay-per-view. Snatch an early bird season pass by March 1 for just US $30.99 or the early bird by March 11 for US $34.99. Log into One Spot Media, click the pay-per-view tab and buy your ticket. Download the app and dive into the excitement. It's all in one spot, so don't miss out. Lock in your pay-per-view
To unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner. Click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today. The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We continue with the local government election coverage, and we are going to be bringing up for you the divisions in the Portmore municipality so we can see what has been happening there. So let us go now, and this is Portmore, Greater Portmore East.
1364.
And Clyde, you are a little bit closer, yes. So come, help me with the reading.
So that is PNP Gordon, 1,364. That would be Portmore East. And Patrick Barrett of the JLP, 627 votes. That's 31%. And it appears as if all boxes are in. It looks that way. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's Gordon, 1,364, 69% of the vote.
30 of 34, I'm being
30,
told.
oh yes, I'm terrible. It's 30 of 34.
Okay, next one. All right, we're going to be bringing them up as we speak. And just to say that based on the divisions we had shared in terms of the mayoral race, the numbers that we had out of the 7 divisions, for the 7 divisions that we heard a short while ago, the PNP's Leon Thomas was at 77.75. The JLP's Markland Edwards was at 68.58, and the independent candidate Howard Hamilton was at 132.
Yes, sir.
More results. Portmore North, 30 boxes out of 36 counted. Gary Nicholson from the PNP, 1,877, 68% of the votes so far. And Dr. Level, JLP, 898, 32%, 30 boxes of 36 counted.
Okay. We're bringing them up bit by bit or one by one so you can see there. And we just want to remind our listeners and our viewers that we are also standing by to go to the various the 2 party headquarters.
St. Catherine Southeastern, Kennard Grant, so that's Bridgeport. That looks like Bridgeport, I think, yes, in St. Catherine, Bridgeport. Kennard Grant, PNP 651, 59% so far. Dwayne Eubanks, or is it Eubanks? Eubanks, 446 votes. Only 11 of 18 boxes counted so far.
Okay, we're going straight now to PNP headquarters.
Shown that the People's National Party, having not won a general election since 2011 or a local since 2012, we have shown that we have the capacity to deliver, to execute, and to achieve victory. And my heart is full because the PNP has come back as a strong, powerful force in this land again for the masses of the people and all Jamaica. Comrades, we will continue the work. We will continue to build our momentum. We will continue what we have been doing because we will not let the people down. The people want to see a PNP government and the people want to see Ayman, Mark, Jefferson rolling in Jamaica House, doing the work of the people. Clean heart and clean hands. Comrades, we can go forward with confidence. We have pulled off a great victory today. The people have spoken. The PNP is alive and well and strong. I want to dedicate this victory to Sister P, Mama P, on the anniversary of her ascendance to leadership of the People's National Party in 2006.
They're saying Porsche. Then Mark Golding just said, and this is Giovanni Dennis speaking, Mark Golding just said they're dedicating today's performance to Porsche Simpson Miller, who ascended to the leadership of the People's National Party on this date in 2006.
One of the children of Michael Manley, and he said to me, NW and Michael Manley are smiling tonight. And I want to say, the next PNP government will govern in the true spirit of the People's National Party as founded by the Right Excellent Norman Washington Manley and as created into a vibrant, massive force by his son, Joshua Michael Manley. I want to big up PJ Patterson, the most successful politician in the history of Jamaica. in terms of victory, who continues to mentor. We say, I want to go.
You need to know what you're going to say.
Okay, so you're listening there to Mark Golding, the PNP leader, and he said the PNP has shown they have the capacity to execute, to achieve victory. He said they would continue working to build momentum, and he called the night's results a rare victory. Let me go around the table, comments on what we've heard. Clive Mullins, let me start with you.
I'm not sure that the leader of the PNP should have given that particular speech about victory. I think it's rather early days yet. You have to look very carefully at the count in terms of the parish council or the municipal councils. I know that they were focused a lot on what was happening in Pepin and elsewhere, and clearly in terms of the popular vote. But that doesn't necessarily translate into a victory. I think it may be somewhat premature at this point in time. Maybe it's caught up in the flow of what is happening and the euphoria, but maybe it may be a bit misplaced right now.
In Jamaica, we tend to give our own meanings to words. I don't know on what measure the term victory is appropriate. They have done surprisingly well. They haven't been victorious if one uses the measure as to the amount of municipalities they control. They haven't won. They haven't been victorious. They have retained, they have dealt with 2 out of 3 turncoats, or whatever they call them, right? The 2 out of 3 they have gotten. It's not a victory. It's not a victory.
More than that. Remember
What
the 2 in Westmoreland.
All right.
So 1 for the JLP.
All right, so they have 2 out of, they have 3, no, they have 3 out of 5.
1, 2,
3 and 2.
4,
There are 2.
5.
5. 2 for the JLP and 3 for the PNP. That's correct?
I'll sort it.
Yeah, that's right. All right, it's close there.
The 2 in Westmoreland, 1 for the JLP. The 2 in the KCMC, lost for the JLP.
Yes, and there is 1 in St. Catherine for the PNP. The man who went from JLP to PNP. The one in the Ministers of Information constituency. Morris.
Okay,
Yes.
that one is slipping me, but I'll double check it.
Yeah,
I'll double
Morris
check
won with it. The non-performer, the so-called non-performer who performed well. He was being the non-performer by the minister.
We also had the Moko division with the...
Okay, all right. Well, all right, yeah,
but go ahead.
Well, they figure the one in the corporate area is the one that they all were excited about. It seems to me that he has survived, and yeah, he puts survival as victorious. Maybe he means tending towards being victorious in the national central government election. Is attendance. He's saying we're on the right, we're on a victorious track. Yeah. That's the most I can
remember
stretch
earlier
it.
I said how they would see it, and
Yes.
I was pitching it, you know.
Yeah.
But this seemed to have gone a little bit too far. On the latest count, the JLP was leading and/or declared 7 parishes in terms of control of the municipal authority.
Yeah.
The PNP, if we were to include Portmore, would be at 5. So that's 7 and 5 is 12, so we have 2 left.
Yeah.
So I'm not so sure if he's using victory in an appropriate sense, because you will not control, based on the numbers here so far, if they hold, the JLP will control most of the municipal
Hold
authorities.
on, I'm going to interrupt you. Going back to PNP headquarters, Giovanni Dennis is with Mark Golding. Go ahead, Giovanni.
All right, thank you so much, Dion. So you may see the camera shaking a bit because it's very crowded here. Lots of other media houses trying to get a quick word from Mr. Golding one-on-one. Mr. Golding, you said just now while addressing the party supporters that this is the beginning of the end of the JLP. Why do you say that?
You know, we are coming from where we were in 2020, where we were badly beaten. And today we've pulled off a victory into the popular vote, which we have won. that we control. We expanded the number of divisions that we have won substantially, and we've won the KSAMC, included by a very substantial margin on the popular vote, having equal number of divisions. So overall, I think this means that the people have spoken and they are ready for change. And that is why I say it's the beginning of the end of this Jamaica Labour Party government.
So just for clarity, you're conceding that overall the JLP has won the local government, that you've increased the number of seats that you've won?
I'm telling you, we have won the popular vote, and we have done well because we have expanded the number of seats that we have, the number of divisions that we have, and the number of councils that we control. The numbers have been a bit...
Okay. All right. Well, you know, our panelists were saying, just before we went to listen to Mr. Golding, why was he claiming victory? And we heard him explain there. He is basing it, he's saying, on the popular vote. He's basing it on an expansion of the number of actual divisions won. He said they had won the KSAMC, which I don't know if you can say that. If it's a tie, what will happen is if it remains a tie and they do have the total number of, they've won the popular vote there, then they'll get the mayor. But I don't equate that to a winning of the municipal
if you look at
corporation.
the presentation and what he has really said, he's really lumped in on this popular vote, which takes us back to the beginning of talking about what does this mean for him as a leader of the People's National Party. Clyde, you made a point about clawing back voters, even though you said it's a race to the bottom. It seems to me that this is, do you use the word of referendum? Perhaps a referendum on his leadership to say whether or not he had what it takes to design and to execute an election. It seems to me that this victory, as he has so described it, is cementing himself, as you have said, like giving him some room, that he can expand, he can make some decisions now because he has demonstrated that he has the capacity to keep the PNP at the front burner or to bring back some people who seem to have been disinterested. So maybe that is how he describes it.
More importantly, it sends a signal to donors.
True, that they're not dead yet.
Yes, we haven't lost yet. You know, if you increase, especially in the diaspora, if you increase your funding, we can do better. Because
we've increased popular vote, we've expanded divisions.
Hold on for me, going back to the electoral office. Go ahead, Siobhan.
Thank you so much, Dion. So at this point, we have 97.5% of the overall boxes counted, and that really appears to be where we will end things for the preliminary count. But here's the latest I have from the Portmore Municipal Corporation. All boxes have been counted. We have all those boxes in. That's 319 of 319. And for this very closely watched seat, we have the Jamaica Labour Party getting 10,899 votes, while the People's National Party's Leon Thomas got 14,891 votes. So again, that means that Leon Thomas has preliminarily been chosen as the returned as the mayor of Portmore, with Markland Edwards getting 10,899, being defeated there by the PNP's Leon Thomas. The data coming in confirms, well, preliminarily confirms the 29.6% voter turnout. As it relates to what's happening here at the EOJ, we are the last media house left here, which means that Jamaica, you know that we are your election station. That is where we'll wrap things up for today's event, coming from the Electoral Office of Jamaica, of course. As you heard earlier, this is not where it ends. We will have those counts taking place, and then the confirmed results will come later on. But that is it from me and the team here at the Electoral Office of Jamaica. Until next time, back to you, Dion.
Thank you so very much, Javon. I tell you though, we didn't need your being the last at the AOJ to know that we're the election station, you know, because we take our time, we do things carefully. I know people are rushing us a little bit, but we want to make sure we give you exactly as it is and as we have it. So, and again, we're winding down now, but we've heard, we're still waiting to hear, to see if Mr. Holness is, yet at the JLP headquarters and what he is going to say. And I think one of the interesting things will be to hear how the two leaders
The two victories.
Yes.
But in the popular vote,
because everybody's going to claim victory.
Is the PNP president correct in saying that the PNP has won the popular vote?
From
is
the
it correct?
last numbers that we had.
Is he correct?
From the last numbers we had, it would appear
they were ahead.
They were ahead. There was no confirmation of it. It was, I think we had 300 and something, 303 to 282. That was one of the numbers I had.
I'll ask the production team to give me what they have.
Because that's...
But even so...
Okay, going to the JLP headquarters at Belmont Road right now.
So you...
PM, are we going to be able to have a quick word with you this evening?
Yes, of course, of course. Press conference?
When him does. He say yes, of course, so let's see.
Okay, so you're watching there, in fact, a live shot. So that was the Prime Minister having just arrived at the JLP headquarters on Belmont Road. We saw him there heading in, no doubt, to talk to his inner circle and to, get ready to come out now and address his supporters. And if you're looking there at the screen, you will see a markedly different picture than we saw earlier on when it was a very dark and lonely looking car park with Andrea Chisholm standing all by herself. So you can see clearly the supporters feel that, there's been a change in their circumstances, change in the difference, and we're seeing them coming out and express that. So we're waiting to hear from the Prime Minister now. And we're saying there before.
I wouldn't draw that conclusion.
What? That they think there's a change in their circumstances?
I'm not saying that the supporters feel that. And you say, look here, we have to get people at Belmont Road for the Prime Minister come in.
No,
and
I don't agree
mobilize
with
to
you.
get
No, I don't
people
agree
there.
with you. You know why I don't agree with you?
Yeah, you know what's the time?
No, hold on.
It's happened before in the last elections,
Yes, I watch Jamaica very closely when it comes to these election night things. You see how in the States, you will have a whole ballroom gathered of people waiting to hear from their losing candidate. Jamaica not play that. If you lose, you're on your own.
Yeah. No, the point I'm saying is that crowd you see there has been engineered.
And I'm saying to you, at 11 o'clock, no, hold on, let me give you one example.
Not leaving them yard to come to your place.
No, hold on.
It's politics.
You remember the first time Mr. Holness ran as led the Jamaica Labour Party.
2011.
Yes, 2011, 49 days or something after he had been sworn in, and he lost. And I must say, Desmond McKenzie and Sharon Hay Webster won with him at Belmont Road.
But interestingly,
there was no crowd engineer.
Interestingly, beyond the last general election, this happened, I remember distinctly. We sat here and there was a crowd at Wood and hardly anybody. And then later on, it actually shifted. It really did.
Because people watching and people going to come out.
People are watching and they're listening and they are listening to hear what is and trying to see what is happening. You're right.
One of the things that makes me, I'm curious. This is the interpretation of victory, because if you look at the numbers, you would say that the JLP they've not been destroyed. Nobody has come out to say, we don't trust you, we're not voting for you, it's a vote against you.
Nobody has lost.
So in the scheme of things, they too would have something to celebrate. Because leading up, you would have heard, it's a referendum on leadership. You're looking at the issues that have dogged the different members of the party. Will this have an impact? And it clearly did not.
But you remember when we started the poll and making the point about the seat count in the last election, and therefore how much they can claw back.
Yes.
I don't think that they have done that sufficiently well for him to even, in relation to the popular vote, to say victory.
This is who? PNP?
The PNP, right. So I think he's trying to maximize a bounce tonight.
On himself.
On himself.
And his leadership.
And to stave off anything going forward. But if you look at the numbers and where we're tending, in terms of the incumbent.
Correct.
It is not the
in all other circumstances, you did not destroy the incumbent. You have, and I guess what people want to know and what people want to understand is, if you didn't lose, why so downtrodden? Why was there not so much excitement? What is the thinking? Is there something that has occurred that has deflated you? But as you've said before, we are going into an election season. We're going to have 18 months.
This is a point. This is a point now, because the question was how would tonight's results impact when it is the PM cause election?
Correct.
You know, is he
Correct.
going to now say, okay, you know, something I can call it this year, I've done well enough, or is he going to look at the popular vote now and say, you know, something, let me give it a little bit more time.
But remember the popular vote, what does the popular vote say in a national election? Remember, we're having this discussion.
We are, but again, remember the turnout in local government doesn't tell you what's going to be the turnout for the general. You know,
So we're
because
using
it's
it then as a bellwether, as an indicator as to what could possibly be the result in different areas.
Well, I'd say the most significant indicator would be how many divisions you have won in each constituency.
Point.
Those are the numbers that you're going to need to look at.
Plus, in relation to the point you just made, we did a vox pop that we aired, I think it was last week on All Angles, and one of the members of the public were asking, how you going to vote? One man said, look, the election here not change government. Me now come out of my yard and vote unless my vote a change government. So people look at the general election with a different mindset. This is now they think going to make a significant difference.
So if that is so, then we can look at the speech that was made by Golding and say, who is he addressing? Is he saying to the PNP that stayed home that, look, there is a popular vote or a support that is supporting us, the PNP, and so you need to look at us because we can elevate, we can carry out an election? Or is it that he is, like you said, putting himself up as a leader now who is defining his moment?
Well, you didn't expect me to come out and say he lost.
No, well, we don't expect that.
None of them is going to come out and say that.
Expect a little bit more measured. If I were organizers, strategists on the PMP side, I'd be crunching these numbers over the next 2 days in terms of...
Yeah, but it's tonight we're talking about.
Yes, I know, I'm just saying that you have to look at the parish vote, the constituencies,
but
and
you have
the
to tell
divisions.
people you win.
I understand that. I'm just saying that's an overstatement. As I said earlier, they're going to focus on, they have increased the popular support, they have increased the number of divisions they have won, and it appears as if they will also increase the number of local authorities they will control. The last time was 9-5. It was 9-5 after 2016, I think it was. 9 in the JLP column, 5 in the PMP column. It could very well be now 7 in the JLP column so far, and then if we were to put Kingston and St Andrew and Portmore in the PMP column at 6, at 7 and 6, 13, we're left with Clarendon. So we were left with Clarendon now, and it is 11-11, so it's a popular vote. So insofar as those numbers are concerned, Golding and the party will take some kind of course. Yes, in that. What's important for his leadership, this is his first election, and he's saying, them a mash me up, but they are still. Everybody that say Andrew gonna mash me up, but they are still. So for him and his team and his survival in the People's National Party, he's going to claim this as a victory because he has clawed back. And he has increased the division numbers. He may have more local authorities, so it's marginal. In other words, things are evenly keel at this point.
Or they're better than it was before.
If PNP gets, as it looks as if they will, the mayor of Kingston,
that's right.
That's a big get for them. It's a big get. That's a prominent individual who is going to be able to campaign in a different way. But in response to the point you're making as well in terms of who he was talking to, different constituencies, because he has to address his base.
Yes.
He has to address the people at home who didn't leave, but who might vote in a general election, you know, and then as well the uncommitted who are watching to see what's going to be happening.
But the money, because nobody's backing a losing horse.
No. Right? But the flip then, since the coveted crown is KCC, what does that mean tonight then? Is that the reason for the deflated spirits with the Jamaica Labour Party? The fact that you weren't able to retain?
I don't think they're deflated.
Let us see what happens when they're deflated.
No, I don't think they're deflated.
They're not deflated.
What I think they're going to take from this is that everybody thought when you saw the numbers and the campaign that we were going to...
Yes, it was a sure thing.
Yes, for the PNP to win. Here we are, standing still. So insofar as that is concerned, Andrew is going to take from, remember, it's his second term as well. This is his second term.
I know.
So going into a third term. And traditionally, people will be swinging around.
Yeah.
For them to be holding it like this will encourage the Labour base.
And this is going back to your conversation about how difficult it is to win a third term. What does this mean in terms of their ability to take back some significant losses, appreciate where they are, assess where they are and come forward to secure a third term, because essentially, this has not been a rejection of the Jamaica Labour Party.
No.
So if it's not a rejection of the Jamaica Labour Party, and you step back and decide, what did I lose? Where did I lose? What were the factors? And use your 18 months of active campaigning, it is more than likely that we might see the fortunes of a third term.
Let me just run through again, because the last set of results we're getting from EOJ is that nothing has changed from the last time we gave it the results, but I'm just going to run them through for you again. So Kingston is 3-3, 3 to JLP, 3 to PNP. St. Andrew is 17 and 17. So in other words, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, right now it's 2020, the EOJ is telling us. St. Thomas is 5 to JLP and 4 to PNP. So that's one division. We're not sure what is happening there. Portland is 6 to the JLP, 3 to the PNP. St. Mary is 7 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. St. Anne is 11 to the JLP, 5 to the PNP. We have Trelawney, which is 6 to the JLP, 3 to the PNP. St. James, 11 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. Hanover, 1 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. Westmoreland, 3 to the JLP, 11 to the PNP. St. Elizabeth, 9 to the JLP, 6 to the PNP. Manchester, 3 to the JLP, 12 to the PNP. Clarendon, 11-11. So, as with St. Catherine, 18 to the JLP and 23 to the PNP.
And then Portmore?
Portmore isn't on this list that I have here. Okay.
So we're looking, let us take St. Thomas out of the equation just for a while, because there's one. So we're looking at JLP having St. Bess, Trelawney, Portland, St. Mary, St. Anne, St. James, 6. Then the PNP, Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, St. Catherine, I'm going to say Portmore, and Kingston and St. Andrew on the popular vote. We'll go to them, that's 6.
Yeah, 6.
So we take 6 and 6, 12. Clarendon is left out there, and
Clarendon is tied.
St. Thomas.
And Clarendon is tied.
And St. Thomas, we don't know what's happening.
St. Thomas. So
that's almost exactly, apart from the mayorship of the KCMC, if they get that, that's exactly where they were in 2016.
Correct.
Exactly
so it must
where they
have
were,
been,
including winning the Portmore division.
That's what the People's National Party.
Yeah. In 2016, they had won the Portmore division.
So I'm asking, when you look at all things being equal.
But guess what? I think Mark Golding and a number of PNP expected the JLP was going to give them a big
a better run.
Yeah, a big beating. Yes. They really expected the JLP was going to get a big beating.
Low numbers.
Had the money.
Yes.
Right? Had the money. Yes. Brocard was more popular than Marky G. Yes. Right? Serious going, and polls show the JLP
but
ahead.
the polls, remember the polls did show, though, that there was a slim
I must say that
statistical
deadly.
In fact,
so it would appear
turned to be correct.
Yes. So it turns out that it is
so. It was correct, yeah. The polls showed that it was so. And it seems to me that Holness realized what the polls were saying and campaigned till 2:30 in the morning and all like that. Serious campaigning was going on. He really pushed it hard. He really worked hard.
Are there any trends, though, that we're getting from what we're seeing tonight in terms of saying, a lot has been said about the popular vote.
Yeah.
Trends are what people use to mark what could possibly happen in a general election. If you're looking at the outplay tonight, are there any trends? Is a popular vote, because most of us never hear about popular vote before. This is perhaps the first time now popular vote is becoming so popular. I mean, are there any trends? Is it that we're looking at the popular vote to say, there is an increasing support now or return of the People's National Party?
I think what happened is that the JLP relied on statistics, right? That didn't filter down to the reality of the people. They did statistics with growth, statistics with inflation, right? The numbers didn't mean anything.
Well, most of us don't understand that.
People don't understand.
You have to speak, like Dion always says, she need our listeners them to understand.
Yeah.
We rest of we need to understand what them the numbers
inflation
mean.
and all like that. That never mean anything because the prices were going up same way and all like that. And all what the international community thought of Jamaica and all like that didn't mean a thing. Independent central bank didn't mean a thing. People were dealing with reality.
Micro issues.
Local politics.
Local politics.
Right. So,
in fact, the general election We'll be focused more on the local politics.
For the 18 months then that we're going to be traveling, Dion, because I know, Dion, you've been up for the whole day. You've been marshalling this all day. So, me just try
Daniel,
ask the question.
The 18 months will be pure local government things. We're talking about water, road, right? Everything that it was supposed to be local government, they'll deal with it local government. In fact, the Prime Minister said, this gave him opportunity to show that, hey, Jamaican people really suffered and want certain things. They want road and water. No, I thought that anybody that lived in Jamaica wouldn't know that Jamaicans want road and water. I mean, they never take an election. You go around and say that Jamaicans want road. You're so blinkingly busy with your international community and your statistics and your inflation rate and all like that. And your threshold and all like that. Jamaican people want at least, you know.
The fact of the matter is...
I want to finish.
Oh, sorry.
I want to finish. It's not one donkey the people want called prosperity for the road situation, you know. Because if I was in the opposition, I make sure that donkey no live no longer. I mean, prosperity that way. Because I don't know what happened to that donkey. But the people want road and water, at least. And then, hear me, you have to deal with the health system. If you give the people those local conditions and patch the roads, they don't care if it's councillor going patch it. They don't care if it's MP going patch it. They don't ask who fixed the road. They say government must fix the road. We can't do it.
I wanna put in a little caution here.
Yes.
I don't think we should be saying 18 months necessarily, because the PMP clearly is gaining ground. Clearly gaining ground. So the question that the JLP and the leader will have to face is, do I go early or do I play the long game? In other words...
Remember what's coming now, you know?
Yes.
The completion of the highway going through St. Thomas.
And the toll, no toll for that one. The toll down at the other one.
And
the
then,
toll, Williamsfield one have toll.
And then Montego Bay.
Yeah, Montego Bay
the
coming.
start of the road there.
The hospital is built. And the hospital price gone up, the Cornwall regional price gone up again.
But I think Clive can tell you, Montego Bay is a complete and total nightmare in terms of traffic.
Warmington has to start seriously dealing with the things. Don't wait on no municipal corporation. Warmington has to make sure some roads fixed, some bridges built, right? And
so if you're in
sorry, one second. No. The reason why the PNP, not the PNP, the division that we were speaking about in St. Thomas, apparently is Landue, and apparently there is a tie. Mayor of the PNP won by 10 votes the last time, and we're hearing now that there is a tie this time. So what that means, just to remind our viewers and our listeners, what is happening tonight is called the preliminary vote, right? For most divisions, the preliminary vote will not, what should I say, there won't be a significant difference when you have the final vote, the final count that will be done, usually starts tomorrow.
Yes.
Usually finish, say in a day or two.
And then you probably have the possibility of magisterial somebody going object
But
to the
really and truly, the only time that you really look to the final count is if you have a very small margin. And I'm not talking about 100 votes. You don't say final court change with 100 votes. Like 10 and less is what we're talking about. So that's the point at which, so we can see this happening for Landue. I can tell you from now, every single ballot is going to be scrutinized now.
Yes.
You know, so there's going to be a final count, and it's undoubtedly going to go to magisterial recount. And then you will have the spoiled ballots examined for whether or not the voter intention was for one side or the other. And
lawyers come into play.
Lawyers get our money.
Lawyers get our money.
Lawyers get our money.
Playing on all their houses.
Lawyers get our money.
I have done several of those scams.
Lawyers get our money.
Did you just call lawyers play?
Yes.
No, because what happens is that, you know, on the preliminary count, an X might seem to be in the wrong place, and it will be rejected as spoiled ballots. The spoiled ballots are not thrown away. They are put carefully in a special envelope. So when it's time now for the final count and then the magisterial recount, those are also carefully scrutinized. And what our case law shows is that what the courts do is that they look at a ballot to see if the intention of the voter can be determined. Because if it is that you can look and you say, okay, it's not exactly where it should be in law, but it's clear that the voter intended to vote for this side, then that will be given to that side. Because what should I say, respect is
The
given
intention of
to
the
the
voter.
intention of the voter. So you don't want to discard votes. That could make a significant difference in swinging an election one way or the other. So
Yeah, just to go to the point about what it means going forward. The fact of the matter is that what it means now is that you're going to have a government that has the resources to do a lot of these things in the 18 months.
Yes.
And so it may well be even a harder hill to climb for the PNP, because if they don't control these authorities, then what's going to happen now is that they're going to be behind the ball. And I suspect that what you're going to see in terms of the activity on the ground, in terms of the spend and so on, is going to be huge. And maybe, just maybe, what happened tonight, if it was more convincing for them, it would have been better.
all right, we're going to go to Belmont Road now. Prime Minister Andrew Holness is getting ready to speak.
He's in the JLP conference room.
Okay, we see him
outside.
taking his seat, and they are getting ready. As soon as he is ready to speak, we will go. So what determines who flanks you, gentlemen? What determines who gets to be in the shot?
The chairman has to be beside him.
Yes.
The chairman by definition, and then the deputy.
Or general secretary, if they're
and
there,
the general secretary. Yeah, with the general secretary has to be there. The chairman and general secretary.
People who have been instrumental in doing the groundwork.
No, the hierarchy. The hierarchy.
The general secretary might be in the West anyway, so he wouldn't be there.
The general secretary might take the plane up. You know,
But he's going to have the local
national security. This might be a security matter here.
So having Desmond is crucial. Is the local
Desmond has to be there. Minister of Local Government has to be there.
But tell us who else is at the table?
Well, that is Miller, is it?
Robert
Miller and
Southeast
Abka Fitzhenley, I see beside.
That's Kerry.
No, Abka Fitzhenley beside the minister. Senator Fitzhenley beside the Minister of Local Government, Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie has to be there. He has a lot of work to do.
Prime Minister is
Good. You have live feed?
Yes, PM. I was about to tell you, we are live.
All right, I see. Andre. Yeah, Andre.
All right, well, Prime Minister asked if he was live and then had to take a phone call, so...
You know, this is the contrast. I like to see how people, the visuals.
The optics.
So the JLP leader is in a quiet environment to deliver his press conference, and it appears as if he has some notes to speak from, right? As distinct from the PNP leader in a noisy environment, no notes to speak, but just kind of...
He didn't use patois. I don't understand.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, you're pointing out this distinction in presentation.
Very, very important in terms of one is a lot more staid and delivering from what appears to be some
staid and controlled.
That's correct.
Prepared.
Another leader just talking, ad-libbing, just going on and so forth. So end up using words like victory and so forth and so on. And this is the difference between those two organizations.
Now, hold on. You're making it sound as if Mr. Golding said victory without thinking. And
no.
Clearly, everything he said was deliberate, even though he was ad-libbing, as you said.
I understand that, but remember that it comes over now for persons to interrogate it. And when you begin to interrogate, they're saying, what do you mean?
No, but that's us saying that.
No, I accept that. Remember that
but he has defended it.
Remember that I was the one who had said earlier that more than likely this is what they're going to present.
Interestingly,
so
on X, I see the same person's asking the question, why is he saying victory?
Yes,
so
it's two
perspectives.
You're going to have the perspective I laid out earlier that I'd expect them to say this. And I pointed to increasing divisions, clawing by the popular vote, going to win more authorities. But then you have the other side now who's going to look the perspective, the independent person to interrogate and say, but...
Well, I suppose what you're highlighting then is the strategy of the appearance, the presentation.
And it's got his bounce on the euphoria.
As a speaker, you can't help but ask yourself, how do you maximize that? And I suppose that's really what you're doing.
Now 11:21, what a time to have a press conference. But we waited until we got the latest results from the Electoral Office of Jamaica. What we can say to the nation is that the Jamaica Labour Party retains 7 municipal corporations with a clear lead. The PNP has 4, and there are 2 that are reported to be tied. So, without question, the Jamaica Labour Party has won the municipal elections, without question. The two municipal corporations that are tied, we should have some definitive results on those in a few days, possibly by Wednesday. But as you know, with these elections, as it was in 2016, they go through recounts, and where there are very close margins, there is the potential for change. So right now, the most definitive result that we can say is that the Jamaica Labour Party holds 7 municipal corporations, which is the majority of the corporations. The ties are the KCAC and, at this point, Clarendon. And as I said, those will probably go through magisterial recounts. How do you interpret this? How do you interpret this? Well, if we look at what existed before, the PNP retained retained Westmoreland, which they had, Hanover, Manchester, and St. Catherine. The Jamaica Labour Party retained all that it had, which was Trelawney, St. Mary, St. Anne, St. James, St. Elizabeth, St. Thomas, and Portland. So, how do you interpret this? Clearly, the people of Jamaica maintains confidence in the government of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clearly, if this were a general election, the Jamaica Labour Party would still be the government of Jamaica, which is the which is the result. So there is no, in my opinion, as I had expected, the results would largely be the same. Now, there are, however, issues that have come up in the campaign, which the government has been seized of and recognizes. And I think the people have, in their wisdom, found a way to communicate these issues through the ballot to the government. The government cannot ignore this. As we went around the country, every member of parliament, every councillor contesting the election would have come up on the issues of roads and water. These are not issues that are that originate with the Jamaica Labour Party. These have been long-standing issues that the people of Jamaica have been suffering. But we note that people's expectations have risen. I made the observation that there are more cars in Jamaica now than ever before. Almost 150,000 or more cars have been imported into Jamaica since 2016. And the level of housing construction has increased, and therefore people are expecting these conveniences and utilities to be readily available. Other pain points, such as garbage collection, more buses for public transportation, these are all issues that affect people in their households and in local ways. And the government is sensitive to this, recognizes that this has been an impact on the poll, but it is clearly not to the point where the public feels that the Jamaica Labour Party has not done anything about it. So we see this poll as an expression of frustration, and the government interprets this as we need to step up the pace at which we deliver benefits. I think I think without question, the country sees that we have managed the economy well, and we continue to be the political party that has the best capabilities and competencies to deliver the results that they need. So I want to therefore congratulate all the councillors who have won, both in the JLP and in the PNP. I want to thank the voters who participated in the election. As I said earlier, this is a victory for Jamaica's democracy. It shows that our institutions are strong. And I thoroughly enjoyed the campaign, and I was very happy to have the opportunity once again to go out and do what I like to do, which is to meet my people, interact with them, and explain to them what the direction is. I know that there are those who will try to contort the results into a victory. In no calculus is 7-4 a victory. None whatsoever for the opposition. None. So I know that there are those who will try to contort it. And at the end of the day, things largely remain the same as it is in terms of what the results showed in 2016. The KSAC was very close. Clarendon, again, very close. But we will take this election results and interpret it honestly and do what is necessary to continue to maintain and grow the support of the Jamaican public. So once again, I thank the Jamaican voters who participated and congratulate all the councillors who have won. Thank you so much.
PM. PM, I'm assuming you'll be taking questions. Yes?
Well, we could take a few questions.
Sure, we'll hurry because we're tired as well, PM. Andrea Chisholm from TVJ, 2 quick questions. First of all, with the momentum now with the JLP, should Jamaicans expect to go back to the polls later this year for a general election?
It's a very good question. I have given it some thought, but I won't share them just yet. The truth is, we have work to do. And we have to be careful about election fatigue. I get the sense that people are more interested in getting their roads fixed and their water supplies connected. And for the months remaining to the constitutional due date, I can assure you that the government will be working very hard to have those 2 top items dealt with. You know, if you allow me to just make, when we did our survey of issues of concern, coming out of 2020 and 2016, you will notice that we always had roads and water, but the top concerns would have been crime, unemployment, economic growth, stability of the dollar. None of those have come up. Where we are now, and a clear message from the people of Jamaica, they say you are the political party that has the ability and the competence to generate the resources to treat with these 2 main problems which we have been suffering for 50 years. Get it done. We hear you. We knew this was the issue, and we're going to work very hard. We have announced the Spark program. We did that last year, and that is budgeted and ready to go. We will have a similar program for water, which we will announce shortly.
And PM, I remember, since you're on the Spark program, opposition MP Julian Robinson had raised concerns about the terms of reference for consultations in Parliament. Have those issues been addressed?
I'm not sure what the concerns were. I was very clear that the consultations would include both MPs and councillors. There was an attempt, again, to misdirect and mislead that the allocations are only for MPs. This allocation is being done quite differently from other allocations. There is an allocation to the constituency, which will include a significant consultative process, and therefore MPs and councillors will have to work together with the community of interest to come to the priorities of roads that will be repaired. Bearing in mind the allocations that we are making could not fix every road all at once. It's physically not possible, administratively not possible, and therefore we have to select priorities, get them done within a short period of time, and then go to another cycle. What our economy has given us is the certainty, if we continue to manage the economy as we have, that you could have constant allocations of this level or greater to address the issues of roads. And believe me, I will say, I traveled on the roads during the campaign, and it's justified. People are justified in local communities in particular in being upset about the state of their roads and water.
And finally, from me, before I yield to my other colleagues, Prime Minister, the Auditor General has issued a report talking about 22-point disclaimers for municipal corporations who can't afford to, who can't account for billions of dollars that were either allocated to them or being spent. What is the plan to improve accountability in the municipal corporations?
I might invite the Minister of Finance to speak generally on the Auditor General statement. That falls under the Minister of Finance's portfolio. But the other part of your question, before I invite the Minister of Finance, I have said before on the platforms as I campaign that I too believe that there needs to be greater attention to accountability of our municipal corporations and how they work. Some persons have sought to roll this up into some form of local government reform, which suggests that local government has a special form of reform. The truth is that local government is an administrative arm of government like any other administrative arm of government. They fall under the PBMA and the other regulations of government, and greater attention and enforcement is needed to ensure accountability in this regard. So I will ask the Minister to just jump in here quickly.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Andrea, just would want to say that it is this government that has provided Auditor General with the funds to engage in audits of municipal corporations which were backed up for several years. So a few years ago, we took a look at it and realized that, wait a minute, the Auditor General is required to produce audited statements of municipal corporations' activities, but that duty was not undertaken for a very, very long time, meaning the last audit was over a long period of time ago. I can't remember whether it's a decade or 9 years.
In the 90s.
A long time ago. This administration looked at it and said, this is a problem for public trust. This is a problem for accountability. And we engaged with the Auditor General and provided resources. I believe the resources were about $300 million for a project to be undertaken to look at all of the entities of which municipal corporations are a part, is broader than that, where there is a backlog of audits. And it is through that project that we are able to, the Auditor General is able now to make progress on that backlog. Now, what you're going to find as that happens is that issues that have to do with periods before the current period are going to arise. Yeah? So when the reports come out, initially the reports won't be for this year or for last year, but it will be starting when the backlog would have occurred. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the way in which I think it ought to be interpreted is that the government is committed to ensuring that there is accountability across all entities, including municipal corporations, by funding the Auditor General to ensure that what has been the norm in Jamaica for a long time, that we've gone years without audits, that no longer continues. That is a sign of our commitment.
Yeah. So the idea that local government needs a special reform, local government needs to be treated like another entity of central government and face all the administrative and regulatory procedures and made to comply with them, which is what the Minister of Finance has just said. The fact that you are getting reports that preceded even our term should be carefully interpreted, that much of what you're seeing is not as a result of our term of government, but we are the government that would have put in place the measures to start the accountability.
And just for the listeners who might be hearing the exchange and not understanding the period of time we're talking about, the reports to which you referred were, went back to 2006 all the way up to 2013 or thereabouts. So it's not for the current period, it's for a period in the past, but it's this government that has provided the funds for that work to be produced.
I think I should also say that I'm happy for this election because it does give me an opportunity to take a very serious look at how our local governments work, how the municipal corporations work. Because as I go around the country, there is a call for more funding. When you talk to people in local government, it appears to be that the solution is more money. And what I'm picking up from people is that, yes, they want to see more resources, but they also want more service. They want more interaction. They want to see their councillors. They want to be able to lay their complaints. They want more leadership in community issues. And therefore, the role of the councillor, which has just been reduced to a kind of transactional agent, that has to be rethought. And the councillor has to be more of a community leader that brings the community together to find local solutions to the problem. And not just local service problems, but what do we want our community to be? There are so many communities that have great potential, great assets. And the question is, how do you mobilize the stakeholders to utilize those assets to define the community? So going forward, having had the campaign and having seen some of the glaring gaps, you can look forward to a more rounded local government structure.
Kimon Francis from the Gleaner, what's the status of the census?
Well, again, that is on the minister, but the census is ongoing. Minister, you could answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Kimon, for that question. The census is in the final stages of being completed, with the data capture process having come to an end and the analytical process being underway. A fuller update will be provided at a time when we can focus on that as a subject material. But we're coming to the end of the analytical phase of the census process.
So is it that data gathering is complete? Because there are concerns, and I've seen it. I have not been, I've not participated. So I'm wondering where exactly are we now? Is it that data has been collected and they're analyzing now to finalize everything? I don't understand.
Yes, the data gathering stage is at completion, and they're in the analytical stage of the census process.
I think you should point out that not everyone is.
Yeah.
You could point that out just for.
Okay, well, I'll just squeeze in one very quickly. Minister Clark, we saw the apology from the central bank this week regarding the overestimation of the impact of the increase in JUTC bus fares on inflation. We heard what you had to say about standing by that decision, but the opposition has maintained that it is a bad policy decision. Is it that there's going to be another measure to help to temper inflation? What are you going to be doing about it?
This government has made a habit, a good habit, of providing targeted intervention for members of segments of the population that are in need of such intervention. By targeted, what we mean is that the vast majority of the resources go to the intended group and intended population, and that's a population where the need can be demonstrated. The reduction in bus fares is something that we're very proud of. There are approximately 30 to 40,000 persons on an annual basis who, well, 30 to 40,000 persons who take the JUTC, and largely these are persons who are not on major incomes, and we're happy that they're able to benefit from a reduction in the fares at the JUTC from $100 to $70, and come April 1st, from $100 in December to $50, half price fare. And we think that for persons on small incomes, for persons on minimum wage, this is a material difference in costs, so much so that the JUTC has seen an upsurge in usage as a result of the lower fees. It would have been happier if the impact on inflation would have been greater, but the impact on human lives is significant. Persons who are making, as I said, minimum wage, this is a major part of their income.
What Minister of Finance, as I reflect on your statement, and I reflect on the opposition spokesman's statement, I recall him being a great proponent of the government taking almost $40 billion of the budget to give grants and to just give away. You recall? You would, simple Google search would see in his budget presentation 2 years ago, where that was his recommendation. Was that bad policy then?
It's a hypocritical stance. Let me call it for what it is.
Yes.
This is a government that is providing support to members of the traveling public who are on smaller incomes. And we're providing that support by reducing what is a major cost for them. $100 a day in two directions, $200 times 5, that's $1,000. If you're making $13,000 a week, what we have done is to say, instead of taking $1,000 to pay for your bus fare, you pay $500. Everywhere in the world, that is good policy. We are supporting vulnerable Jamaicans. The opposition is hypocritical. This is a government that believes in supporting vulnerable members of the population. They're hypocritical in their stance, and all Jamaica can see that.
Finally now from me, really finally, will you be removing the hedge tax on fuel?
That is a narrative framing that is incorrect. There's no hedge tax on fuel.
The hedge on fuel.
There's no hedge on fuel, Andrea. You've bought into a false narrative.
Finally, from me, the income tax threshold. Anything definitive now on that?
There is a threshold, though.
There is a threshold. There ain't no hedge tax, but there is a threshold. Yes. So, look, this is the government that has presided over an unprecedented period in Jamaica's history of no new taxes every single year for 6 consecutive years. This is the government that has reduced taxes, one, by increasing the threshold back in 2017, and also by reducing GCT and reducing and abolishing a number of taxes. This is the government that believes in a policy position of ensuring that people are in charge of their own resources, and we trust them to spend it wisely. It is this government's position to revise the income tax threshold upwards whenever the opportunity presents itself. Let me say this. You will not have to, you won't need to wait on any other government for that to happen. Exactly. This government will address the income tax threshold.
I think you should.
You have to fix all the roads.
Okay. Had to calm down, everybody, because, you know, lots of discussion taking place. All right. So we're just going to do a very quick recap of the results at this point. We are also going to get just a very final comment from each of our guests in relation to the Prime Minister's speech. Let me first, though, correct myself. A couple of my listeners have very kindly pointed out to me that when I was explaining to you what happens in a close election, that I was confusing rejected ballots with spoiled ballots. Spoiled ballots, JW, thank you, Sean, thank you, they're telling me are deemed spoiled at the point at which the ballot is marked. Those are not at any point reintroduced into the vote. It's the ballots that are deemed rejected that will later be re-examined and a decision made on them. So again, thank you so much to my awesome viewers and listeners always coming in. And let me do the final quick comments from the panelists, and then we'll just recap the number of divisions, popular vote, and so on for you. So very, very quickly, Paul Ashley, comment on the Prime Minister's speech.
Was prime ministerial. Is the first for my many years in observing politics. I've heard a leader of a particular party that has won an election congratulate all members who have been successful. That was a big man. That's a big man. He has gone up in my estimation.
Clive Mullins.
In terms of his own presentation, that of the Prime Minister, it was indeed prime ministerial, but also sobering. What I got from it was a reality, and that, listen, in terms of arrogance, forget that. Yes? He clearly was eating some humble pie here. He also recognized, as we were discussing earlier, what needs to happen, and we expect them to be doing that, especially since a general election is going to be due next year. So there's a contrast in terms of the presentations. I think in terms of the leader of the opposition, we heard him in the video 4 and so on. I think he overspoke, but at the same time, what you see here is a Prime Minister with a prepared script, addressing the issues and trying to be as candid as possible under the circumstances. So, big difference.
I think he could have been a little bit more generous to the data, because the data at this point in time has about 6 seats, 6 parishes, rather, municipal corporations in the PNP column. Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, St. Catherine, Portmore, and KSAC. 6 and 7 in this column, with Clarendon up for grabs as it appears. So it could turn out that we have 7-7. Each party could have at the end of it 7 local corporations, or the JLP could have 8 and the PNP 6. So when he said 7-4, I was kind of like, it's not 7-4, Prime Minister. So he could have been a little bit more generous in relation to the data itself. In the end, I agree with you. I thought he was complimentary in terms of saying to the other guys who, you know, I'm terribly sorry. And he identified the roads and the water, critical local government issues.
I agree with my colleagues. I'll only add the word that came to mind is reticent. He seemed a little bit more reserved. I think that is perhaps calculating the lessons from the day, which I think is very important. He did indicate for me that one of the things they want to do is to look at how to improve or let the support grow, which clearly indicates that he's about the long game. He's going to be answering the issues on the ground, as he has indicated, which we had suggested. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what's the response to the issues on the ground and how do they translate the success at the top to the success at the bottom. And if that can give you the edge for a third term, which would be something almost unusual.
Only PJ.
Unusual in all the circumstances, but not something that can't be done.
Dion, can I just add one more factor?
30
Final,
seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
TVJ did a brilliant job today. A very outstanding job. The set was vastly improved. When I turned on my TVs this afternoon, I thought I was watching something from the First World. It was vastly improved. Congratulations. And you have stood the test of the marathon well.
With a fantastic team. Okay, let's just go to the quick recap of the final results. And just to add to what you all have said, I would say the PM's comment that work needs to be done on the roads and water suggests we're not seeing a general election in the next couple of months. All right, so let's just recap very quickly where we are at the end of the evening. The Kingston divisions, 3 each to the JLP and PNP. St. Andrews, 17 each to the PNP and JLP. St. Thomas, we're at 5 for JLP, 4 for PNP. Portland, we're at 6 for the JLP, 3 for the PNP. St. Mary, we're at 7 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. St. Anne, 11 for the JLP, 5 for the PNP. Trelawney, 6 for the JLP, 3 for the PNP. St. James, 11 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. Hanover, 1 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. Westmoreland, 3 for the JLP, 11 for the PNP. St. Elizabeth, 9 for the JLP, 6 for the PNP. Manchester, 3 for the JLP, 12 for the PNP. Clarendon, 11, so that's tied. St. Catherine, 18 for the JLP, 23 for the PNP. Someone had asked earlier about the Portmore municipality. The Portmore divisions are counted in with St. Catherine. You would have to disaggregate them to see exactly who now is going to be sitting on the Portmore, in the Portmore Municipal Council. And as well, we have the popular vote. Can we bring up the popular vote in terms of where we are with that, if we have that? There we are. Popular vote at this point, the PNP 303. 862, 303,862. The JLP 282,543, 282,543. And finally, the number of divisions at this point. Can we bring that up as well, just to complete our recap of where we are for the evening? I think we have that. Do we have that? Okay, so declared, we have for the PNP 102 divisions declared, for the JLP 95 divisions declared. I think we had also had a graphic for the number in which the two parties were leading. Do we have that? There we go. At this point, the JLP, of those left to be declared, the JLP is leading in 16, the PNP is leading in 14. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our marathon coverage on this local government election night. Marathon indeed, says my director in my ear. And thank you so much to all our panelists throughout the evening. Thank you so much to our wonderful news and production teams. Thanks as always to you for watching wherever you have been on, let me see if I can remember all of them, on TVJ, listening on Radio Jamaica, watching throughout the Caribbean on Carib Vision, on our YouTube channels on IG as well. I think I got everything there. It's been a pleasure having you all with us. Do continue to stay with us as we continue our coverage of this local government election. Still some issues to be decided. I'm Dion Jackson on behalf of the entire team signing off. Enjoy the rest of your evening, unless you're going straight to bed. Give thanks, everybody.